PKA 675, our guest Harley Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Pharoah Distro, Freeze Pipe, Blue Chew, and Lock and Load. Bunch of wonderful sponsors. We'll talk more about them later. Kyle, you're muted. Harley, thank you for joining us tonight.
What up? Thanks
Good
for having me.
You. Dude, do your people celebrate Thanksgiving? And by that, I mean Canadians.
The tall, yeah.
I took that 6 different ways right off the bat. Yeah, like a month ago, though.
Oh.
But we're not like a month ahead on Thanksgiving. I think we're 11 months behind. That'd be about that would line up appropriately. But yeah, we did that in October.
The same foods we do, like turkey and potatoes.
Good question.
Or do you do other shit?
Oh, well, I mean, like I know you guys do mac and cheese, right? Do you?
Yeah,
not in my family, but
definitely.
Some people, like I've seen mac and cheese. I don't see mac and cheese a lot here. I know some Canadians are like, this guy's a fucking idiot. What's he talking about? But my personal experience, mac and cheese doesn't show up a lot. Cranberry shows up. Cranberry does show up. So once you have turkey, cranberry stuffing, everything else is like noise, right? It's pretty much the same
mashed
shit.
potatoes are another staple for me.
Yeah. But like stuffing, once you do stuffing, because turkey and potatoes, you could see that like in July. That's fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Turkey and stuffing and cranberry, now we're Thanksgiving.
Really.
Turkey in July is just a bad barbecue. Like someone didn't buy the shit that people actually want. Like if you went to a barbecue in July and they're like,
turkey? Is that
we have
thing?
turkey or smoked turkey or something, I'd be like, what the fuck, man? Like, where are the ribs?
I got some ugly takes, some ugly barbecue takes.
Fire 'em
like
off.
I know that I'm crazy for this. I know because I've tried. I don't like brisket that much.
It's insane. Wrong.
Yeah, I know. And I also like even like that's like the only good Jewish cooking at the holidays is the brisket. Everything else is like fish hot dogs.
Jesus Christ.
And another thing I don't like watermelon.
What?
And I've and I've tried and I want
it's overrated.
I think it's the
good.
most overrated thing. People usually love it and hype it up. That what you just said, if everyone was like that, I wouldn't even talk about it. But people love watermelon.
It looks like something like it looks like cartoon food. It looks like the tastiest thing ever. But it's
the heart of
nasty.
watermelon, I think, lives up to the hype. And if you're willing to make a watermelon juice, that is like primo
I hate
juice.
that even more.
buy it at the store.
But here's the thing,
watermelon-
I'm with you here. I think strawberries are overrated. And I try to
Hold up,
convince myself.
that's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life, and I want to talk about that.
Dude.
That's fucking crazy.
Revisit this opinion. Close your eyes, bite into a strawberry, and be like, this actually isn't as cool. I'm tasting a whole lot of like seed aftertaste. The strawberry itself is not that tasty. Like it's kind of watery. Strawberries are one of the lowest calories of all the fruits and vegetables. So I want them to be like top tier, but they're not. A grape will fuck a strawberry up in a taste competition. A blueberry will wipe the floor with the strawberry.
I love grapes.
These are strong flavors. A strawberry, bite one again. It's like the weaker cousin of the what's the green one? The kiwi.
The thing I wanted to say real fast about watermelons that I love about watermelon is watermelon's like a single item and it's a party. Like it's feeding everyone. Watermelon's like it's almost like carrying like a deer in. Like it's feeding, everyone's having some. Like it's a lot, and I like that about it. I want to be part of the watermelon party.
It's also self-contained. Like it's ready to go. Like obviously, I used to shoot tons of watermelons. There'd often be a bunch left over or sitting around, and it was if you're hungry, it's like hey, get out your knife.
You can
there's
fuck
a whole bunch
them
of food
too.
sitting there.
You can easily fuck a watermelon better than a lot of other fruit.
A pumpkin's
easily.
better. Pumpkin's better for fucking.
You got a solid rigid one. I don't know if I could do. I'm bending myself.
Like a jack-o'-lantern.
Pumpkin.
To tell him myself.
Jack-o'-lantern.
You guys are missing out on clementines. Just say.
That's why they call it a jack.
Fire also.
That's why they call it a jack-o'-lantern. What do you think? Don't stop on the mac and cheese though. You know where that came from, right? Like why we all eat mac and cheese. Famous president. Here's a little trivia. Love trivia. Famous president who was instrumental, let's just say, in the importation of macaroni and cheese and its acceptance on this side of the ocean. Who was
Is this trivia?
Yes,
okay,
it's fucking
hold on.
trivia.
Let's do backwards engineer this. Were there any presidents who are known to be cheesy? Who had Chester A. Arthur?
I'm looking for a president that looked kind of fat early on. Is it John Adams?
No, not at all. John Adams was a family man. He didn't enjoy his time in France, I'm told.
Did he have strong?
However,
did he have strong ties to the black community?
Very strong ties.
Was
to
he
the
black?
community.
This could narrow it down.
Well, that's actually the bonus question. No, though, is the answer.
I'm gonna go Chester A. Arthur.
Yeah, no, not Chester from. That's the I believe the cartoon Cheetah.
He thought it was a cheetah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought they
Side
were
of the
gonna say that.
Cheetos. bag.
And Kyle tries to convince us that Ben Franklin was a president.
In my world, he always is. He was up there.
So
He was
Thomas-
in the mix.
Everybody
Thomas
gives Thomas
Jefferson?
Jefferson the credit, and it's mostly true because I think when he was in Paris, he had some mac and cheese. It was all the rage there, and he was like, "Oh, this is the best." So he bought a black slave cook who could make it, and took him back to America and introduced it, and had it cooked at the White House, and it caught on like wildfire, and everybody loved it.
It's a really.
I love the
simple
idea that he
name.
had to kidnap someone to master
He kidnapped him, and he
macaroni
bought him
and
fair and
cheese.
square.
Is there any
Well,
chance you brought this up
you say
on the
tomato, I say
podcast
tomato.
before? Because the White House thing's ringing a bell. Did we talk about that? A special cook in the White
It's
House.
our first
a
time
chef in the-
discussing politics.
We talked
Yeah.
about that
Or
big.
slavery.
Didn't we talk about that big jacked chef who drowned or something? And then it ended up not even being the
That
big
guy
jacked
drowned?
chef who drowned. It was
No.
some
Yeah,
other
no,
White
he's
House
fine.
chef that died. Yeah.
He's beefing with more plates, more dates,
So
or something.
I fell for fake
Really?
news on that one because I saw a picture of the big jacked black guy and it was like, this guy drowned. And it's like, yeah, with a person that dense, he probably fears
Swimming's
water.
hard for sure.
Yeah. Like, he couldn't get close to it. He sank like a
I
stone.
admire someone who achieved that physique. Zach, can you get a picture of this White House jacked black chef? He's next level in terms of his physique, but he's also one of those fuck shits who pretends to sleep 2.5 hours a day and doesn't do steroids.
Wow. Oh,
Bro.
really?
Yeah.
That guy's less believable than the Liver King at being natural. Like he's
I'm
enormous.
so with you. Yes,
That's
yeah.
insane.
The Liver King is just strong shoe nice. That's all that's going on over there. I don't,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're not. Okay, we believe you.
Yeah, we
No, we believe you. Yeah,
Yes, yeah. He doesn't.
yeah.
do
Your
steroids, he
forearms
sleeps-
look like fucking boners.
I'm
But
not
yeah,
going
we
to call
believe you,
Chef
bro.
Rush here a fucking liar.
I mean,
guy-
I'll call him a liar online.
Yeah.
Like, 100%. I'm brave as hell online. Like,
From the
like-
burner account.
yeah, there's no way this guy is in the world of chefs. There's no way he's that good. How much time is he in the gym? I want a chef like Gordon Ramsay body. He's not disgusting and fat because I don't want to look at a big fat gross person, but he takes a very reasonable amount of time to care for his physique. So you
Yeah,
know
but-
that he's actually in the
this
kitchen
is a-
grinding.
In a dream world, I like that universe, but you take this chef, like if you want to be like, this guy knows how to eat. Like, I'm always gonna eat muscle food. I'm only getting muscle. Look at this guy. He's a fucking ball of muscle. He only knows how to cook muscle food. It's like it's a different type of specializing. You
worked
know
for
what I mean?
Trump
I'm
for 4
not
years.
against it.
Yeah.
That-
so he
but that's
definitely
him
was
being-
making burgers. and
That's
shit like
him
that.
being like, do an impression. Be like Trump saying like, oh, you don't think I'm fit? Have you seen my chef or something like that? You know? Take a crack at it.
Lots of people talking. They're saying I'm a big fat fuck. And look at my chef. Look at him. Look at how big he is. Look at how black he is. I love black people. He's one of the good ones, folks. That's probably how he would have led it. I haven't done him in a while. Need to bone up. But like
No,
he,
that's good. Still, you still got it. Still got it.
like if I had a big chef like that, I would probably switch his job. I wouldn't fire him. That's too scary. I would make him my head
Double
of
up.
fitness, and then I would get like a really
Bodyguard
good,
too.
slightly overweight chef. Yeah,
Except
bodyguard
one of
too.
Have
I
him
would
doing
have
it.
a
He's
hard
just your
time.
lover.
Like, imagine you're president of the United States, right? All you have to do is ring a bell, hit your Coca-Cola button, whatever. You get anything you want anytime. That guy's gonna know what I really eat, you know, like on my bad days. I don't want him bringing me trail mix and judging me.
Yeah,
I think if he judges you once, you send him back to wherever you found him. Whatever
The kitchens?
XFL,
He's not
whatever
judging you.
XFL team gym you found him.
back to the Canadian Football League with you, sir.
Take your vials and your pillies and get the fuck out of here, Maurice.
You're injecting him in
Done
like
with
an
this
abandoned stairwell. Like he's not judging you. Like you're putting needles in him.
Yeah,
Trump is sliding ahead in the polls. It's at more and more polls. I
Speaking
saw
of
two more polls today.
Oh, are there
know
more
how,
saying he's ahead? I know a couple
yes.
weeks ago it was a big
Yes,
story.
today. Yes,
Okay,
his favorite
okay.
is Biden's unfavorables or whatever are higher than Trump's, which is I think that's the first time.
Unfavorables.
Are you guys
very-
voting
Yeah,
for Trump?
they're like they ask the question like, do you like this guy or do you dislike this guy? And sometimes there's a lot of people that are neither of those. But when you say you dislike them, you're kind of unpersuadable. That's the thought.
Trump was up high on the approval rating, like 56%.
So what's that mean compared to what was Biden?
Probably 30 something is like a Biden approval rating.
Yeah,
I know they're
it's in the
pretty low on him right now.
My bet is looking better and better. I went to like a gambling site like Bovada or something and looked at the odds there. And obviously we don't know how to read those numbers, but Trump is the guy who's favored
I'll
at
never
this
learn.
point. But I was more interested to see like who's an 8th, 9th, 10th, 20th most likely to be the president when you
I
get into
pause
Barack
you on the
Obamas
betting
and
site.
stuff. Michelle Obama's.
Who was the highest, most likely to be president, I guess is what I'm asking. And did that include Democrats?
It was Trump and then Biden and then Gavin McInnes. And then after that, I don't remember the exact orders.
McInnes
but
was third.
Hillary Clinton was way down and further than I thought she would be because I feel like if she came back,
surely
everybody.
Gavin Newsom is who you're talking
Oh,
about.
yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
meant. My bad. Yeah, obviously.
I
was
had
like, damn,
12
I don't know.
questions waiting. I had 12 questions waiting.
It's like I don't know what that guy's up to, but things are booming for
Evan
him.
McInnes, the leader of he's the guy who founded the Proud Boys. I forgot.
Yeah, it ain't that guy. He's in prison. That guy's in federal prison doing
Well,
time.
that doesn't hold you back.
No, there's no way that guy's in jail. Is he?
Was he the Cuban one?
No. He's a white guy.
Yeah,
with
he
a
has a
weird
podcast
Oh.
that he uploads.
Oh, then I don't know about him.
He still does
You
podcasts.
guys should get him on.
He founded the Proud
We
Boys
can probably get him.
and then left.
You guys should get
'cause
him.
He didn't like the direction it was taking.
No matter
Maybe.
what he believes, we believe the opposite. The entire time. Just obstinate, frustrating, refuse to listen. I don't even know what he's about. He's a big Trump guy? Gavin McInnes?
He is. A Trump
I feel like
guy,
it's a
but he
difficult thing to
distances
answer in
himself a
a
little.
straight up question. I actually watch his show quite a bit.
Resident
Not a person I over like I agree with on many things at all, and some things are like he has a sense of humor. It's hard to describe. He started Vice also.
Oh, really?
Okay. Here's the good thing. He put like one of his turds. He froze it and put it in a condom and sucked it off on his show.
Dude, that's classic fascist.
Well, we agree
behavior.
on some things then.
Yes. That's disgusting.
I feel like it's hard to describe, but like on levels, like that's just a good.
You're
just
making
a-
that up. He didn't actually do
No,
that.
he did
right?
that. Yeah, I watched it. I saw it.
Ugh,
saw it
what's
happen.
wrong with this guy?
What's wrong with me? Why did I watch it?
You wouldn't do that. You weren't
You
like, this
should-
guy's making a lot of good points, squatting over a condom, spraying all over your fingers because you didn't eat healthy the day before and it's not coming out solid.
You need
Yeah.
some sort of apparatus to make that happen. I'm imagining like a piping bag where you could just
like you're
you
a
sure
cake
this is
decorator.
No,
Like
he
cake
he
boss.
kept it in a condom and he sucked it like a penis in the condom. It was a frozen turd, so
Yeah.
it stayed
Zach,
hard.
I'm gonna need a fact check
it
on
wasn't
the
like-
shit condom.
Oh yeah,
tried to
we got a guy. I
Photoshop
forgot. Yeah, pull it up.
I'm sorry. To Google image search it, and I'm not having any luck.
This is one of those times, Taylor, where you're like, Harley's nonsense, and then you Google it, and it's like, yeah, Harley's nonsense.
oh,
If you search Gavin McInnes blowjob poop condom, Google gives you almost nothing, and Bing gives you a lot, but none of this is Gavin McInnes.
Oh, so you've gotten all the wrong kind of information over on Bing, where you're like, oh, there's a lot of people doing this. There's a lot of Proud
Oh,
Boys
get
out there
this.
sucking off.
It's because
shit
you guys
condoms.
gotta go on a different browser. You're
Gavin Newsom.
Browser's wrong.
But anyway, it's
blocked.
Gavin Newsom,
Yeah.
not the
Search
guy
it on
who sucked this-
Yandex, the Russian
Oh,
Google.
so not the founder of the Proud Boys,
not
Gavin
the shit
California.
sucker. Okay,
Oh.
the disgusting one, Gavin Newsom. Actually, I'm looking now. So and Ron DeSantis is up there quite high too. He's kind of tied with Gavin. Vivek coming in behind that. RFK coming behind that. Michelle 20-1 on this page I'm on right now.
Michelle Obama.
Yeah, 20-1, 40-1 on Kamala, 40-1 on Mike. Mike already dropped out, so this must be a bit older. I need to find Something
Yeah,
a
there's
little
still a
more
chance. There's a non-zero chance he
Come
becomes
back.
president.
I don't think so. So
Well,
I get. It seems like the Republican debates have just turned into the vice presidential nomination. I think that's what they should do.
There's only one person on that stage willing to talk negatively about Trump, and
DeSantis or Vivek?
it's Christie.
Oh,
Yeah, and everyone else is like, Trump is great. You should vote for me. But man, he was terrific. And that's sounds like a VP stance.
yeah. Everybody wants like I'm Trump plus, and Christie's like, I'm Trump negative. None of that, all that crazy, and which sucks because like. I don't know. I feel like Trump kind of took him under his sweaty wing over the years and looked after Chris Christie. I know he was with him in that event that I went to. Like there they were, like doing, bouncing back and forth. I hope he picks Nikki Haley. Just because it's a lady, get a lady in there, But
She
combat
sucks.
there. No, I want a brown lady. We need a brown lady to combat their brown lady. Okay, that's just
This makes a lot of
tit
sense.
for tat.
Then pick a better one.
Tit for tit.
Not her.
To be more accurate.
Yeah, tit for tit. Okay, I don't know if
Guys,
this
I
is
was
true, but
literally.
I'm glad Taylor liked my joke. That's
No,
fine.
it's good.
You know
I'm
what?
so-
I'm done.
I'm so sorry.
Me too.
I'm so sorry. I literally had like such a panic attack. Like I was like, did I make up this guy sucking his own frozen shit?
Okay.
And like freaked out. Like I messaged a buddy that I swear I saw it with, and I was like, dude, did this guy, did he not freeze his shit in a condom and suck on it? And like somehow I found this video, 650 views. So like here it is. I don't know how I found it. I don't click it if you want.
It's on YouTube.
You don't have to.
Obviously, I want.
You don't have to. It's him sucking his shit. It's exactly as I said. But I was terrified. I couldn't even listen to you guys talk. It was like noise. I was like, did I make this up? And why would I make this up? I was like, why would I make this up? I was actually bad tripping for a second.
Oh, here
my
I am.
God.
30 few seconds. He's about to suck it. and yeah, not bad. No teeth. He's doing the chicken head.
I don't like how you're watching it, but it's good for the
Oh.
it's good for the listeners at home because you're really he's nailing.
I wish
it.
we had our marker boards
This
ready.
is a
We could all hold up
politics
the
show.
floor.
Well, like
Because
I don't know
as
if
you were
that's like
saying
to
that-
stick it. I don't know if that's to stick it to the libs, but like
Yeah,
maybe it might be. It
the
might
libs,
be.
consider them owned because no one's going to bat with that. Like that's truly insane. There's no way that's real shit. I'm putting on my tinfoil hat. That can't be real shit. That has to be like a squeezed up Milky Way or something.
I had the
because
same
that's
suspicion
insane.
that was chocolate or something.
I did find a video or a still image that apparently he did stick a dildo in his ass during a show to show he wasn't homophobic.
Yeah.
which is genuinely hilarious. Like
It's-
that's really funny.
Well,
I
the
agree.
problem is
Again.
the guy's like actually like he's a crazy dude. He says some shit that I'm like, whoa, that's fucking crazy. Unfortunately, it's one of those scenarios. Unfortunately, this is a very funny person. Like he's not though.
I
Like,
believe
he's
that.
not. But yeah,
Wait.
he's
Are you trying? Are you yelling at? He's a really bad guy, but he's super charismatic.
he's not a really bad guy. Well, I don't want to like listen.
Okay.
Sometimes I just miss the days when I just watch a show and a person says some shit and then I turn the show off. It's just weird now that World War III is starting. So like you look at some shows, you're like, that show's kind of weird now. A couple years, not this one. I'm just saying in general things, how it's all playing out. Things over the last couple years are getting crazy. But you remember what you said earlier about strawberries?
Yes.
What's really interesting
that was
about
probably
that?
someone else. I'm not sticking
were-
with that.
Well, the thing that you were saying was that they don't taste good, but I did a cleanse once, the Wild Rose cleanse, and I had actually lately I've been wondering.
You need to.
I
you're gonna
said
need
shit
to
like
get
that.
fagged to prove that you're not a fag.
I'm
Dude, you
watching
do
guys
have like
suck off
a
shit.
leather daddy mustache coming in.
I don't like how hard
I'm
you
sorry.
laugh.
All right. You
Cleanse,
did it.
like a juice cleanse,
I don't
or
want to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, that's like the strawberry cleanse came in.
No, wait,
now.
it was-
Yeah.
I've done it many times. I've done it like over the last
Right,
12
right.
years. You just drink black coffee. You don't have like sugar. It's nothing crazy. It's just you eat like chicken and you don't eat red meat. And it's just like, It's not like what he said. It's not like that.
No,
Like all the time for me. Carry on.
man-
It's like the
cleanse.
straightest. It's like the straightest cleanse. It's called Wild Rose.
they call it the hetero cleanse.
The
It
straightest
gets
cleanse.
all the straightness out of you.
This is like if you're white and straight working man, this is the cleanse for you.
During this cleanse, you masturbate to lesbian porn because
Not
having
allowed-
a guy in it is gay.
No porn, only gay. The only way you can get off is with anal stimulation in this clan.
So, anyways, I did this cleanse, and then it's 2 weeks, and then I went and I had a strawberry after, and I was like, oh shit, that's how they're supposed to be. Because not too long after, you guys know I love drinking like Diet Coke or like fucking White Monster because I am a white monster.
Yeah.
And the sweetness level of these are so insanely high once you reset and have perspective again.
Yep.
Strawberries are crazy sweet. But once you have one Diet Coke, strawberries taste like zero. They taste like waterberries. Wait, is that actually a thing? I was trying to diss strawberries. But
Waterberries.
I may have offended a whole other berry out there. But yeah, strawberries. Strawberry. I like raspberries, but like I wish raspberries felt like a strawberry.
I'd rather go
Yeah.
hungry than eat a raspberry.
You hate
Is it the
raspberries that
seeds?
much?
He's too straight for a raspberry.
I hate them so much. And I also hate. I remember Woody when we were at that
Berry tasting convention.
yeah, at the berry tasting convention. No, we were having some sort of raspberry lemonade with breakfast in Chicago at the Cracker Barrel Old Country store. And Woody told us all how the raspberry flavoring in the tea came from beaver anus glands. And I was like, well, I don't even like raspberry, so I'm not gonna brave through beaver anal glands to get some more. And I changed my order.
That's a little bit of the chicken and the egg, though. Maybe beavers eat lots of raspberries in the wild.
They don't.
Subsequently, anal
They
glands.
don't. They don't.
Because why wouldn't you just use raspberries for raspberry
This
flavor?
is true.
The beaver
Because-
thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
That can't. I know we looked this up, and I know it's true, but I hate.
Yeah, like guys, like, is it gay to eat raspberry flavored candies?
No, but it's gay to eat a beaver's ass because you like the taste of raspberries. That would be gay. You couldn't do that.
What if it's a girl beaver?
Then that's straight bestiality. This
that
is all degenerate math.
How does
Yeah.
God feel about that? Would he rather we commit straight bestiality or gay bestiality?
I
Do
think you get to almost a critical mass of sin that almost any more than that is just lumped in.
I wish Mortal Kombat had a straight bestiality DLC.
Doesn't
Baldur's
fucking
Gate.
Baldur's Gate have that? Yeah.
Straight
goddamn
bestiality.
right.
Oh, yeah,
I fucked all
yeah.
sorts of animals in there.
I was thinking something completely different when I said straight bestiality. But yeah, no, they have that.
What were you thinking?
Something like twisted, fucked up Mortal Kombat thing where they're sexually. It's. I don't even want to describe it. Channel's gonna get a strike.
Is it? Yeah, I think you're talking about some sort of forcible animal.
This guy knows what I'm talking about. I'll tell you that.
He's talking about some mate. He's talking about mate. Is what he's talking about. We were talking about like a video game that pitted the gods of old and new versus one another earlier. And Mortal Kombat's perfectly set up for that. I want like Mortal Kombat rule sets and design and everything, but the gods. So I want Yahweh to show up. I want Christ for sure. I want Buddha doing kind of a Kung Fu Panda drunken kind of thing. But I also want the entire Greek and Roman pantheons. I want all those guys to show up.
They're boring. I've seen them in games though. Like Christ is who I want to see. That's like he'll be like Ryu. He's on the cover.
He's got martyrdom.
Jesus would be on the cover for sure. He'd be the cover.
be on the
Constantly
cover.
reviving himself.
Oh, he could revive himself. That's
Yeah.
great. He could shoot nails from his hands.
If
and
you
wrists,
if you
right?
look,
That'd
if
be
you
cool.
have
No, he's
infinite-
just got a cross that he's using as a
and
melee. Remember, he had to carry the cross, so he's got it. He shows up with the cross.
he could headbutt you with this crown of thorns.
Or
That's his
throw
move.
the crown
he
of
headbutts
thorns.
you with the crown
Yeah.
of thorns and plants the crucifix in the ground and then grabs you throws you up on it, and then ta-ta-ta-ta with his nail powers and crucifies you. That's his finisher.
What if he grabs
Even
you
though-
and he turns your blood to wine and you're hammered?
Yeah. I was gonna say, even though it doesn't make sense, he like scoops water and splashes it, and it turns to wine as it splashes you, and then he lights a match and you light on fire. Even though it doesn't make sense, it doesn't matter.
I mean, if
No,
you could
like
turn
that.
water into wine, it's not like that was the one trick. He could turn it into any
Yeah,
fluid.
it's flammable now.
That's
It's
transmutation.
flammable wine.
Yeah, water
He has
into kerosene, whatever
You
you
think
want.
this guy can't make tequila? He could.
Well, but who else would be in it? Like Kyle, you
That's
say
what
the
I'm
Greek and
saying.
Roman pantheon, which is like, pick one. You're not
You
getting
get Zeus.
You're not
you
getting
get
like
Zeus, you get
Ares
Thor.
and Mars, who are just the same guy. Like you got to pick either the Greeks or the Romans, or maybe a one-off, bounce back and forth. All right,
We're
we'll
getting
go with
Vishnu.
Jupiter.
We're
and then
getting
we'll go-
Vishnu.
Allah is just an ill-defined cloud of smoke.
Well, I was
No,
going to
if
ask
they want to
you-
be part of the game, they got to buckle down.
You know who I want? I don't know his name.
They
but
don't
the
like
elephant
that.
with all the arms.
Who has
Vishnu. I think that's what I said. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Vishnu.
sorry.
No. Yeah, apology
What's
accepted.
can you find us a censored picture of Kali? Because I think that's the lady Indian god with all the arms and extra titties.
No,
I think
you don't
that's,
get all the Indian gods.
I think
They're
it's
on?
Ganesh, right?
It is.
Ganesh
They have a lot of
is
gods. They got like
elephant,
1,000
right?
gods, right? Like
Ganesh,
dozens,
I think,
dozens.
is the elephant, lots
gotta
of
have-
arms god.
You got to have like kind of.
I want the titty.
I learned that from The Simpsons. Yeah.
You need to have like some superstars though, ones that weren't gods but kind of deserve a spot.
Hercules.
Like, yeah, maybe Hercules, Moses, like, you know, some people that just like deserve like, to be there also, maybe, you know.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
Adam.
They wouldn't be chill with
Like Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, it's both of them. It's like a cool little nifty twins.
It's like the
character
ice
thing.
climbers in
Yeah,
Super
exactly.
Smash Brothers, where they're pulling each other around. And
Yeah.
That's good. I like that.
Dude,
they can like, do snake attacks.
They populated the whole planet, right? So what if during the fight they like dropped out some new fighters?
They have like shield bearers that they just birth out real quick, walk ahead, absorb a blow.
Just
That
birth
could
one
be
out,
good.
and then they're like little fucking ankle biters you have to
And
deal
if-
with during the fight.
I think
And
that's
if you
good.
win, like Eve like pulls out an apple and she's like, I don't even care, and takes a bite and goes,
I really like that.
Yeah, there'd have to be a good mix of like silly celebrations like Adam and Eve and then very serious ones. Like if Moses or Jesus or Allah won a match, I feel like they'd take themselves seriously like Sub-Zero.
oh yeah, but Jesus for sure would go down like on a knee and be like, I still forgive you.
Oh, that's good. I like that. I like that. Like that's a good one. Yeah, what would be the I mean, you wouldn't want S tier ones. You'd want a pretty balanced game. You wouldn't
I
want
want Lucifer. I want to play as Lucifer.
Lucifer,
Oh yeah,
of
he's
course.
gotta be there for sure.
You're gonna have to bump his powers up if he's gonna play with the gods. And so make it better.
I don't even know what he looks like.
Very
He's the most
handsome.
beautiful of all the angels.
Yeah.
Really? I also see
Yes.
him as like a big horned monster sometimes.
You
He
don't
could,
wanna
he
see
could
him
the
when he-
transform
pictures-
into both.
Yeah, let's talk about who wrote that book. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want
Harley.
to see Lucifer, Woody. You want to put his shit in a condom and suck it off. Trust me.
Yeah, again.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing Lucifer would make you do. Something
God
very
damn,
despicable.
Lucifer's
I mean, that's
dope.
Adobe stock
Fucking-
photo of Lucifer. What? And why is he black?
I didn't
Wait,
think,
he's
I didn't
black?
see him as black. I saw him.
He looked a little black.
I don't know. He had
Yes,
wavy hair and like
yeah.
an 18 pack. So
he
that's
had
pretty
black
Lucifer.
18 pack. Yeah, that sounds right.
No, he looked
I
like
hate
that
it when I
Old
see a
Spice
10
guy.
pack.
Yeah. What's that? What's his 40 time? Like that's
Pull up white Lucifer.
4.01.
4.01. He's running a 3.8.
Pull up straight white Lucifer. Let's get that one.
See, well, that's the TV show.
Is that
So
one
I
of the
don't-
Property Brothers? Who is that?
No, that's
That's the TV
Lucifer
show.
from the TV show.
Oh.
There's a long running show called Lucifer, and that's him.
Okay, well,
This
Lucifer's a
show-
lot better looking than that guy.
This show, I put this show on once.
a bad
I
angle
couldn't find
for him.
anything. I put on like season 5, episode 2. I don't even know. And this show, the writing was insane. It was
Good
just
or bad?
how it was so silly. He was like so like horny to these girls, and also like making like really sick jokes that weren't that sick. It was I can't remember it, so it's not exactly this, but he had said, someone had said, yeah, they're small with your balls, and he was like, well, it wouldn't be the first time someone plays with my balls, something like that. And that was the vibe. The whole show was
So
very
naughty.
very CW. It felt like I was watching CW, the network. You know, you ever watch those shows like
Yes.
Riverdale or something? It has like Supernatural. It has like a flavor to it that's very Wednesday 8 p.m. 2007.
Yeah, very muted. Very who cares?
Dude, I'm in the knife subreddit. I like knives. It's a stupid
You got an
hotter study
EDC?
to blade. Yeah, I love EDC, but there's also knives and there's also a Leatherman subreddit. And the knife subreddit always rips on Supernatural because they drop their knives constantly. They drop their daggers, they drop their knives. It's like a major plot point that these guys, they're like, if these guys had a tether on their knives, they'd be unstoppable.
Dude,
If they had a little wristband.
like my Vive remotes controllers have that wrist strap, and it's so
Uh-huh.
useful. Because you can just whip it and like catch it in the air and stuff. That you're absolutely right. That they're bringing that show back, I think, like for
Really?
another season with the same two guys, Jensen Ackles and
Ooh, 'cause
the other
Ackles
guy.
gets a
Well,
lot
the
of
guy's
jobs.
on The Boys, right? One of them.
the guy on The
Yeah.
Boys is doing well, but the
So
other guy
I like him
think
now because
the other
he's
guy
great on The Boys.
he's great on The Boys. The other guy did like a Walker Texas Ranger show that I don't know if it did well or not, but I think he also had some kind of a car accident. But anyway, I heard they're going to do another season.
When I said EDC, though, I meant not like the music or the like thingy. I
Everyday
meant-
carry.
Yeah. Well, you got one? Do you have a knife on you? Do you have a knife on you right now?
He's always
I have
bladed
a,
up, bro.
Sick.
I have
Call
the
'em-
Leatherman Garage Edition. This is like you can't even buy these. They sold out in like 4 minutes, and it's dope as fuck. The scissors are spring loaded. Every tool is on the outside. It's basically if you
There's
follow
no
these
tool on the
things-
inside.
right? All the tools
But
are on the
where's
outside. now.
the bolt cutters?
Well, the pliers are on the inside, I guess. But oftentimes with these Leathermans, you have to open it and then pry the tools out and close it, and it kind of sucks. I'm off camera too much. I'm sorry.
Nice.
But with this one, outside of the pliers, every tool is on the outside, so it's just accessible. You don't have to like open it to get to them.
How much is that? I like that color.
Well, I bought
I
it
have to ask.
like during the like 3 minutes. It really did sell out in like, I don't know, seconds, minutes. And for me, I think it was 250 or 300, but they go for like 800 or 1,000 on eBay now.
That's
Are there
crazy.
any tools on there that like you've forced yourself to use where like it like very close in your home is something proper and better for it, but you're like, well, I haven't used the knife scissors.
Dude, no. So there's always something proper and better somewhere else. Like
Yeah.
the pliers are really nice because they're spring loaded, but they're still not the best pliers I own. The screwdriver is nice, but it's not the best screwdriver I own. Neither is the knife, but it's always the closest. So I use this. Man, it must be 15 times a day. I use it for something.
I'm terrified of knives. Like I don't like them at all.
It's very Canadian.
Yeah, I don't like it's the idea of getting stabs. Just I don't like it sharp. I don't want none of it. So I never wanted a knife or a multi-tool on me. Then I went to
Really?
Burning Man, and it was just someone had recommended it was good to get like a multi-tool, and I got the Wave. I think it's the Wave Tool Plus or
I
something.
like the Wave. Yep.
Yeah, it's great.
It's their biggest
And-
seller.
Yeah, and the amount of times that people were tripping on acid trying to break through a zip tie with their teeth for their setup at Burning Man, and I walked up, I was like, hold up, I got this, and pulled out my little knife and cut it easily. Or the time like trying to fashion something like in this, because at Burning Man, it's just these weird scenarios. So it's like, oh, I have scissors on me, and having little
Yeah.
scissors and doing it. It's
cut me
it's
off
never.
off a tab.
Yeah, it's like you could get good scissors right over there, like a minute walk that. But this is just when you're gonna rip it. You've now replaced the rip with like a cut. But like if you really need to cut, like yeah, you're not gonna use these. But I started to understand. I was like, oh, I get it now. Even having a knife on you, just the amount of times I pulled out the knife and used it.
You
for
find things
something.
to cut.
Oh my! To things to wedge. I use the knife
That's how
for
a
the
gun
wedge.
works too.
Yeah.
Ask
Blasting
any
open
American
ears.
police officer. You'll find
I need a
something.
hole 7 feet away. And now I have a remote hole poking device. Yeah, no, it's super useful. And I sometimes it feels like there's detractors who are like, but those scissors suck. Yeah, they do. I get it. But I just need to cut one zip tie. Your solution is to rummage around the kitchen utility drawer for the scissors that
they
don't
chose to
suck.
bite it on acid at Burning Man. That was their solution.
Not as good. And
It's
honestly,
only to replace,
I
like,
sit
biting
here
on
and
acid.
look down upon you primitives who just try to make it through life with your fingernails and teeth. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get a Leatherman for your pocket.
That's true. You realize how valuable scissors and a knife are when you get anything in a clamshell package and you're like struggling with it. And then every once in a while, you just actually tear it open and it's like, I could have just seriously cut myself.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah.
in a really embarrassing way. Multiple people every year die, usually around Christmas, from severe cuts to do with clamshell packaging.
Really? That's
Like
crazy.
someone who's having the fucking best day ever. Oh, you got me the new Nerf Expo double shot. And can you open it for me, Grandpa? And his just blood, old, thin, elderly blood all
Just
over the tree.
drained so fast.
You can't even enjoy your toy, really, because it's stained. Every time
Squeezing
you shoot
a
it, it's a
Capri Sun.
reminder of your grandpa. He died on Christmas, and so for the
All
rest
the
of your
balls
life, it's
soaked
like
up blood.
it's like a poisoned memory where Christmas comes around and you want to be happy, but you just can't get that
It's the
vision of his elderly blood all
Coolest
over your
Lego
toy.
thing ever because the little dart shoot Hep C.
Damn. Hopefully, your grandpa was on the way out anyway. I guess.
Next Christmas, they're like,
He
are
was
we
on
setting...
the liver list.
Sorry.
Next Christmas, they're like, are we setting the tree up by Grandpa's stain?
We're gonna set it up right on top of it and just put that into the past. No, just one sad square of carpet missing.
Dude, I can talk about fucking
Dead grandpas.
Leathermans all night long. I have a flashlight and scope too. Hold on. So
Pocket flash.
this is my flashlight. It's rechargeable. It's so fucking bright.
See, you know what? My buddy who loves knives, and he even, like, he was the guy I was at the store, and I'm like, should I get this Wave 2 Plus thing? He was like, yeah, I get that guy. He's the one that was explaining just everyday carry to me. He hangs out on the subreddits. He never brought up Supernatural, but I'm going to bring it up to him. He also has a flashlight. So now I'm thinking knife guys are just guys that want shit from their belts. Like, maybe that's what this is really about, just having, like, things ready. Because don't you think a flashlight could be in that other tool you have? How did they not figure that out?
Probably
in
not
the
a good one.
Leatherman itself.
Well, why not though? We
He's
can't make
my
a
phone.
good. We can't make
You
the
could have a
sickest
bad
flashlight
one.
with little wires. Do you see all these gay lights behind me? They could stay on 24/7. Remote control. We can't have like a fucking little flashlight that's good.
And just look at the size of your flashlight. If you had to add that much volume to my Leatherman, that'd be a lot. You could have a bad flashlight, which is way better than no flashlight. It's kind of what Leathermans are in general.
That's
The
what I'm
phone's
saying,
got a
though.
pretty good
Let's fit more
flashlight.
bad. Let's fit more bad things in there.
Yeah, you'd have a phone quality flashlight, I guess.
I'm
What's
trying to
another-
think of more
what's another
special
bad
moves for the
thing?
gods.
Oh, I thought you were thinking of more bad things to add to. I was like, what? An inflatable flashlight?
One
I want
chopstick.
fingernail clippers in
One
there.
chopstick.
You have to have two Leathermen.
Stick. Just
the
a
most
stick.
useless thing, just a stick. Yeah,
One
it's an
chopstick is
eye-poking
funny.
device. A little
I would
thing.
love something for picking your teeth. I don't know how that device could exist.
I thought
and not be
that crossed my
gross,
mind. Yeah, it crossed
but
my
some
mind.
sort of toothpick. Maybe it needs to come with a bunch and you
Put
reload
a
it all
floss
the time.
reel in there.
Yeah.
Do you guys roll around with those floss little devices? I roll with those everywhere.
Yeah, the Dentix.
Yeah, I
don't.
always have those on me.
They're pretty good. Look at that. See, Woody's just
You
Woody's
have
just the guy who likes to be
19
prepared.
tools on you. You have 19 tools.
Everyday carry. I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
Sometimes you need that in between your office and living room.
One time.
What am I gonna walk 300 yards to the bathroom? Fuck that! I already got it in my pocket. I'm set, baby.
One time I was with my parents on vacation. We're in Miami. My dad's in this disgusting Miami pool filled with disgusting Miami families running around. They're gross American children. They're boogers and bodies and everything's nasty.
Okay.
Disgusting community pool.
Painting quite the picture.
My dad's like just chilling in the middle there with his hat on and his sunglasses. And then he's like pulls out of his pocket, which is underwater, one of those toothpick things, and starts just like going at it and like puts it back. And I know you're swimming. I know we're already swimming and breathing in and laughing. And it's in your eyeballs and stuff. There's just something extra
In your
gross
ears.
about him pulling out the toothpick though from the pool and using it.
That
I
is
don't know
gross.
why that hits 10 times grosser to me. But he came back and I was like, "You disgusting fucking monster! Don't even look at me. You're nasty. I'm not even eating dinner with you tonight."
It was
That
in
really
his
doesn't
pocket,
bother
like
me.
in the communal chlorine bath with all those
People
like
are pissing
with all
in
those
there.
like badly
People are
wiped
pissing in
asses,
there.
people wide walking
Exactly.
around. Fuck that. That's disgusting, dude. You would do
How
that
is that disgusting?
because you're in a fucking shared pool and you're pulling that out and you're.
Oh, are
You think
saying it's
everybody
disgusting?
actually showered before they got in? You think they got
Hang on
little
a minute,
bits
hang on a
of
minute.
they got little bits of shit on their ass, and now that's floating. That's coming up and it's ossifying.
They don't
on
have
the,
poop on their butt
string.
anymore, Taylor.
Not anymore. Now it's all over your
It just goes
tooth.
away and becomes.
Do you keep your
stars.
mouth perfectly shut so that no bit of water ever touches your
It's true.
your mouth?
It's true.
That's
right.
insane. That's
no,
a
but it's true.
ridiculous.
We get water. We drink.
It's-
We
the
drink the
question
water
is right,
accidentally.
You
and
accidentally
poison
get a little bit of pool water in your mouth is not the same as delving into your pocket.
I
in the shit
know.
water and
I
then
agree
squirting
with
it around
you,
in your
but
mouth.
why though?
It's worse.
We have
It's
to.
worse.
We have to.
A
We have
drop
to.
versus the toothpick is worse.
We have to properly analyze how gross
The
it
difference
is.
between licking a dick
Hear me
and
out.
swallowing cum.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
To properly analyze, Taylor, how gross it is to use the toothpick.
You
to
finished.
properly analyze that and condemn the toothpick, we actually have to acknowledge that this is the same shit.
It is the same water, but there's something about it
I agree with you.
soaking into the string
And going in
just
between,
stopping that
touching your
string.
gums.
Did
Like,
he use the string or the
You're-
pick?
it's the pick thing. He was like using the thing. He was flipping it around.
He's not even using the string. He's using the
Miles,
pick.
No,
probably.
both.
totally
He
right.
was flipping it around. He was doing the
Dude,
whole thing.
The amount of contaminant on that little device is so minuscule.
Is it
compared
worse?
to one accidental mouthful?
Yeah, that's true, but it's like
Is
an
it, though?
accidental mouthful is
This-
accidental.
Oh,
But hear this
Purposefully
out.
swabbing
They
your mouth
swallow
with it.
a whole roll of poop, and
But this
it's
one-
okay because it was an accident. But if you so much as lick the poop, it's the grossest thing
Yes.
ever.
But this one with on the
is
toothpick, you're like you're rubbing your soft gum with it.
Oh, you think your
You're
gums
like-
don't touch it when you do that whole?
But they
spit at
touching
your
it is
friend
one
at 8
thing.
years
Like
old?
touching is one thing, but mashing it and breaking this little pieces of the skin off and letting it into your gums.
Yeah,
There's
micro
There's
tears.
something a
Hard.
lot more. There's something a lot more intimate to this.
Thank
There's
goodness
something a lot more.
humans are built to like self-clean and resist the level of gross that we can get exposed to on daily.
No, it's you're so right about the licking poop thing because
I was right about that.
you were right about that because it was a salient
Dude, makes
example.
solid
If someone he made a solid point.
Academia,
we
here
got
I come.
we got a lot of coprophilia going on ever since that Gavin McInnes clip. But yeah, if someone takes a big if someone throws a wad of shit at you, Kyle, and you go pop, 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 pop because you got shit in your mouth.
Yeah.
And then you're like, that's disgusting. And then you retrieve a piece of floss from a pile of shit and start flossing with
wait,
it.
completely different.
How? Because they're both gross,
why
and
are you-
and the net amount of shit germs is higher from the
They're
thrown
different.
shit,
They're
but it's different
completely
because you're making an
things.
intended decision in order to introduce shit into your mouth, not
Listen,
on purpose.
I was under the impression that the amount of chlorine that's in that water means that the water's mostly sterile, that the bacteria is dying or
Do you
dead.
have like a 7-year-old's understanding of chlorine in pools? That's not how. It's not like you dip in and you're just totally clean, and
This
there's
is
like
the
no shit
comparison,
floating around.
actually.
Yeah, but
I
like if
think-
the water's out there, it's probably good water because it's all the bacteria is like dying or dead to the chlorine.
So, it's like this. It's let's just think of it as piss water. It's piss water.
Yes.
There's chlorine and
Oh.
all that, but let's just say there's a lot of piss in there. So
There is.
would you rather like dunk yourself into a piss pool? You jump in and dunk in and come out, or dry yourself with a piss-soaked towel and then brush your teeth with a piss
What?
piss toothbrush.
Oh, you got real at the second half of that. Yeah, I think I might.
It's
I
like
think
one's
I might
got to
just
be
dunk-
rubbed on your body, and the other one is like you're submerged.
All I'm
into
saying
it.
is like
I think I'd jump in the piss.
I'm not that big of a Nancy. If your dad pulled that toothpick out and I was sitting in the pool next to him, I'd be like, hey, can I use that when you're done? I got a little something back here. And I'd take his used toothpick. I'd rinse it in the pool. I do this, flick it a couple times, get my shit out, flick it twice, and hand it back to him.
And you
I bet
look
he
at me,
pocketed
and you
it.
and you
He
look at
pocketed
me,
it.
and you'd look at me, and you'd be like, "Now that's a cleanse, homo."
Harley, you weren't
doing a
here,
piss
but like
cleanse.
4 or 5 weeks ago, I was talking about how gross I was because I found a device like the one I pulled out, that little flosser thing, on the floor, and I needed it, and I was like,
Yeah,
This
who
is
cares?
perfect. And I used it. And Kyle's like, man, it's nothing. I'd have been right there with you.
Yeah.
So this is consistent.
I got one better than that. I lose those things like crazy. I'll be on the couch. I'm like, oh, got something.
That's what you said.
I'll start digging in the couch cushions because for
Looking
that
for
telltale
used
poke at the
flossers.
end of your finger. And I'm like, oh, I found one. And I'm like, there it is.
I have
Now,
something.
what's your
gross to
level of
admit.
confidence that you were the person who used it originally?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have something gross to admit. There have been times where I've desperately needed a toothpick, so I've bit off like a strong fingernail and used it.
Oh,
Well, that's a good move. Yeah.
That's industrious. I like that.
No, I've done that too. I can floss it through my teeth and out the other side with my tongue. Like just put a little probe in there that goes in one side and out the
Invisalign.
other and cleans it.
Invisalign, they wanted it. They wanted that perfect space you could pass a fingernail through.
Ooh, how are you with the Invisalign? Are you finished or almost
I'm in
finished?
my last trays, like my last 4 or something.
So would you recommend it to a friend?
I don't know. It depends. It depends. Depends on their teeth. It actually first depends on the financial situation. It's an expensive thing to do.
About $5,000?
$6,000?
Yeah, 5. Yeah, it was like $7,000 for me Canadian. So yeah, $5,000.
Bigger teeth.
That's right. Okay, so
But
about
yeah,
$5,000 US.
Yeah. So yeah, it depends. It's a lot.
Dude, $5,000. Straight teeth are worth a lot. Now,
Hell
it
yeah, my
depends where you're
teeth are
coming
straight,
from.
bro.
If you're coming from almost straight teeth, then the incremental improvement isn't that big a deal. But if you're like, I was self-conscious about one tooth in particular, and like there are people in my universe who I'm like, man, $5,000 would change your life. Like you would,
Yeah.
you'd
Yeah.
be at a different class socially. You'd be at a different class in the dating world. This person's unmarried. Like, I don't know. I'm just like, that is totally what you should be spending your money on.
Yeah, like I think my results, I was content with the results. Very happy with the results. Not blown away, but by me saying, isn't it interesting? Me saying not blown away. A lot of people would take that as a negative. They're like, yeah, but he wasn't blown away. But I'm trying to be really accurate here. I'm very happy with the results, but I'm not blown away.
Where were your teeth crooked, or were there spaces in them?
I wanted my teeth here. They're a bit wider now. Like outwards, they kind of were tight in. It was a little smaller box.
So like your
so it
front
just
two were
spread.
ahead, and then they just almost a V instead of a U.
It was the sides were like squished in, so it kind of spread them outwards. It just angled them out. And I have 2 teeth that were pulled. It kept the space there. It made perfect spaces should I want to get replacement teeth, or if I wanted to get Steve Harvey chunky white veneers.
Get it, go boogie mode.
That's how it all started. That's what I wanted.
Boogie's gonna have to sell those teeth. Don't do that.
Boogie's gonna have to sell those fucking fence posts.
Yeah, I'm buying.
He said
I'm buying incisors.
He spent $200,000 on prostitutes.
$250, right?
Yeah, but I think we realized that was like he didn't fuck $250,000 worth of prostitutes. He was like fucking a prostitute, and then he'd be like, here's a Chanel bag and let's go to a vacation. And so it was like, really, you just paid $14,000 for one whore. And so like, it's not like you're out there Jim Norton style who's fucked hundreds of prostitutes.
Yeah, it's like prostitutes are affordable, like pretty, and like not awkward to deal with. I don't see what the problem is. You could. It's way cheaper to have a hooker addiction than it is to have like a cocaine addiction.
Maybe he was. Maybe he was
also,
on a
it's
sugar baby
Boogie.
website.
Like
Maybe
it's
he was
Boogie
fighting
too.
sugar babies.
Yeah, sugar
he
babies.
pays-
That's what he was doing.
It sounds
Yeah.
like sugar babies if he's taking them on vacation. Taylor, you think you pay more if you're less attractive? That's what I thought.
I think
you were
that
vibing.
what Kyle was saying with like, oh, well, they're professional prostitutes, like they'll be pleasant and whatnot. But I can't imagine that the human aspect of being a prostitute, like if I'm a hooker and Kyle offers to pay me $200 to sleep with him, I get an offer from Boogie for $300 at the same time, I'm probably gonna take a hit to my bottom line and be like, I don't want to sleep with that big disgusting ogre with like, and I have to like get an upper body workout with military press to lift his fat rolls.
Because I'm gonna take you to dinner, so you got added value there.
Kyle's gonna wine and dine me, man. And so, and I'm gonna get at least $100 worth of.
I like
you're
the
taking
way
me-
he throws the towel to me afterwards. It's sweet.
Yeah,
He throws the
I
towel
have the
at
towel
you.
ready too, and always dark towels.
He uses the towel to dry off after his next shower. He's like, it's not even gross. I just came everywhere.
It just makes the towel a little. It makes
I'm
the towel
catching
extra
strays here,
moist.
Taylor.
Yeah, like if you're a prostitute, 100%. Unless you're really hard up for money, which prostitutes tend to be. That's why they're in the sex industry. But yeah, that's a way worse evening to have to go. Fuck
imagine you're a
Boogie.
prostitute. Imagine, or a sugar baby or whatever.
Okay.
Here's what I don't understand. Would you rather Boogie pays you $1,000 for a couple hours of sex and maybe a bubble bath, or he pays you $2,000 or $3,000, but then you have to go on like a 10-day vacation to somewhere nice, but you're with him the whole time?
And do I have to fuck him or take a bath with him?
You're going to be fucking him the whole vacation.
I'm taking the optimal money scenario here. Whatever is giving me the most money, and if I have a lot of time there with him, I'm definitely going to do. I probably have a ton of evasive maneuvers. Next level manipulative, gaslighting, evasive maneuvers. I
take Plan B. Trigger
just things that I could do to dip on him. I would make myself puke at one point. He seems like a very nice guy. I would lean into that. I would definitely puke in front of him, maybe at the beginning, so I could always be like, I'd make him take me to a pharmacy.
When he's not getting fucked though.
No, I think still fucking. But if you think we're fucking all night, like 15 comes before 8 a.m. Yeah, right. No, but I'm just saying, like it's once a day, fine. Like easy work. I'm taking the big money and the trip, and I'm making all my stupid ass. I'm taking all my stupid ass friends look bad.
Yeah,
taking pictures there by myself.
I think I want the trip.
I don't.
But wait, is this more money? Is the trip more money also?
But the idea of going on the trip with him, it would be awful. But having traveling with him on the air,
that's straight white Kyle. You have to think if you were Kyla.
It's worse.
You have to think you're not you.
Yeah.
If they saw me, they'd be like, "Oh, look, they're bros or whatever." Like maybe he's his male nurse. But if they see this little like Japanese 19-year-old girl in a bikini or whatever, like
is that what your female version is? The little Japanese girl?
Yeah, it is.
Or I guess that's what you want. That's what you have to be if you want to get Boogie's attention.
Kyoko, yeah.
All right. I think I would put value in the trip. I'm assuming if I'm a sugar baby that I'm not like swimming in extra cash. That this is an experience I can't easily provide for myself. Is where my mindset is, and it's like shit. You want to go to Cancun and fuck there?
No,
it's the job. This is the job. I got pissed on in Dubai. This is gonna be fine.
Yeah,
this is gonna be fine. Me and my friends, we got stranded in Dubai. We got pissed on. We got shat on. Buckets of jizz dumped on top of our heads. Then we got stranded at the airport because they took our passports. We were stuck. We literally thought we were gonna die.
Well, you're a sugar
we made
baby
10K. Too. Fine. But I'd much rather make 3K and fuck this dude and talk about Xbox and Magic the Gathering and get a 10.
Actually, he would. He'd play Magic with me after we had really weird.
Why are you into that though? That part of it's worse to me.
No, but that's if you're Taylor. You have to think like you're Taylor
and then leave.
He's too fat in order to do any sort of think about it. He takes me on a vacation to Cancun. He's too fat to do like more than 30 minutes of activity
That's your
a day.
Mistake.
And so I've got 10 hours of
this is a professional fighter. He's going to split that ass in half, baby.
Yes.
You give him the chance.
He's going to lay back like Jabba the Hutt and you're getting on top. You're going to be working.
How about this, Kyle? A little thought experiment. You're in a bath with Boogie 2988 and you drop your toothpick.
Yeah.
Do you pick that back up and put it in your mouth?
I would just grab one of those.
You're already in the bath with him.
The things he's putting in his mouth that weekend, that toothpick is not the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm already in the bath with the man, then who cares? Like grab that thing out of there and go to work. But
right.
It's probably his pubic hair in my teeth that I'm getting out, right?
No, I would take Boogie. So. No offense to you guys, I would take the toothpick falling in Boogie's bathtub over any of yours, because I know if that happens, I pull it out and I look at him. I'd be like, "Don't tell anyone about this." And I believe him when he'd be like, I won't tell anyone. Whereas you guys, I come on the show and would he be like, oh, Taste anything that tastes like my bathwater toothpick, Harley?
You're right. I would tell. I'd be like, no, bro.
Be like a community post.
Go post that
I'm
shit.
tweeting it. It didn't even happen.
Fucking mega thread.
But Boogie would keep that secret. He'd be like, I'm not gonna tell anyone about that.
I don't know.
No, he'd make a documentary about it.
Yeah. It's not that he's a secret keeper. He's making.
See, I feel like it seems like there's a lot of gotcha YouTuber maneuvers going on here, and it's like an understanding of being in on a joke beyond understanding. Like, I think there's a lot of I don't believe that's like I always look at myself as not a gotcha YouTuber. When I've gone and filmed with people, stuff like that, I always tell them, I say, yo, just so you know, I'm not gonna film something here, or you're gonna say something, or else, and then that's gonna be something that I'll put out there for a video's sake or something like that. I never liked YouTubers that move like that, and I don't believe he is. I think a lot of this stuff that's happening and going out there, I think a lot of it is, this is a YouTuber game being played, and this guy's just a gamer, and
he made
he's
that
kind of
documentary
using
though,
the
right?
card that he's dealt here, and he's kind of, what's that?
He made the doc though, right? Like, it's in with his cooperation.
Yeah,
and everything.
yeah.
It's not like
On
one of
his
those
channel.
down the rabbit holes where he would prefer if it didn't get made.
Yeah.
He's in control. He paid to have it produced, I would imagine.
Did you guys hear that Keemstar rant to him on Twitter the other day?
No,
No,
what
what did
happened
he
with?
It's like, to be honest, I don't know exactly what happened. I can't keep up necessarily, but it's their podcast. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but they had this. It was this sound clip of Keemstar just going off on Boogie so hard.
What was the gist of it?
Yeah,
I'm trying to pull it up. It's just Keem ripping into it. You continue. I'm going to pull it up because I gotta find it, because it's actually.
Is it worth listening to?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Well, whenever people
Keem
say that,
does.
I'm always like, oh shit, I don't know if it's worth listening to.
No, if it's funny, we'll listen to it.
I didn't know they had beef.
Yeah, how
Well,
could
they're
you
doing
have
a show
beef with
together, I
Boogie?
think.
What's he even doing?
Keemstar and Boogie have a show together?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, that'll end well.
Yeah, dude, it's what everyone was asking for. The Keemstar and Boogie 2988 extravagant show of what are they going to talk about? Prostitutes?
It's Boogie, Dark Side, not Dark Side Phil. It's three Wings. My God, I'm so fun. Wings is on it.
Boogie, Wings, and Dark Side Phil and
Boogie
Keemstar?
Wings and Tommy C. Boogie Wings, Tommy C.
Who's Tommy C?
Exactly.
Okay, my bad.
No,
That's not an insult coming from me.
Was,
though.
I'm goofing around. It was I think he did a podcast with I know this because I had like a spit with him on Twitter leading up to the boxing, but he had I looked him up. He was on Keem's old podcast. Yeah.
The one he did with only using
blade? Do you see
blade?
this? The Boogie tweet. It's a tweet from I'm just trying to find it, but shit, I hope you guys like it now. Oh, you know what I'm talking about? Can you find it? Okay, cool.
Oh, Zach
says he knows, what you're talking about. He's looking for it. Zach, champion of the night. Cool guy.
Thank you, Zach. All right.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. Suck his dick. Suck his dick.
She'll get pregnant. It's so fucking
Zach's
we don't
hero.
know how it happens, but he's hot load.
Just keeps firing loads into women, knocking them up. He can't be stopped. Making his own baseball team over there.
It's so crazy to do drama as a YouTube job, being into the YouTube drama, because you're so into it and you're doing all these things. It's like, oh, what's the next Andrew Tate video going to be or whatever, and it's all about that. And then like 2 wars happen. And now it's like so weird to be like, yeah, and then this guy, he said this word on Twitter, so now everyone's gonna cancel him.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, get out of the way. We're trying to watch all this combat footage.
We got lots of drama. This 20-year-old YouTuber was caught sexting a 19-year-old girl. She's still a child. Like,
oh wait, actually, speaking of that, you guys, it's so funny. I feel like you guys don't ever get into the YouTube drama stuff at all. But for some reason, it's been the most disgusting, guilty pleasure of mine since like 2015. But Dream, you guys know Dream?
Really popular.
He played for the Rockets.
Who does Minecraft, right?
Yeah, Taylor.
Minecraft YouTube.
Yeah, and he had he had some fight because someone said he was a pedophile or something. I believe.
Damn,
I don't want to say it because it's all like, I don't know.
Well, they come up with a euphemism. Jesus.
Is he a diddler? Is he diddling?
You're like, he's a pedophile.
Because I was trying to do.
Whoa!
I was trying to.
What immediately came to your mind? It's like a child raper.
Well,
he's a kitty fucker.
He allegedly sent a video of him moaning to an underage girl. Allegedly, that's what the whole thing was.
How old is he, and how old was she?
She was, I think, allegedly, if I remember correctly, she was 20. He was 23,
that was a
and she was
song.
16 or something. But he recorded this guy. He recorded this dude in the car. Some dude who's the voice of Gumball. I don't know what that means at all. I'm in too deep in this shit, guys. You got to get me the fuck out of here. But this video here is he posted it, and it's just this guy some kid in the front seat, like murking the Uber driver and murking Dream, just being like, you're a bitch. I'm fucking slap you up. Yeah, I slapped you up in front of the hose. I'll slap you up again. And it's really bizarre. And then Dream posted that. He was like, look at this kid. He's not even a cool dude. Look how he's being. And people were like, yeah, but you sent videos of you moaning to women. And God damn it, Zach, do you have that Keemstar clip yet?
God damn it, dude, it's so hard to explain a story to someone when we have no idea who any of the characters are. And we're like, Dream, he was the guy. I remember seeing on Twitter when he did a face reveal, and that was
fuck you and your stupid fucking head, your fucking retarded fucking head. I talked to you before you went on. In my other group chat, people were like, "Oh, Boogie's calling into Rich." I fucking called you. We spoke. I said, "Don't give Rich the tea." Your exact words to me were, "Oh, I'm just gonna go on there and tell him I'm busy," right? So you call into Rich, you tell him I'm busy. He starts milking you. You start answering every fucking question because you're an attention fucking freak, and then you have a face-off with Muta on Rich's stream. The face-off between you and Muta should be on your podcast. That's monetized, that you make money on. Fuck you and your stupid fucking head. This is not a mistake. This is not an accident, you fucking retard. You did this on purpose. I talked to you before you went in. I fucking hate you. Fuck you. All the time and effort into this fucking show to help you guys out, and you can't do the simplest task. I fucking hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Retard.
Yeah, obviously.
Pause it for a second. Pause it.
I was just going to go there to promote the show.
I just want to say something real fast. Why is he so mad?
Yeah,
like I always see he's always posting. I see his life, like he's got his young girlfriend, he's got his fucking his land, he's got a whole bunch of land, he's got this house, he's got this cool bar in his basement, he's got like Fousey Tube comes over and they ride ATVs and stuff. He's got this whole thing. Bro, okay, I don't know what it's about. The stupid fucking podcast. Why are you so mad? Like, he honestly sounded like he was in rage tears there. And it's like it doesn't even matter. I just know it doesn't even matter. And it's probably something that could bring him a bunch of extra money, potentially. But you're good. When are you going to be good? Like, when are you just going to be like chilling? Because this is not a chill vibe. He's really mad here. And it's just so funny because the juxtaposition from his attitude of how fucking mad he is. And then Boogie is so Boogie. And
real quick before,
Boogie will be alpha in this.
Before you play,
you can't talk to me like that, you fucking peewee. Yeah. That's what I'm expecting because he told us how he handled that guy at the gas station. So here's his chance to live up to it.
Is it so? Does Keemstar own their show or something, and he is mad they didn't get attention to it?
I believe I think he owns. He started a podcast and he gave them money up front that they'll pay back. Essentially, I'm not sure. I don't know. Allegedly,
Okay.
I don't know what the.
This is a bit of an employer-employee quasi,
working for
relationship.
Yeah, but like maybe partnership. Who knows? It could be a partnership.
Well,
ultimately, very unprofessional.
Partner
of
A
course.
seems to have a lot of authority.
He does seem to be in full authority in this situation. But let's
This is
hear
how we
let's
talk
hear
to
the
Boogie, by the
Boogie's
way.
side of the
It's very
story.
funny. Boogie's just
I didn't know Muda was going to come in there and pull his shit. I should have left when Muda showed up and said, save it for the show. But you're right. I respect your decision. Let me know if you need any of the passwords or anything like that. I'll be glad to hand them over. And let me know if you change your mind.
Let me say something. That response, that is an older, actually wise man's response to what the energy he got from Keem. If you really wanted to piss that person off, that's exactly what you do.
Yeah,
you've
you refuse to get
completely
in the dirt.
disarmed everything. You've been like, I'm sorry. And now it's like now he's like, what a fucking bitch, pussy. Like whatever it is he's doing like that, if you really wanted to get under that person's skin, and this is just talking about the whole Boogie thing we were talking about before, this guy is calculated.
What is
This guy's a calculated person. Boogie's.
What are the words? I swear. Okay.
Maybe he's not making the right calculations, but he's a calculated person.
Okay, so man, Boogie is. Every time I see what's going on with this guy, it's just weirder and weirder.
Yeah,
That's
And
good,
he's.
though.
I think
it's a
we
career
found out-
resurgence, isn't it?
It might be. I don't know how his channel is doing with views because that big documentary wasn't on his channel. It blows my
didn't know
mind
that.
every time I see him, and I'm like, that guy's like 2 years younger than Woody. Like,
really?
just wildly different paths in life. Like, just so different is the path. And
But
it's
his
like,
everyday carry's a gun.
yeah, his everyday carry is fucking sweet treats and caramel corn, all sorts of
cakes.
things. Zebra
I'm trying
cakes.
to
I bet he's
look
big on zebra cakes. And fast food. Based on his documentary, he got fast food 6 times in a 55-minute video. Like that's like it was a lot of fast food he's
What
eating.
kind of fast food was it? What was he eating? I didn't watch
Taco
him all of
Bell.
it.
Taco Bell. So he's buying fucking quesadillas from Taco Bell, spending $9.
When do you think that documentary came out? Does November
Like
12th
a month
sound
ago?
A month
right?
ago.
Oh yeah,
It wouldn't be 2
10
weeks
days.
ago.
10 days.
10 days.
I feel like that's.
Oh no, like 3
soon.
weeks ago probably.
Should have like millions of views. If you, it's
Oh,
out.
I bet it's got over 1 million.
Because
probably.
I'm just looking at his social blade, and 10 days ago he lost 1 million subs. What happened? Maybe it's a YouTube thing.
Keem.
He
fucking
lost 1 million.
Keem tweeted
What?
that sound clip.
Am I right? No. I'm sorry. I'm foolish. He lost 1 million video views, so he probably just took down a video or something.
Yeah, he took down a video.
Yeah.
Well, we wish him well here. And as always, friend of the show.
Friend of the show.
He really
You don't want to
is,
be
I
an
guess.
enemy of the show. This is how we're talking about a friend.
I mean, if you're an enemy of the show, we don't talk about you at all, right? Like just it's fucking like
Yeah.
your name is dust. But I don't know. The whole thing is bizarre to me. I like seeing Boogie in things and doing things. I like seeing him do wacky things. That the best part of that sound clip wasn't Keem screaming. It was Boogie being fucking weird.
Beta.
Yeah, I don't want to say that.
You didn't want to say beta? You were afraid that would be too far?
Yeah. Well,
Nah,
Kyle
I
doesn't
mean-
want to, appropriate the language of Andrew Tate and the Red Pill community because those guys are always on the ball. Super.
I don't know.
smart.
I guess it's more like Charlie than anything. Like, goddamn, he's fallen another level. That was a pouty grown man. He's a grown ass man. He's a grown ass man. How has he fallen so far? He was on the streets with a pistol shooting over people's heads a couple years ago.
Yeah.
You know.
Dude,
Now-
imagine the path. Imagine
That
the
was
path
his
that his life
of
takes.
manhood.
That was absolutely his peak of masculinity, is when he fired into that school zone brazenly.
I like
But
when he stared that guy down at the gas.
imagine the difference, like the fork his life could have taken if he would have straight up killed Frank Hassel on his lawn. Like if Frank Hassel was like, do it, shoot, and he shoots Frank Hassel in the head. What is he? he's probably in jail. But I bet he could have made a case. He's like, I was being harassed and I was defending. Yeah, he's like spinning it on his index finger, slipping it back into his giant sweatpants.
Let that be a lesson.
Pocket.
And he stands over the camera. Let that be a lesson to all of you.
Yeah.
Frank Hassel,
I'll you up out here 6 feet high.
Dude, you can hear Frank Hassel gurgling on his fucking GoPro, and then it all ends when he walks over, when he barrels over, waddles, and then just boom. Down. Like, what do you think that his channel would be more popular now if he would have killed Frank Hassel in his front yard?
What if he'd become like, and he got off for it, and he became like an Avenger for online assholes? Like, he's the guy who shows up in your channel.
Not an Avenger. He becomes Fat Man, right? With the mask and the cape and the that's it.
Yeah. All his outfit is a CPAP machine and, and a bunch of like insulin shots, a bandolier of insulin needles. Yeah, that's what he because that guy's
got a no warning shots patch.
Yeah, he's definitely got the beatus.
That's alpha Boogie, but we're never getting back to that. I was so freaked out that time he started bleeding on the show.
Oh, his teeth.
What he told him.
What happened?
That was after his like dental work, so at least it made sense. He's like, I just got a bunch of. They took a band of Mexicans, put a bunch of fence posts in my mouth earlier today, and then he was just like bleeding down the cracks of his teeth a lot.
I stand alone on this teeth thing. I thought they looked pretty good. Now I'll admit they don't look. They're
natural,
not Hollywood
human,
right? Like I don't mean to say that they're great, but he had 17 or 18 teeth before he had them done. And to me, the upgrade was dramatic. He was just a much better looking person. And you guys keep seeing what he didn't do, which I guess is fair. But I'm looking at what he did do, and the improvement was significant.
The guy painted his house, and he, it looks like shit. Yeah, it's better than raw wood. It's not rotting anymore, and the wildlife has left. But still, it's a bad coat of paint. I'm going to judge it every time I drive by. He's bleeding from the mouth.
Yeah,
it's a look. It's such a look that's.
Last time I saw him was
the whole veneer look is a look that's in itself something that's easily recognizable now because it's so common. I remember I watched the Boba Fett show, and my first thing that bothered me about it is Boba Fett, the actor, just has these veneers that are very clearly veneers.
And he's fat and old.
And it's that super white teeth, and it just it bothered me. It's a look. It's a look. It's a very specific look.
I see it in. I want to say both of the presidential candidates have veneers. Does that sound right to you?
Oh, tons of politicians. Like so many like ex-professional athletes after they've retired. Pretty much all of them have veneers. Maybe I'm biased because I'm an NHL
You
fan.
come from the hockey world. Yeah, everyone who plays sports, they start buying their permanent teeth afterwards.
Yeah, athletes, they get down to like 6 teeth in their career, and then they buy new ones. How all athletes
There's
are.
tennis players who don't understand what you're saying at all.
Yeah, you'd have to be horrible at tennis to lose a tooth. Like, you don't make it to the pros losing teeth.
I know a
tennis.
guy who lost a tooth.
Really? Just like that could be a bad doubles
his
partner.
tooth with the racket.
Oh, that guy does suck. Like that's an embarrassing way to lose tooth. You got to lie. I got into hockey briefly.
I saw your people finally got into that tunnel network underneath the hospital over there, and I saw a video of it today. It's I was a little underwhelmed. I'm gonna say if you could get them to get some more footage. But it is more than I thought it was going to be, because at first it looked like nothing, but there definitely was like a little command tunnel down there.
You said your people. Now I have to go take the mazooza off my front door.
Your good luck charm, you can't have it anymore. Or
I'd be putting lamb's blood on that thing every night if I were you.
It's so funny, the idea, because the idea of it's like, oh, your people referring to Israel is so interesting, because for so many reasons, because it's not like it's like my people Israel, there's Jews, there's people that aren't Jews, or do I automatically agree with what they do because I'm Jewish, or it's just like, it's such a funny thing, it's such a weird place. We don't have a country like that on this fucking planet. Where like if you're Jewish, you're allowed in. Everything's equal. Everyone's cool. You could come here. Not too many of you guys. Not all of you guys. Some come in slowly. But if you're Jewish, 100%, you're allowed. You're allowed. But everything's fair. Like it's not like Jewish people are treated differently. You just get to go there and then live.
You get free vacation.
And then some people choose to take someone else's home or whatever, you know.
Right. But we treat them fairly, just as homeless.
I would say the thing that I do want to say my people, in the sense that like I hate the whole, like I feel like it's the most anti-human thing to be so religious that your goal is to be a martyr. And even like for a certain cause, I would like to imagine that no matter what I've been through or grown up through, that if I had to kidnap a baby, and, you know, with the hopes that I die and the baby dies, because then I go to, you know, the religious belief attached to it, that whole connection is like insane to me. I don't back that.
You're talking about Muslims with that, right?
Just jihad, the jihadist belief where you're an extremist, and there's extremists in all types of people, but Hamas is like, I feel like they abuse the Palestinian people. They indoctrinate children. And the videos and stuff that I've seen of them going in there and showing guns and being like, look what we found in the hospital, these guns.
Yeah, in the MRI room.
There are things that are underwhelming, and I'm just like, if you're going to go do it and you're just going to go and do your shit, don't put out these things. Don't put out things like this. Even if you did find guns there, like that's not going to cut it.
They need to be.
Make the
the
propaganda
messaging
really, really good, or don't do it at all.
Don't put messaging out there that's not good messaging, and it's not helping it's not helping you
because
they
showed that CGI of the command center down there, and then when they actually get down there, it's like, yeah, there's a tunnel network here. I'm seeing a lot of toilets.
I'm seeing a lot of toilets.
I'm seeing a lot of like. Here's a room. He's like, here's a room where, and then he just starts making shit up. In this room, they could possibly be, you know, maybe the child rape room, or maybe this is where they vivisect the nuns.
Calendar was a big deal.
I would imagine in this room they cook children and devour them into their Muslim mouth. Nom 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 nom.
What's crazy though is that room does exist though, but that room does exist. They will find it. It's not there, but it's under another hospital.
It's under a different
weapons
hospital.
of mass destruction. The Israeli lies has Israel losing me. I'm sure they're concerned. But like the calendar on the wall, that thing has gotten a lot of press and attention from me. The guy is on there. He says, look, this is a list of the people that are scheduled to like do their guard duties. And he acted like it was a list of terrorists. It was a calendar. Every word on there was one of the days of the week, and everything else was a number. That it was nothing but a calendar, as simple and common as it could be. It wasn't a schedule. It wasn't anything. So
but so they
powered that lie. But wait, it's very frustrating for me because, like, if I held up this thing and said, "This says I'm going to kill people," and you can read it yourself, and it doesn't, that's a kind of lie that I'm not okay with.
But wait, so they paraglided it and they shot all these people. They took babies hostages. And then you're like, yeah, but that's just the calendars. I'm gonna go with these guys.
It's the Israeli lying. Now I'm not for Hamas.
No, I'm messing around. I'm oversimplifying for the sake of that joke.
I saw Israel put out footage of the tunnel networks, right? And this is like from Israel on their Twitter. The tunnel network was, I don't know what country it was, Sweden, Switzerland, something like that. It was from World War II in their defenses against the Germans. It had nothing to do with Israel. Yet they presented it as if it was the Hamas tunnel network because it was actually kind of impressive and scary to look at.
It's a cool tunnel.
Yeah, it's a cool tunnel, but fuck you for lying to me. Oh my God, why is it you bold-faced lie to me?
Maybe
these easily disprovable lies every fucking day. Every fucking day you lie to me.
I do that with literally everything though. Like I do. Since I got the vaccine and got boosted and just watched people fight over issues. And what's that?
You didn't get reboosted?
I got reboosted. Like I got needles, bro. Like someone owes me money.
You boosted up? You trust in the science over there?
I do that. Well, that was the problem. This is the problem. Well, this is the thing. I do trust science.
Now you're
And
a
I
magnetic
do
liar.
trust. I do trust. Get that out of there. I do trust. I do trust. Education and and because these things came into question around that time. But me getting vaccinated, stuff like that, and then something like a curfew happens where I'm living, or I have a vaccine passport. Things did get to a point where I'm like, okay, it's weird now. And throughout constantly like having discussions with people, some of my closest friends who are like, bro, I can't believe you got fucking vaccinated. Are you fucking stupid? If you're going to die in your boxing match now, bro, because you're vaccinated. Like there's like I have conversations with like friends of mine about that stuff. So I constantly got one side of the argument and I would go and look back. And this is something, then he would show me how this was said here. This is a lie. And I would be like, that's a lie. And we go back and forth. I realized you could do that by yourself. And so, things from anything that is released has to be corroborated with other people. If Israel says something, no shot I believe it. However, if the US or like BBC is sharing the same information, then I do. Hamas, sure. I obviously do not believe a fucking thing Hamas says at all. But I do, I think a lot of people hold Israel to a different level because it's an actual country, whereas Hamas is, they're the governing body of Gaza, but it's different. We don't hold them to the same regard. And that mismatch leads to like someone like yourself getting really mad when Israel's lying. And it's like, dude, they're both lying. Yeah, and whenever anyone says something, you have to go and check it. Like, for example, we're operating that 10,000 people are dead. I think 100 people dead is a tragedy. 10 people dead, one person. It's obviously not the point, but the number always comes up. And that number comes from Hamas, like the health minister of Gaza. So we count the bodies. It took a long time to get the bodies counted and well, I was saying it took a long time. No, I'm just saying the numbers. Yeah. The numbers that get released they come from one person, one source.
Numbers seem a little high, do they?
They could be higher. In fact, they could be higher. And I really think, like, with the amount of bombing that's going on
where are all the bodies?
It should be higher.
Israel claimed.
I'm not saying it should be higher. Like, I think it should be higher.
Israel claimed
you would expect the number to be higher.
Killed on October 7th. 40 babies were decapitated.
I want pacifiers.
No. That was not. Israel did not claim that babies were decapitated. One source had said that there was a decapitated baby. And there was separately a soldier who was decapitated. A third news source took that, mixed it into one, and people ran with it on Twitter, and it got out of hand. There was never a decapitated baby. There was one baby found in the oven. Apparently, the 200 foreign journalists watched all this footage that Israel did not want to release to public for the dignity of the victims or whatever, but they invited 200 foreign journalists to come in, and they had said that there was a baby in an oven. But there was no decapitated baby. But obviously,
I thought it was the IDF that said the initial decapitated baby thing. And then the IDF gave that info to media apparatuses who then said, like, this is true. But I went
looking for that because I was like, where did that start from? I saw one article from one news source in Israel that said that there was a decapitated baby.
Give me the floor for a second.
Date.
On Wednesday, a spokesman for Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told CNN that babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated in southern Israel after the Hamas attack. So I have it here that it was the spokesman for Benjamin Netanyahu who said it.
Yeah, and then I think Biden repeated it. And then later, when asked about it, they were like, "Well, we haven't seen anything."
No, Biden said. I remember Biden saying something. This made it even worse. Biden said he did see it, something like that. He was like, "Yeah, I saw it, or I saw a decapitated baby."
I remember exactly
but the thing
what he said, and it was his mumbling nonsense that doesn't allow you to get like. He sort of says the sentence 3 times, basically the same sentence, like moving the parts around, so you can't really tell exactly what he means. He's like, "The things I saw, the things
I have a little more. The IDF claimed that they had relative confidence that the 40 decapitated babies was true. So To say that this
But
had
you
nothing
know-
to do with Israel's official communications is off target. And like you said, I think I'm applying a higher standard to Israel than I am Hamas, and then maybe that's unfair. But they
No,
are.
I don't think it's unfair. I don't think it's unfair. That's what we're
They're
supposed to do.
democratically elected. They're
Yeah.
supposed to be the good guys.
They have an air force.
And-
Yeah,
They have an
But
air force, and they're
you
just
know-
bold-faced lying to us every fucking day. I saw an Israeli spokesman with my own eyes recently, like this week, claim that they haven't killed a single minor in Gaza. Not one child has died.
Who said that?
It
No.
was
They
some-
said miners. There's no
Yes.
mining allowed in Gaza. You leave those
touche.
resources in the ground.
He was an official spokesman for Israel on like a major, I don't know, maybe it was C-SPAN or something, or NPR.
And he
I
said
watched a
they
lot.
didn't kill a single minor.
Yes, they wouldn't admit to killing a single person who wasn't like a Hamas warrior. Not one. And we're like, dude, you bombed a
What?
refugee
But
camp.
they do say no. They didn't bomb a refugee camp.
Okay.
That
tell me where I'm wrong.
that part of the city is literally called. It's the name that was a refugee camp. That's what used to be a refugee camp. It's actually a city now, but it has the name refugee camp in it. But it wasn't a functioning. Like if you look there, you're going to see building structures. That's a place.
Okay,
that's
just
an
to
actual
clarify
location.
here, you're telling me
However,
that-
it doesn't change. It doesn't change the things.
So it was a
The
camp where the
biggest mistake-
Palestinians were sort of concentrated.
There are people there. Whatever it is, there's people. There's going to be people. People are getting bombed. People like
No
it,
way
and
to
it's
count
fucked
them.
up. And it's fucked up. And I know that like even after 9/11, how long it took to count and identify bodies happened in there are unidentified people to this day at 9/11, 3,000, however many. But in Gaza, Biden got a 212-page document with 6,000 dead Palestinians with their unique identification number, their gender, their first and last name. That's incredible. That's incredible to be able to account for all of those bodies in an active war zone under the rubble without the manpower in such a short period of time. The number could be higher. It could be higher. I don't deny that. Also, having said that, though, there isn't a single Hamas death. Not one Hamas terrorist, literally, except for like 10 dudes that Israel knows
can I
by
jump
name.
in?
None of those people or those bodies are Hamas. They're only people. But if you watch October 7th, and I watched a lot of those videos, those people come in and they look like, some of them look like an Uber driver. They look like a random dude. They're not wearing a green bandana with a balaclava and military fatigues, but they're going in there and they have a grenade in their hand and they're just a guy. So when that person dies, like that's not a Hamas soldier. Well, to some people it is, but to a lot of people, that's just a guy. So the numbers, they could be way higher, but once again, I hold off until something's corroborated and then I'll operate on that. And right now it's inconclusive. And if you told me it was more than 10,000, like I would believe that.
Yeah,
But
they seem
everyone
to be
knew
just
that.
bombing the shit out of
Everyone there knew that. Like Hamas knew that when they attacked. They knew that Israel could do that. I think the problem is this is the mistake that's happening. It's because you know how you said you hold it to a higher standard? Mm-hmm. I do too. I do hold it to a higher standard. I don't, agree with the politics in Israel, even though they're my people. Like I dislike that Bin Laden became cool again on TikTok. I don't like the whole martyr aspect. I don't support that. I don't like when people,
You like Ted K's writings. Don't chuckle.
when people diss like the USA or diss Canada, like I like these places. I'm happy that I'm from here, and it comes from that place. I don't agree with everything Israel does. It's not automatically my people. I obviously don't want this shit happening or existing, but they knew when they did that this could happen, and because they hold Israel to a higher standard too. But that's
Hamas
what we're
knew
all,
when they attacked that it could go
but
this
that's
way.
where we're all making this mistake is we're holding them to a higher standard, and it seems like they're not holding themselves to a higher standard. They are now in terrorist mode also. So you're watching.
I think they're in war-winning mode. So
There's a lot of
war-winning mode, and it's a thin line. It is. It actually is, because terrorism is also how you win a war. So like they're just having a conversation in terrorism now, and holding them to a higher standard is just a useless thing to do right now. When people were like, ceasefire, write into your senator, tell them to ceasefire. Yeah, I want them to stop bombing. I don't like how, people are hating Jews because it's Israel that, but they're not going to do that until they have all the hostages. And the reason, the first time something like this happened, Hamas took one hostage, one IDF soldier, and Israel traded over 1,000 prisoners of war to get him back. People that Israel said was responsible for over 550 deaths, they traded it for that one soldier. So Hamas did it again. Probably thought they would get a lot of hostages traded, a lot of prisoners. They asked for 10,000 at first. And it looks like Israel's like, no, dude, we're playing this game now. We're playing the same game that you do.
Let me jump in.
But we're gonna fucking bomb like crazy. And I'm not saying that's the right thing, but everyone should be like, Hamas, release the hostages, release every single hostage, and then let's have the ceasefire. The support would be overwhelming if Hamas wasn't holding hostages. Why are they holding hostages? You don't need them. There's no leverage. They're still bombing you like crazy. And I wish they'd stop just if you release the hostage, but there's some sort of...
Okay, Harley, you're filibustering at this point.
You've been going for so long.
Yeah.
Kyle said they're in war-winning mode, which is interesting. And we haven't fought a war with that attitude in a long time. Since like Iraq, we've been trying to win over hearts and minds in the 90s. Iraq won. And we haven't really won wars that way. We did win in World War II, America single-handedly, by doing it the way that Israel's doing it
back
now.
To back, just like UGA.
And maybe Kyle's right. Maybe that's how you win wars, and this hearts and minds thing doesn't do it.
We'll stop when they're dead or they surrender. That's when we stop. That's
but
how
the
you
other
win a
side
war.
of it,
Kill them all if you need to.
every time you kill a kid, you create 4 more terrorists.
True.
You just... Right?
You
Taylor
do that when you stop.
I say I don't know.
No,
I don't know how to win a war.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm not saying,
like
and I never said, but I
loses.
never said Israel should do this. I never said. I was just saying it's something that can happen, and
well, and it is happening. They're like, the reason the world is like, a lot of people in the world are like, this is fucked up, is because like the collective punishment going on of like, well, Hamas knew that if they did this, we had the capacity to go scorched earth on innocent people who live there. And so now it's like, okay, well, that's fucked. Like, lots of these people, the majority had nothing to do with this. And they're still getting displaced and bombed and fucked with.
Yeah, people,
and
but
so
people at the
viewers.
People
like the South in the Civil War.
People,
and we laugh about how Atlanta burned. And they won the war, and it was over.
Yeah,
but
we agree the Yankees were pretty badass, yeah.
Yes,
but picking aside here, like if there was, I guess the cause of October 7th would be to bring attention to the mismatch of what's going of how the Palestinian people are treated.
That's why they.
So when we're here and we get to this conversation, a lot of people will be like, I see people be like, "Free Palestine," or they'll be like, I condemn Israel, or even if they're like, I condemn Hamas. Cool, man. So what up? What's up? What are we doing? Now we're at this point in the conversation. Cool. We're caught up on who we're picking in the war and who we think should stop bombing or who should do more attacks or who should do less. But what are we doing? We still have this problem here with these two people that are literally, the craziest part, they're fucking compatible people. These people are like, I've been to Israel. It's so fucking similar. The food that are consumed, the days of prayer, practically how they pray in many ways. It's so compatible, and they're at the same location when you're in Israel. There are Muslims on one side and there are Israelis, Jews on the other side, and they're praying to the same wall of this temple. Well, like, what is it? Like,
I don't know what the solution is.
There's two options. Was that there's one country. Yeah, but this is like a.
It's like an eons-old ethnic conflict, and it's like, hey, guy from Missouri, what do you think? And it's I think we got enough problems in America. I want nothing to do with them. I care as much about Israel as I care about Ukraine or Palestine or Russia. Like they are not relevant to me in my tons. Not at all.
But you have
Russia's hugely relevant to me. Other than watching Ovechkin chase that goal record, I don't give a fuck about Russia.
Would you? But would you? You don't want any involvement with any country. You have bases all over the world.
Yeah, I don't think that's ideal. I think that spreads us very thin, and that we have a lot of issues that need handling on the home front.
How does
And
it spread
involving us in
very
another
thin?
war is
They're
bad.
aircraft bases, right? Like we don't fight wars with like bunches of troops. You know,
We have tons of bases all over the world.
Yeah, I think they were talking about
you ever
physical bases.
you ever see that picture of Iran and how many bases we have completely surrounding those motherfuckers?
And then we're like,
literally
why do they
surrounded.
dislike us? It's like, yeah,
Because we
I
keep
wonder
them
why.
under our thumb where they fucking belong, Taylor. I'm tired of these Gen Z Americans who don't realize that we're the winners. You didn't live through the 90s. This is what we fucking do. They taught us two things in school: World War II and America's a winner. All right? That's what we do. We kill people, we blow shit up, and we sell our weapons to other people. That's what we do here. If this was Hunger Games, we'd be the state that makes all the bombs. That's what we're about. We're good at it. We're the best at it. As we're better at it than anyone in the universe has ever been as far as we know.
For now, this isn't going to last
Here's a
forever.
question about this Palestinian thing. Do you think if they stop bombing now, all those the 1.9 million people who are left are going to be like, whew, glad the Jews left us alone. Let's forgive and forget, eh, guys? Forgive and forget, right? No. Everyone they kill is another one they won't have to kill in 10 years. That's
Is this where American military bases are?
Oh, God, it's beautiful.
I don't even know what some of those islands
We need more
are.
in Russia and China.
Yeah, I know
We
they're
made
just like
some-
floating in the middle, like that one under India. What's even there, and why do you need to be there?
Okay, let's get real here. We can save a lot of money pulling stuff out of South America. Who cares what's going on down there? Central America, same thing. Who cares? Southeast Asia? What are we doing
Central-
in the Philippines
Central
and Indonesia?
America?
I don't care. Africa?
Southeast Asia.
Central
What are we doing
America?
in Africa? Who
This is
cares about
beautiful.
Africa?
You need that Central America, though.
No. Well, what are we
What?
doing?
You're
in
gonna have
Central
like a
America?
Canada to the south. You're gonna have people like from other countries. They're
Damn, do we not have? I don't think we have any in Mexico. Doesn't look like we have
Fucking
any
beautiful.
Mexican bases. Maybe
It
like
doesn't.
Guatemala down there.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
well, I was gonna
No.
say that the thing is like
We got too many.
if we were talking about one thing and then it went to something else, like Canada sends money to Ukraine and to Gaza for aid, and the money gets sent out, and the houses are so expensive here. There's a million problems to solve at home, and it's obviously just very important to your country to be everywhere. That's just something that the U.S. has done from the beginning. It's from the beginning. I mean, post World War
Since World War
II.
II, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
we've been running shit.
I don't think that's ideal. I think you overextend and you start spending money in ways that isn't beneficial to the people at home, and the people at home start to feel like,
What do
hey,
they
this
call-
government isn't even representing me. What the hell? I don't have healthcare. I don't have this and that.
We traded
What is-
healthcare for a military. What's that policy
shouldn't do
called?
that.
So that we could.
you did it
the
though. You
idea
have
that
the
we
money.
need to
You
be
have the
able to-
money for both, by the way. It's
Kyle, I
not one
wanna
or the
hear what your
other.
thought is.
Oh, it was that
What
policy
is it
about
called?
being able to fight, two wars essentially on opposite sides of
I
the
have
globe.
heard
that
it.
we've
I don't
had
know.
since-
There's a name for it, huh?
since World War II.
War on
I
two
don't know.
fronts.
Not just two fronts, but being able to fight a war in Europe and Asia, for example, like we did in World War II.
Well, I don't think there's a big war is going to break out in like Asia, right?
Yeah,
That's
Taiwan.
exactly where the big war is coming.
Yeah, there's a huge.
That's where the main
big-
war is coming.
USA and China, like, are the fact that they had discussions recently were pretty chill discussions, kind of low key, and even Biden calling him a dictator and saying it's a dictatorship is kind of low key chill. Rolling out the
blink
red
and flinch?
carpet for him, and having the streets cleaned up because he's coming to visit was so crazy and bizarre, because the streets have always been crazy and bizarre. And what's crazy and bizarre is also so many people it's not a whataboutism thing. Like Israel, I'm not backing the politics of Israel, but in terms of Muslims and genocide, the Uyghur numbers in China, they're taking people from their families in the middle of the night and they're putting them in prisons.
They're Uyghurs.
Re-educations, right? Uyghur. We could be Uyghur, yeah. But
I prefer it my way.
The Uyghur
Yeah.
Muslims.
yeah, no, it's for real. And I'm like,
They're all
there's crazy
wearing
stuff going on
Gene
there.
Code jeans.
There's crazy stuff, but
It's
there's
just J
crazy-
Rock from Trailer Park.
There's
Boys.
crazy stuff going
With
on
a
there, and
turban
no
on.
one is protesting that. It's just there's like such a crazy attachment to this Israel-Palestine thing. There's a crazy attachment because what's crazy about it is, like, for example, Taylor, like, you don't care but even though you don't care, it comes up like crazy because they report on this shit a million times more than they do on every other war.
And they ask
like
about
everything
it
else going on right now.
24/7.
There's a couple of genocides going on right now, and this one is focused on the most. There's something about it that's extremely compelling and clickable. Maybe it's the color of the people's skins. Maybe it's the location. Maybe maybe it's the Jews. But there's a lot to it that is, for some reason, way more. But I mean, if you don't care, really, ultimately, it's just another war, dude. It's just another one. It's not particularly extra crazy. It's just fucked up humans being fucked up people and doing fucked up shit. And that's
there's always going to be people futzing around doing horrific atrocities all over the world. And we can't stop all of it.
You and I have very different versions of futzing around.
These no good nicks are getting involved.
There's always going to be people futzing
jar.
around. I picture them like looking at their feet, walking through Central Park.
they're kicking rocks with their hands in their pockets. That's what they're doing, futzing around, not bombing the shit out of
tree
people
in the park. Just really wasting time.
And when we're eventually supposed to support a war against China for fucking Taiwan or something,
they're ready to go.
I don't care about Taiwan either. Let's take
right
care
now.
of our stuff now. Let's take care of stuff in America. How
What would
about
your
a
top priority
little
be, Taylor?
reduce for America?
What would your top priority be here in America?
For all the unemployed infantrymen that you're wanting to fire?
It would be healthcare, securing our borders, taking care of American veterans, actual money going to Americans.
No, but you could do that. You have that money. It's not like a this or that. Like you could do all those things.
We should do those things, but
I agree with you.
We can't overextend ourselves with forever wars all across the globe, because that doesn't benefit Americans. It costs us money, and then we have to fund them.
Well, the benefit is that your government isn't going to choose to send you to war because you have other countries fighting your wars for you.
That's how winners get things done.
Like you don't have to go sign up to go fight something because you're sending guns and ammunition and all that to that country to defend itself.
The Army missed their recruitment numbers by a significant margin. They have been for a while.
Yeah.
They went.
Why would you want to join the fucking military at this point?
Not only that, there's a really extra ugly aspect.
Oh, but wait, that's free anyway, I guess. So woohoo!
It's because unemployment's so low.
No. Also,
Army recruiting is easier when unemployment isn't record low.
And what they did was the Army, what's it called when you let them go when they're just discharged people that didn't want to get vaccines. And those people have gotten letters from the U.S. Army now being like, hey, sorry. So it turns out that was like some weird mumbo jumbo, whatever, new president, whatever. We want you to join the Army. So you're back in the Army if you want it. No pressure. We're sorry about the vaccine thing. So they're doing that because the recruitment was so low. And that's the type of stuff where, once again, I said I love the USA. I love Canada. I don't like when people disrespect it. But once again, they're fucking liars too. Like, what a clown show to discharge people.
Trump
it's all like, and I agree with you
for mandating vaccines, but Biden let them back in. I wouldn't have believed you, but here we are.
This whole thing.
Did they kick him out while Trump was still doing his thing?
I know, because a friend of mine was in that position. He was leaving anyway, but that's why.
Well, I'm not disputing it. I buy it. Yeah.
No,
Trump was the one out there who's
like,
you got to get the vaccine. It's the best vaccine. Warp speed, people. The absolute best vaccine ever brought to market.
That was
such a kickback.
That might be Trump's greatest accomplishment. He probably saved tens of thousands of Americans.
No, his greatest accomplishment was humiliating all of those fucking goobers on the stage in the debates in 2015. That
as a president,
that will always be his golden moments for me.
But I don't think the first vaccine was from Project Warp Speed. I think that was second and third or something.
Wasn't really? Well, that's upsetting. How could that be? How did they beat Project Warp Speed?
Yeah.
Let me fact check myself.
The lying Democrats are coming to you with Operation Superfast.
They want to take it away from me. Want to take it away.
Yeah, that's trying to take away my credit for the Warp Speed vaccine.
If he comes out and he doesn't misremember things, he doesn't call St. Louis fucking Atlanta or some shit during when he's on the big stage, because nobody's covering him. That's the thing about his little flubs right now. Camera's really on him. He has his Fox News will go on there. I don't know where I watch it. I think I watch his rallies on YouTube. I'll tune in for 10 minutes, kind of take the temperature of his mental capacity to make sure, because look, he's my guy. He's that funny, witty guy who makes fun of people and bullies people. I can't have him slipping.
You're talking about Trump?
Yeah. We need him all
on,
there for bullying Nikki Haley, that dummy.
He was on the took the stand. He took the stand today, and he had apparently had a piece of paper in his coat pocket, and he kept pulling it out and playing with it, and the judge was like, "Stop doing that." And then he pulled it out and he was like, "It's paper. I would like to read this." And the judge was like, "No, it's not the time for that right now." And because he's Trump and he doesn't take no for a fucking answer, fucking get the sale done, he was like, "No, I think it would be it would be good for me, and none of this would be important, and I would be cleared of everything if I were just allowed to read this paper." And he was
Why wasn't he allowed to read it?
Because there's proper order of things done in court, I guess.
No,
and
that's
also
gay.
the judge can run his court however he wants, you know?
I don't like that rule. I think judges, you can't make them little mini kings. They gotta have some rules. Put them back in wigs so people know to bully them. Knock them down a peg. Knock all the judges down a peg. Even the Supreme Court. Those fucking bitches sitting up there in their ivory towers, writing opinions every once in a while.
Banging their fucking silly hammer. It's a hammer, buddy. I don't care what you call it. It's a hammer.
I don't know what the situation was, but there was, maybe it was when the Republicans ousted the House Speaker, so whatever that fucking shit was, the Senate majority, I don't remember. But the guy who was, I think it was Republican, he was overseeing it, and he banged the gavel down super hard to show how super, super mad he was, and he missed the mallet, the piece of wood you're supposed to hit. He was so mad he missed it. Dude, in your head, you looked so cool doing that, and you look like a fucking pussy.
Yeah.
He missed. He had no shoulder in his slam. It was a politician's rapping. That's what
I want to say that's one of the things I do like about our Congress. It looks somewhat modern, like the rituals and stuff. They do come out with this big golden eagle or some shit occasionally. I saw that recently on C-SPAN.
Cool with that. A big golden eagle that makes us look serious.
It made me think of Rome, how you'd have that big standard, that big golden eagle. They came out with that shit. But if you ever watch Parliament, English, British Parliament, whatever, in England, I guess, they have that. They've got all sorts of witchcraft going on. There's big old tomes on there.
Rip each other.
With metal clasps.
Will the homosexual gentleman from Wicketshire please stand and offer a rebuff to my
eight guys stand up.
Eight guys stand up.
And they definitely come out also with maybe a sword and some sort of a magic scepter. I think they've got a sword and scepter. It's some crazy shit.
See, I'm cool with that. I would actually, you said the Rome thing about the
gold eagle standard thing. Yeah.
I think we could borrow more stuff from Rome as far as our aesthetics. They looked fucking tight. They looked good.
I'm so with you. So with you. I like to salute.
Take some of that Ukraine money. Throw our guys in togas, a bunch of golden Roman eagles, and we just put SPQR on things
straight up. Is that worse? Because I feel when you come straight up with it, it feels like that thing Hitler would actually do when they saluted him. It's the lazy sort of yes, how you as well. Yes.
It's like
I said hello.
Yeah. They were sending him the salute power, and he was absorbing it with that one, just whoop whoop whoop, just sucking in.
When somebody
energy.
blows you a kiss, you grab it
because I never saw a Hitler clip, or maybe I'm just misremembering where he does the full on Nazi salute. He was a big.
He would do it for the crowd, when the army's goose stepping past, he'd give them the big one and hold it like Mussolini would.
How about this? Instead of spending money on Israel or Ukraine or Palestine, whatever. We do some more of those really cool marching army walk-bys. You watch those Nazi videos and you're like, this looks pretty cool. That's a pretty everybody's walking in lockstep. They got tanks.
Bro, Korea's doing them right now. North Korea dropped. They dropped some sick parade.
See, I disagree.
I disagree sometimes. North Korea.
I really like that the U.S. while we have
their missiles on trucks. Sorry.
We definitely have the best weapons and probably the most of them, but we don't do that because everybody knows we don't need to have a parade down the street. When the Russians do that, it's it's weak. It's like that thing Dave Chappelle said that Kanye told him, how like billionaires don't wear their money on their body. Like he did, tuck your chain in. It was like, it's like that. Like we don't need to do a parade for you to know that we have cool weapons. Watch the news.
I mean,
it's on
speaking
every
just from a
day.
perspective of a little bit of fun, like, wouldn't that kind of be neat?
Yeah,
with
just to
Kyle.
gas.
No,
just
I
to
like
get
the way
hyped
we
up a
do
little
it.
bit.
I like the way we're like, you know what? We think our
Don't you want to see
missiles-
the money you spent?
I was saying
We do.
the way we do it is we undersell
Fox
our
News on right over here.
capabilities all the time. We go out there, we're like, our Patriots could probably take out some of these, but never the hypersonics. Meanwhile, they can. And the Russians are like, ours go at fucking 9 times the speed of light. And then they don't do anything like that. And so they
Ours make black holes.
Actually, you know what I would do if I was the king?
we undersell it.
I'd shut down any sort of money leaving to foreign places. And even the military would get big cuts because NASA's with the military kind of. And it'd be like, you want the money back? Get us to the moon again. Get us to the fucking moon again. And then
Without
I'll
the money?
open the floodgate. No, they've got the moon money. They've had the moon money
The next,
for a long time.
The day after you're king and you make all these changes, like China's on the phone, they're like, yeah, do it now.
Yeah. No, he's a complete retard. No, he's a brain.
Invade him. Invade him.
I looked up the vaccine thing. So the Moderna one totally was warp speed. The Pfizer one was coming out anyway, and that, I think, was the first one. And the Johnson & Johnson one, I didn't see. So
I don't remember what I got now.
I got all three, so I'm good.
You
I've only
tripled
had
up?
Moderna.
I tripled up.
All
Yeah,
three
you
at the same time. Just
Gang
Are
bang.
you
COVID.
vaccinated now, Harley? Are you like currently boosted?
What's so crazy is I got the vaccine and I got like 3 boosters or something. I know. Feel bad for me.
quad
I know.
boosted, man.
And then and I got COVID twice. So what the fuck?
Oh, that's. But I didn't get the answer to my question. Are you currently
And
vaccinated?
then I lost my boxing match because of the vaccine.
Is this on? Like, what the fuck?
I don't think he's up. I don't think he's trusting the science.
What?
Yeah,
I
are
can't
you-
tell if you're still maintaining your vaccination.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not continuously doing the COVID vaccine.
Okay.
I'm much healthier now, and I can do it myself. I have a bunch of ivermectin as well. No, I'm kidding.
Nice.
I just listen. Before this, I used to get the flu shot.
Uh-huh.
Like I was a person that got the flu shot. That's not a. More often, there was most of the time I would get the flu shot, but now, I mean, I'd probably still choose a flu shot over a COVID shot. I don't know if I'm getting a flu shot and a COVID shot every year.
I
didn't get any this year.
Travis Kelce let me know just Monday night that I need to get the flu shot and the COVID shot.
Dude, have you seen him run with that pig skin? I gotta get in there and get that stuff.
I got that last week. I did it. I hadn't done anything for 2 years. I went to
you did.
Mexico 2 years ago and got all vaccinated, and then nothing until I needed a physical anyway. And included with the physical was a free flu and COVID shot. And Kyle inspired me to get the flu shot, actually, not by telling me, but by getting the flu. I was like, it was fucking hard. He told this story.
You're sick for
where I guess he was sick all night long, and he had like folded up the towel to make a kneeling pad in front of the toilet, if I understand the story right. And then his lady friend saw it in the morning and was like, "Whoa, someone was going through it last night."
Yeah,
And I
because you
was
can see the knee impressions on the towel.
right? And I've been there after like a drinking episode, and I know how horrible it is to be that sick. So I got my flu shot.
Kyle, you
Yeah,
maxed up? You trusting science over there?
No, I only got. I don't trust science. I don't believe most. Look, I think science often points us to the most likely outcome.
Jew magic. He ain't about that Jew magic.
He ain't about it.
But
no, you're not.
like,
You're
I've
literally
played
not
enough-
supposed to trust science. You're supposed to verify science.
I've played enough
true.
poker to know that a lot of the most likely thing doesn't always happen. It's just the most likely thing to happen. I don't trust the science most of the time. I don't know about that fucking vaccine. The fact that like it doesn't prevent transmission, it's just
Even
going to
the
make my
flu shot?
symptoms. I'm talking about the COVID thing in particular.
Okay.
The flu thing is I'm not going to go get that. I'll get sick. I'm more likely to get sick in the pharmacy getting the flu shot or at the doctor than I am to get the flu. The fact that I got sick is outrageous because I'm always fucking like, I'm careful. And I don't stay around people much. I don't like big crowds. I've got like a core group of people. I don't know how I got sick.
All this
I was
floss is
very upset about it.
chlorinated.
All my floss is fluorinated. It's a disease-free zone over here.
It
But
took me
I
a
was
second
so
to get your
sick.
joke. It was great.
But yeah, I'm not going to get any vaccines. Look, if they came out with I'll say it's not that if they came out with a vaccine for, say, cancer, I'd line right up and go get it. You know, if they're like, oh, this prevents prostate cancer, it's the vaccine for
We've
prostate
already
cancer.
whooped cancer's ass. Why are you scared of cancer?
You know what I mean? Like if this is the cancer vaccine for all I'm going and getting in line.
Well,
If
you
there's
wouldn't
like
line up first. You'd be like, let's pump the brakes. Let's see how this pans out.
See, I hope that they don't even open the line until they're sure. You know what I mean? That's the problem with the COVID thing. It was like, hey, we just invented a thing. Everybody get some, or else. And
or else you might lose your job. Yeah.
you will lose your job. So I got it because I have my parents are old. I have friends that are immuno deficiency, whatever the fuck. And it was like, look, I don't think this is necessarily health food that I'm taking, but I also inject myself with testosterone and L-carnitine, and let's just go. Let's just get it. So
you were in
that
a shoot up mood like that.
I don't want to. I was. What I didn't want to be was in a situation where I get somebody sick and they're in a hospital for 3 months, and I'm like, fuck, why didn't I just get the goddamn shot and just forget what Kid Rock says and get the shot?
I've never had COVID, but
Neither have I.
I don't know if that's because I've been vaccinated or if it's because I just don't usually expose myself to a lot of people.
It's a working class disease.
You're healthy.
Real poor man's disease.
I mean, I expose myself to people all the time, but you can't get COVID from Chatterbait.
Make it classy.
You can't
That's
do
so
that.
funny.
Yeah, well, there was a time when you were getting sick during the COVID shit, Kyle, and you're like, it's not COVID because I won't get tested for COVID.
No, I've taken the test, and I think if you have antibodies for COVID, so if you've ever gotten it, like not just if you've got it right now, but if you got it last year, it would show up. And I don't. Syphilis though.
I had it for COVID. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if
years
getting
ago.
vaccinated impacts that test that you talked about.
Ah, that's a good question. You would hope not.
I don't know. You'd hope
Yeah,
all
you can
these things
smell
were-
syphilis.
You can, and you can see it when your foot skin's peeling off.
This girl I was seeing, her
Palms,
roommate,
too.
she had a roommate and went into the bathroom, and there was this putrid smell.
That's not syphilis.
I
Bro.
went in right after. Yeah, it was apparently because she went and got checked after because her.
She
roommate-
also had syphilis.
She also just had shitty pussy disease.
Yeah, syphilis and was it
No,
vaginitis?
it wasn't. Like, it smelled like a
Vaginitis.
fucking zombie's breath.
Was it fishy? What did it smell like?
No, it was like a biological, like putrid, pussy,
Vomit,
like
sorta.
not. Yeah, like it was deeper than a shit. It was not a shit.
Sometimes
smell.
girls forget their tampon in there for months at a time. Like there can be one in there like decomposing. This clot ball of of flesh and the lining of their uterus is just rotting inside them, and this cotton ball growing bacterium of all sorts because that it's flora and fauna down there in that snatch. And then
crazy
months
to me.
later, when they finally figure out what
not fauna.
it's a smell that's sort of like there's crabs. So like slowly like they've gotten used to the smell over time. It wasn't like it's not like walking in a room with a stink. You're like whoa, you're in the face. But if you slowly add a little more stink to somebody's life every day,
boil
they
a
don't
frog.
even notice it. Oh yeah, it's like
Yeah,
boiling you
yeah.
slowly.
Dude,
So
speaking
that's
of,
what
like-
happens to these chicks. They have rot crotch and they don't even know.
That made me think like I had last night I got like
Did you forget your
box.
tampon?
I forgot my tampon in and no, I bought these like Quest bars, like the protein Quest bars, like they have different flavors like
Terrible macros.
like I mean they're tasty though. And
I
they
Touche.
they have like a cookies and cream one that has like bits
White
of like
chocolate.
very tasty white chocolate, like faux white chocolate. It's not real sugar. It's like the sugar alcohol thing to keep it low. Every 21 grams of protein, 190 calories.
Okay,
and
that's excellent. That's
it was
exactly.
No, they're pretty good.
And they
No, their
tasted
Quest
good.
is pretty good.
And
yeah,
so
their Quest.
I started eating one of
21
those
grams?
last night, and I was like, "They're fantastic." I ate like 6 of them last night, and they have every single one of them has 40s. I checked before this, 46% of your daily fiber. Every single one of them does. And so I had like 3. I had like broccoli and chicken for dinner. So with the broccoli fiber added in, I was rolling at about 400% of my daily fiber. And I don't have like my farts are very average. They're not like I've never been blessed with room clearing farts. Like those guys like you knew. There was this guy I went to high school with.
Volume
Tyler,
or intensity?
in smell. There was my buddy Tyler in high school. Like every once in a while, like it'd be a big group of guys in a basement. Like we're like 15 and we stink playing video games. And he would fart and like laugh and we'd be like, "What?" And then it'd be like, "Oh." Like it was rancid, and he
was sick.
And you'd be like, "That was fucking Tyler," because like like those farts would run you out of the room. I like was taking my morning shit like this morning, and it was first of all, just absolutely piling out of me with all that fiber, and the gas was so rancid. I'm like, "Oh my god, am I sick?" Like, is there and then I was like, "No, it's probably the 6 protein bars with all that fiber that you ate in the
6.
Yeah, I ate 6. I mean, they tasted so good.
They are delicious.
That's like 1,200 calories.
The problem with them is they get hard.
It's all my protein.
Those get hard fast. Yeah, like after a certain amount of time,
Yeah,
you got to start
so
microwaving them a little bit because they become like
they're not
hard
gonna
like
last,
glass.
brother.
Freeze them.
I'm getting them
freeze
for another
mine.
6 tonight. It was a box of 12.
I get the Amazon brand ones, and I think the peanut butter is probably my favorite flavor. But I would freeze them so that I couldn't go through one. It'd slow me down. You got to gnaw on the thing to get through it. Otherwise, you just consume it. You inhale that fucking thing.
Dude, Kyle's diet tips are
I hear you guys are
often
grabbing a monster.
miserable. It's like, you know what? I got a trick. And when I'm hungry, I just put ice in a towel and chew on it. Great. Like, it's not great. It's fucking horrible.
It is terrible.
I just get out my flagellation whip and I give myself a go, and suddenly I don't want food at all.
Dude, you do that to some ISIS member in Guantanamo, that's a war crime. Like, how about you chew on some ice chips in a towel, you fucking savage.
They be lean as fuck, though. You
They
get
would,
6
they
months
would,
of
yeah.
that.
It was absolutely striated. Just in the snow. So fucking lean.
So
But yeah, I
dry.
had some bad.
Osama
don't
been
eat
lifted
6
over
of
there.
those. Osama been lifting.
Yeah, no, freeze them. And I also like Greg Doucette's protein bars that you make from scratch. I get out the big KitchenAid mixer and I'm pouring
Ooh, you made those.
that glug like whatever that liquid fiber shit is. And
What's
I
does he have a name for him or something? There's a certain kind of taste to it.
like Snickerdoodle maybe or something. Oh, Score. I think
That's
you're
it.
supposed to. So that was too many I was like, why do I want empty calories? Fuck you, Greg Doucette, you pussy. So I didn't put any Score in mine.
That's
Because
fact, though.
Greg Doucette's too fucking weak-willed to get on board with not throwing a fistful of candy in his.
Up of Greg Doucette, the fatty fatso.
You weak-willed bitch, throwing that handful of Score in there. No, I made them, and I segmented them perfectly into bars, and then you spray some wax paper with a bit of PAM, like nonstick spray, and then you wrap the bar in it because the bar is sticky like glue, and then it freezes. And you can peel it away from the wax paper when you're ready to eat them at your leisure. And the way I did it, I just had dozens and dozens of them. Come on, Greg, you don't need a handful of Score. I guarantee Greg probably doesn't eat the Score either. He just puts the Score in there for like the people
He
watching.
probably doesn't. He's always that lean. I'm sorry, Kyle, your story.
He's a bad motherfucker. Yeah, love Greg Doucette.
Yeah.
Greg.
Shaves his armpits. I don't know how much
I shave my
like
armpits. Yeah.
No, you don't.
Well,
yeah, dude.
it's.
Look
I feel
what
like
I got
if you
here.
fuss about shaving nice, if you
Yeah,
fuss
that's what
about
I had, 6
shaving
of
his
those.
armpits, it's almost like you don't get the sport. Like, it's bodybuilding. You shave your armpits, you bronze yourself so you look like the statue that's been
Michael
left
Jordan.
in the rain too long, and like that's
It's
what
sort
they
of a
do.
mahogany look.
Yeah.
I might say that goalies dress quite silly as well, but if you understand the sport, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
I just don't
That's true.
like honestly putting like deodorant on is just slicker. If like I don't shave with a razor, but I take my beard trimmer and like take the guard off and just go and now I
The
don't have
armpit.
armpit hair. Yeah,
So you keep your armpits not clean.
stubbly, I guess. Like I don't put a lot of effort into it, but I don't want like a forest of hair in there.
I'll
Like,
take
just
scissors to it on occasion.
Do you?
Like if I notice like I'm getting real sweaty.
like Demi Moore in her original Playboy
Yeah.
shoot. She's got scissors cutting at her huge bush.
Well, that's what I'll do occasionally. Like maybe once a
done
year,
that move,
I'll be
yeah.
like, "Oh, my armpit hair is really fucking long," and I'll just give it a little snippy do, and then I'm good.
Not the
until I
kitchen
forget
shears,
again.
Taylor.
When it sticks out the
Shut
front,
up.
when your arms are down, you got hair coming out the front. When you're just standing there, that's when they gotta be trimmed a little bit.
That is a good litmus test. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I'm like
wonder
looking
if
at
I
a
do
side
that.
profile after lifting and it looks like I'm like smuggling a hamster under my arm. Like,
I wanted to bring these bad boys out. This one's a really good protein bar.
That's what I that's what I use
too.
I love these ones. You get the 3-pack. Sometimes the peanut butter one, very rare, might smell like fish a little bit. It's very bizarre. It's happened
That's
a couple
odd.
times. And I highly recommend these ones. The Costco ones, they're actually the best.
Those are solid. The Costco
Yeah.
ones are really fucking
And I
good.
like these 2 flavors.
I used to get the Costco ones and I'd be pissed that they made you buy the combo pack because I'm like, just give me that
I like the
cookie
brownie
dough
one.
one. Yeah.
I like the
see,
brownie and the cookie dough, but there's a 3rd flavor. Isn't there one more flavor in it?
birthday cake.
There's like a
No,
mint. One of them has
thinking
like
of
one of
yours.
them has like a mint chocolate chip, and I don't want that.
I don't want that either. Usually cookie dough's
We
a
don't
good
want that.
I don't know
one. Like
cookie dough.
the
I like
Costco
peanut
ones
butter.
taste exactly like the Quest ones. Like they're really, really similar. But the Quest ones have more shit in it. Where like there's
I was trying to get Harley. I was trying to get Harley's buddy the other day to get on the tee. I was like, "How's your hair?" He's like, "The battle's been lost." Like, you know, like at that point, we need to look up
with
what
more
it costs.
funding.
We need to look up what it costs to freeze sperm, because I bet it's not all that expensive.
Oh, I was gonna guess more than you'd think because I know freezing eggs is expensive. as shit.
$10,000.
That's a whole
or
different.
something,
That's a whole
right?
different thing, though. Like sperm.
This you
is
can just
like-
keep in a cup. You keep it in a styrofoam cup, and it's good to go.
Yeah,
Just keep it in a sock. You're keeping it in a towel? In a cup?
Jesus.
I would not want to. Actually, how healthy is the sperm after it's been frozen? Does it come back to life pretty
Fine.
good? Or
Yes. Yes. Yes.
well, because they say that sometimes like you'll freeze an egg and then they try and thaw the egg out and it's like your egg's gone rotten, ma'am. And she's like, "What? I'm 42. I this can't be."
How much does the IV cost? Because you're going to have to defrost that sperm and then have a doctor fertilize your lady at some point. Is what we're presuming here? So $100 to $300 a year to keep it. However, I'm sure of this. You could keep it at home in your own storage thing.
Or just in your balls until you need it.
No, you're not going to be making it in your balls because you're going on testosterone. So you can be an oxman. You're going to look like something from a Greek fucking play. All right. You're going to look like that guy on Odysseus' ship who was too yoked to get off. Like,
Are
dude,
you
stay
telling me I'm
behind.
going to be a
They'll hit you.
centaur? That's why I'm infertile, because my bottom half is worse. Like
Yeah.
out of
You're
a
gonna-
Greek
yes.
myth? Okay.
Like Taylor has almost maximized his genetic potential. He's so big and
Yeah.
yoked and
He's been
powerful.
lifting for a long time.
If he started taking some testosterone, he would
Brian
turn into
Shaw,
like
that
he
bitch.
would look like a pro wrestler in 12 months. He could literally look like WWE big in 12 months. Like
That
8
is
months of
tempting.
lifting, 3 months of cutting,
That's right.
and then a month of
Just walking into people at like public grocery stores. I never move my shoulders. Just fucking barreling through black.
You dominate the
women on
grocery
public
aisle,
sidewalks.
but chicks don't want that.
What are you talking about?
They don't know what they want until Tina
talking about?
Taylor's in the room.
Okay.
I'll tell them what
Calm
they
down.
want, Woody.
The Blues off. See, they're not even doing. They're not going to make
Chicks,
the playoffs.
chicks
Shut
don't
up,
chicks don't like what?
you fucking cunt.
Brock Lesnar. Jay Cutler. Chicks
Wait,
don't
those
like
are different. One of those guys is very scary, and the other one has an incredible body.
Yeah,
What about Paulo Costa though? Like Paulo Costa body, like superhero body, not steroid freak. Just
No,
superhero.
put up Chris Bumstead. Every girl wants Chris Bumstead.
Oh,
I don't
would
care
argue
what they
don't.
say.
Can you, Zach? Would you do that? A picture of Chris Bumstead, a flattering one, where he's all,
Is he?
ready he's competition ready.
Pull up a freak
So-
one. Pull up a freak one too.
Well, so he is a Mr. Olympia, but Mr. Olympia has 2 categories. It used to be, I forget what the like unlimited category is called, maybe open. That used to be the prestige event, but since then they added this physique competition. I might have the
The
name of it
physique
wrong.
guys are the size of what the main competition guys used to be like when Arnold was around. Like this
Yeah,
guy's
this
Arnold
guy's-
size.
This guy's Arnold size, but the people in the open competition got so freakishly large, and the amount of drugs they took gave them sometimes like bubble bellies and other like weird. They didn't have
HGH
abs.
Ninja Turtle
HG.
bodies.
Yeah, and it was like these just aren't attractive men anymore. They pushed it too far in
This
one
guy has
direction.
amazing triceps.
Pull up
His
Phil
ass
Heath.
tent is bigger than mine.
Pull up
Can you
Phil
grab
Heath.
another picture of
Beautiful
him?
man. Pull up Phil Heath. That's a beautiful man. He's in the
Taylor said his ass is bigger than mine.
I didn't hear it. That's great.
Oh man.
Yeah, so this guy, great body. I actually thought he was going to look more too big than he really does. See,
I think this
girls
dude
want
looks-
that.
So yeah, it's too much. But he is again like at the
Why
Mr.
would a girl not
Universe
want this?
competition. I think it's too big for like the look. Here's what and here's what I mean by this. Of course, there are girls who want this. There are groupies off the stage ready to suck this guy's dick, probably. But what I'm looking for is what the most women are attracted to, right? Like that. I think
Optimize.
you know, as a man, that's how I live my life. That's why if
Power.
I was not circumcised, I would get an adult circumcision. And Taylor scoffs at that. It's like, dude, like what if you had one where it never opened up all the way and you could just kind of see like a little bit of your penis? You know?
Well, I don't think most of them are like that.
What if your foreskin was just a porthole for your cock and you're like, yeah, see down in there, that's where my dick is. And they're like, nah, well, fuck up.
That's
no,
where I
it wouldn't
keep
be no-
the cheese. I think
So-
women like power. All these men
I
are
want to
powerful.
apply to you want to like appeal to as the larger group of women as possible as you can possibly. You know,
Yeah, so
I'd
you have to
join a
be
new
as most
religion if
powerful.
that's what it took. If fucking like Russian
Latvian
Orthodoxy was what got Latvian Orthodoxy got.
You have
got
to be an
bitches wet,
Asian Muslim
the
bodybuilder.
Kavorka.
Yeah.
I'd be
Rich.
the fucking Kavorka. I'd be
Can
down.
you show this guy's picture? Wait. That's,
Yeah, I mean, as far as bodybuilders go, that guy was pretty
I'm sorry.
attractive.
That's a bad copy paste.
He had a
dude,
good
looks-
haircut and a straight nose.
Oh, those look nutty. Caramel cashew. Let's see what these macros look like, Mr. Woody.
He'll approve, I think.
Oh yeah, looks like you got 200 calories here. How many grams of protein?
20.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right there.
Any-
Taylor's
anything-
numbers were a little better, but they're same category.
The size probably matters. Like what I really want is like a big chunky thing to eat. If I'm eating protein bars, here's what I use protein
That's
bars
what the Quest
for.
bars are. Chunky.
It's for waking up in the middle of the night and having cravings. That's all I would use protein bars for. Because like, you know, I'm going to eat a meal if I'm hungry, and I'm eating so many meals I'm not. So, and I'm drinking
Sometimes-
protein shakes.
I woke
it's
up in the
like-
middle of the night like 2 nights ago and ate what has to be 600 calories of cashews.
Jesus.
Like I was so hungry and I was like
Sounds like a small handful.
just desperate. Yeah, it's like
yeah, that's the
yeah.
trouble with cashews.
it's like
man.
one large handful and it's like, oh, that can't possibly be 800 calories. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But it's a real
Yeah.
food, and that's what I tell myself in the middle of the night. It's like I'm basically like a Stone Age forager.
Yes, yeah. And those people were
you know how the people in the Stone Age would come across 1,000-calorie bounties of salted cashews to eat. In
I'm
the
waiting
middle
for
of
Zach to pull
8
up
steps
Connor
from
Murphy.
their
It's taking
cave.
a while.
the night. Steps from
Like
there.
go run 20 kilometers through the brush carrying a log, and then
Yeah.
and then you have your cashews. And it'll
In
be
the
all good.
wild, you only get that many cashews when like you're
Zach, the
like,
topic is running the fuck away. Oh, be right back. He's gone.
your scrotum is getting torn on.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that either. I'm
didn't
like,
see
maybe
that.
he's having a hard time pulling it up. I was like, oh, I'm like, this is crazy. I'm like, I'm so excited. I'm here for the day that Zach is being defiant.
Taylor-
I was like, this is so much fun for me.
No.
But no, he said BRB. I didn't even realize
I
that
didn't
either.
see it
Yeah,
either.
sometimes
You
I
wanna do
gotta
that?
bring things.
I
up
saw the
for
picture.
ideological reasons.
Yeah, so it's Connor Murphy.
It's
He
Connor
looks
Murphy,
great.
which is so fun. You got his OnlyFans?
Does he have that?
Obviously.
Okay, good.
Does he have an OnlyFans? Is
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
X-rated?
I think it's just
I
workout tips.
assume so. No, I assume it's X-rated.
Most dudes do like workout and diet shit on OnlyFans. I heard.
I really
Yeah, no,
wanna
but
do that.
I don't want to get. I have a little bit of a Connor Murphy hole to go into real fast, but I want to hear what Woody's going with first.
Just
there.
that old school Connor Murphy is to me the almost perfect physical specimen. Like if I could have anybody's body.
You're gay for saying that now. Got
Well,
you. Nope, got you. This guy's on a cleanse, right, Kyle? He's gay too.
Fuck you.
Tell him, Kyle.
I was gay before I said that, so it's like, oh,
Brad Pitt Fight Club.
No.
Brad Pitt Fight Club. Right? Everybody always Brad Pitt Fight Club. That's ideal body. It's like
That's who
it's
you
a
want to
very
fight?
good one. I
Yeah,
like
Brad Pitt
Connor's
Fight Club.
more, but I
lean as
wouldn't
fuck,
argue with either.
strong.
I like Captain America when the thing pops off. The Iron Maiden thing
Oh,
pops
and
off, and
like,
he's
like
in
when
the,
he
and he's in
first
that
comes
shit.
out of the,
yeah.
the chamber.
Yeah, that's that size.
That's a really good one too. But to me, Chris Bumstead or whoever this year's Mr. Olympia is too much. Chicks don't want that. Chicks don't.
No, they
nobody
do.
wants to
No,
fuck
they
Jay
do want
Cutler.
that. They do want that.
I think Thor.
Chicks want it.
number
Chicks
one.
chicks say they want dad bods. They want everything.
They don't say.
They're open.
so
They're
that they
open
can
to
get
it. They're
They're
just.
fucking liars. Okay, don't listen to anything that women tell
That's
you.
right.
They're
All you got to
fucking
do is
liars.
be funny, have money, be kind of cool, have people like you, and then you could have as big a muscles as you want or as little muscles as you want. You could have your tiny penis, you could have your big penis. It doesn't matter. You just got to be funny, have money, smell good, and be clean. And
I would
have
add a
people
little
like you.
more to that. You need to be not totally ugly and sort of
No, if you're
height
muscular, it's fine. I mean, even if what's ugly, like, is your like face on upside down, or do you have like a big scar and an eye patch?
I'm thinking like particularly bad snaggle teeth and stuff like that will lower your.
That's the hygiene. Yeah, hygiene's important. I put teeth in hygiene. But I agree.
They
with
won't even
you.
notice the teeth. Like Jeremy would be dating good-looking chicks, and I'm like, you know what about
You're
the teeth?
right.
And they're like, what are you talking? They don't notice that. You just talk about
The bar is so low. The bar is low for men. You really don't need to do the most.
I thought men weren't getting any swipes. That's what I keep reading. Like
Harley's
20% of men.
6'4". He's an influencer. Of course it's easy, Woody. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's like the millionaires saying money's easy to make. Like
it's not even that. It's just
tall
like
privilege.
the bar is so low in the sense of like what you have to do are things that a lot of men can do to raise themselves from a 2 on 10 to an 8 on 10 in women's eyes. Whereas I think for women, if they're a 2 on 10 starting point, society demands so much more. You got to spend like tens of thousands of dollars to get to an 8. And even then, people be like, I don't like surgery.
You can't go from a 2 to 8.
I feel like most women, if you're a 2 as a woman, you either have like a facial deformity or you're so unbelievably fat.
That's what I wish I looked like. I don't, and I don't have the genetics to ever have a waist that small.
Goodness.
How tall is? Tell me this guy's like 5'2". Make me feel.
No, he's like 6'4", 6'4" or 6'3".
Man.
He's
but I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. I think you're a funnier guy, Taylor. I think you could go much further in conversation with women than this guy, essentially. Like I think like I've watched this guy. I watched a lot of his
because
videos.
their mouths are full of this guy's cock while he's telling a joke.
I'm telling a joke, and they're like blowing this guy. This guy, I'm an absolute goblin compared to this guy.
Meanwhile, Taylor's like
absolute
three
goblin.
ducks walking to the bar.
They're over there laughing.
First of all, I take it back. The confidence. It's the
grocery
confidence.
store. I would pick a different line. I'd be like, I can't be seen standing next to this guy. I look like
I would go up there and I'd be like, I
guy?
definitely would get behind him.
I'd be like, you're gay, right? Right?
I'd be like, be honest.
You wish, pussy.
Would
you wish, pussy, and then he slaps me.
I don't want to know. I'd be like, what'd you have for breakfast today?
And then I can't get over him. Like he's got me. He's got me with his hooks in me.
He hits you up on Twitter that night. Still thinking about it, pussy?
Like, yes.
So that guy, Connor, he used to do prank videos where he would go up to girls and be like, hey, and then he would take his shirt off.
He'd be like, which of these guys has the best body? And if they picked his, which they often did, because look at him, he'd take his shirt off and be like, it was me the whole time. By the way, he Clark Kented it with glasses and a hat and shit.
Yeah. So he did that for a while. He got he was in an H3 video, H3, when they were doing when they were lampooning other YouTube channels. He was a target. And I remember watching his response. He put it up. He's like, no way. I love you guys. You guys are so fun and funny. That's so fun that you guys just totally roasted me. I love that. And I like that. When people like take a joke or whatever, or take a ribbing, like a real side note, it's how I became a fan of Pitbull, because Walmart did a contest where Pitbull
yes, the 4chan contest, and
4chan got him to go to Alaska, the Walmart in Alaska. Pitbull went and he performed his whole concert for like 32 people. So he when people ask me, I'm like, yeah, that is motherfucking Mr. Worldwide. He means it. He stands on his business. So love him for that.
That's great.
So Connor Murphy, I remember just being into like what he was doing a little bit, and then he disappeared for a bit. Then he came back. He was into this super crazy psychedelic era. He was putting up YouTube videos that were nonsensical. He was saying crazy shit. His muscles were gone. He was rambling. Someone went to his house. He had ordered all these cat things. Cat Towers doesn't have a cat. Tons and tons of Amazon boxes, unopened, shit everywhere. And they're like,
that's by far the best part. When he ordered cat towers and
they were like, Connor, are you okay? They're like, are you okay? He's like, I'm going to Hogwarts. He was saying all types of crazy shit. And
that's fun crazy. That's like crazy from kids' cartoons crazy.
And then he didn't Like, I don't know what the plan was, but side note, I like watching biohacking YouTube. So biohacking YouTube, I was watching this guy, Dr. Huge, in Thailand. And Dr. Huge was this guy who was a biohacker, just roided up, so thick, Dr. Tony Huge. Jack dude, and he does all these videos, and he kind of connected with Connor and was like, Connor's gonna come down here to Thailand, and Dr. Huge and Connor linked up in Thailand. Dr. Huge was this other guy, Leo Longevity, who's another like guy in that space, and they would do videos like, we're gonna take this boner medicine and then walk around all these lady boys with hard-ons and let's see if we don't get hard or some shit. And then they would go
the
like
ultimate prank.
Yeah, they would take, so, and I remember watching them. It was like Dr. Huge and Connor, and there's this other guy there. And Dr. Huge was like, yeah, so we're going to give him this boner medicine, and it's in a needle, and we're going to squirt it, but you got to sniff it. So like he like put a needle in Connor's nose and squirted it in, and Connor sniffed it. And they're like, that's going to get him hard for a long time. And it increases your libido. It doesn't just give you a boner, it makes you want to fuck like crazy. He's like, I use it all the time.
What is
and
this drug?
There was another guy there, and this other guy was like, I don't use that stuff. You guys probably think I'm crazy, to the camera. And I was like, no, I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, no, I don't think you're crazy because you didn't sniff the fucking boner medicine from the needle, pal. Like, you're pretty fucking normal. And he goes, yeah, I don't do that. He goes, the one that I have does the same thing, except it also gives you a tan. And I was like, that's so much more fucked up. Change your skin color, and you can look it up, like Tanalon or
Melanotan too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we were talking about this.
Yeah,
we dabbled in this a little bit.
Stuff.
Yeah,
you
so
change
like
your race with that.
And yeah, the guy was like, yeah, I change your
your dick.
skin color.
Yeah, I need a little college scholarship.
And then
Inject some melanotan.
you do that, and then you become brown, and you have a boner, and you go up to lady boys, and you're like, oh, she thinks I'm gay and brown, but really, I'm straight white man.
And then you're fucking a lady boy, going, haha, they think I'm gay.
Yes.
Fucking lady boy isn't gay. I have a whole other conversation for
melanotan-
that. I'm gonna put that on the back burner, though. We'll get back to that later.
Yeah, let's let that stand.
Melanotan's cheap, and
Dr.
Yeah,
Huge.
adds
He has Connor come, and he gets Connor on a whole new thing. I don't know if they were doing cycles or whatever or whatnot, but he's got him on this whole thing, working out. He's going to Thailand, whatever. Then this guy, Leo, who lives with Dr. Huge, he's dead.
Wow.
No one spoke about it. He's dead in the house with Dr. Huge. Dr. Huge, who they live in the house together, Dr. Huge hadn't heard from him in 30 hours. And people were like, 30 hours? What's going on? Why didn't you know what was going on? He was like, I assumed he was just in his room. Which, like, if I had a roommate and he was in his room for like 24 hours, I'd be like, bro, you good? You want like I'm making pancakes. You want one?
Yeah.
Something. Yeah. I don't know. But so he went and he opened up the door, and the guy was like his room was, a little thrashed, and he went to go open the bathroom door, and he couldn't. His body was inside the bathroom. Ooh. So he like tried to get in allegedly, and he something was happened. He said that there was nothing that happened. Anyways, an autopsy came out recently. He was hit on the back of the head with something very hard. He died. Dr. Tony Huge had some bizarre videos explaining it. I mean, I don't know. People handle how they are on camera differently. I really don't know. I'm just saying what happened, and no one really spoke about it. And then Dr. Tony Huge got banned off YouTube. I don't know why. There's this, no one knows what happened to Leo Longevity, turned up dead in the house that Connor and Tony Huge go to. And what's crazy about it is, like, the day he turned up dead, they put out a video going to the gun range with lady boys. And it was Connor and Dr. Huge. And I'm just saying, I think of you guys, I think of you guys as friends. You're not even in my home sleeping as my roommate for years, making videos with me. I think of you guys as friends. If you turned up dead, I don't know if I'm uploading my went to the shooting range with lady boys video that day. Like, if Woody's dead, I'm probably not uploading my lady boy content. I'm not like sitting there trying to decide what thumbnail to do. And that's what's like interesting.
The lady boy video was in memoriam.
Yeah.
He loved lady
He turned off ads, yeah.
It's got like him, like the last still of the video is like that sepia tone, like fade out of him with two lady boys. It says like R.I.P. Leo Longevity, 1992.
Well, that's a bizarre and
Leo
shocking story.
And no one spoke about it.
Their names are
I can't believe Dr. Tony Huge didn't get to the bottom of that. Yeah. his friends
No,
Professor
Sherlock.
Max Power, and
That's how I found out about Connor Murphy's having an OnlyFans, because he spoke about it on the.
well, we'll get Connor Murphy on the show, and we'll get to the bottom of why
Oh, you
he's
guys
so
should.
hot.
You guys
Yeah.
should.
He can give us some tips. I just realized we are in the middle of the third hour, so we're going to hear from a couple of sponsors. Couple of lovely, wonderful sponsors. Right meow. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Pharaoh Distro. Pharaoh Distro, folks. Gobble up the savings, PKA fans. Get ready to feast on fantastic deals this weekend at PharoahDistro.com. Whether you're a connoisseur of smoking flower or a dab enthusiast, we've cooked up something special for you. Indulge in our brand new Pharaoh Exotics THCA buds. It's our strongest flower yet. This shit is actually very strong, folks. For the dab aficionados, savor our Dab X Go and THCA Diamond Sauce, and don't miss out on our mouth-watering selection of high-quality, high-milligram edibles. But that's not all. If you're on a quest for holistic wellness, explore our range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. Here's the turkey on the table. Use code PKA30 at checkout to carve out a generous 30% off your order. Yes, you heard that right. PKA30 for 30% off. So go ahead and carve out a generous discount for yourself. At PharoahDistro.com, we serve up quality you can be thankful for. Seize the holiday deal before it's gone. Your cornucopia of savings awaits. Love all the Thanksgiving puns in there. Carve yourself out a hell of a deal with PKA30, 30% off. The Dab X Go is the best dab rig on the market, in my opinion. Super small footprint. It's like the size of a can of soda that you sit there on your desk or on your coffee table, whatever. Easy to share. It holds a lot more than you'd expect, and so you're not going to be constantly refilling it. Also, you're not having to deal with heating the nail with those old-fashioned annoying ones that are kind of an ordeal to work with. This, you just hit the button a couple times, it heats up. Hit it, automatically cools itself down, so you're not wasting anything. And then if anything does leak out, as always happens, where you get a little bit of drippage, it gets collected in a nice silicone cup underneath it. It's the best way to take dabs, folks, the Dab X Go, and you can get 30% off of the Dab X Go now. Also, we've said before, the THCA stuff they've got over there, whether it's the Dab THCA Diamond Sauce or the THCA Buds, if you're looking for the absolute strongest, most potent smokable stuff that's legal, THCA. HHC is strong. Delta 8, definitely the weakest, but HHC is still pretty strong. THCA blows them both out of the water. THCA is far and away the strongest smokable stuff you can get from Pharaoh Distro. So if that's your goal, the strongest flower, the strongest dabs, go the THCA route. And for edibles, as always, don't be a fool. If you're taking 100 milligrams of gas station stuff, please do not start with 100 milligrams apples to apples with this. Start off slower because it's much stronger. It's adequately and properly dosed. So be careful. Don't get too high. PharoahDistro.com, PKA30, 30% off, folks. That's a hell of a deal. Get high as shit and then be around your family. Do that. This episode also brought to you by Blue Chew. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, let's talk about sex. Shouldn't you always be at your best? 2023 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online. So no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping and you get 3 of any of those tablets that you request, if it's still the way it was. And me and Woody only have experience with Cialis because we took Kyle's recommendation of going with the Tadalafil, and it has never led us astray. It's been far and away the hardest dick I've ever had is when I'm blue chewed up. I'm absolutely turgid. Turgid? Is it a J or G?
It's turgid, and it'll also
turgid. I'm
make it
turgid as hell, veiny as hell, hard as a rock. Your dick looks furious. It's angry.
more vascular.
Yes.
Looking like the White House chef's forearms.
You're looking like the White House chef forearms, veiny as fuck. BlueChew.com, code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. This episode also brought to you by Freeze Pipe. Our friends at Freeze Pipe just launched a bunch of new products that are taking the cannabis market by storm. For the smoothest and coldest way to smoke cannabis, you gotta try a Freeze Pipe, bubbler, or bong from Freeze Pipe. Their newly released Mini Bong and Tornado Bong are priced very affordably and punch well above their weight class. And for those who prefer smoking joints, blunts, and vapes, Freeze Pipe's new joint chiller brings much-needed icy glycerin coldness when smoking any kind of joint, blunt, or vape. Say goodbye to harsh smoke and coughing attacks by shopping for the coldest pipes, bubblers, bongs, and dab rigs at thefreezepipe.com and use code PKA for 10% off your entire order. That's thefreezepipe.com and code PKA for 10% off. Shop today and let Freeze Pipe's icy glycerin chambers do all the heavy lifting. This is the little smokable thing.
I need that.
Yeah. Yeah, you
wanna
put a
stick these
joint
in that.
You put a joint into one side of it, and then this one isn't frozen because I had it out to show. And you take a little toot ski off of it, and now your vape or your bong, or not your bong, your joint, your blunt, whatever it is, it's now icy cold. And it's fantastic. Super convenient. I've used this before. It's very nice. I also recommend they have a number of bongs. All of them have the glycerin chamber. Go for the big daddy. Go for the big boy. They've sent me so many bongs. Shout out Freeze Pipe. Thank you for all the glass. I have so much glass over there. It's fantastic. But the one I always find myself coming back to is the big honkin' daddy big boy that has a freezable glycerin chamber. That's just the entire top of the large bong. And that thing, like, it gets so cold that the first hit you get from it, you're like, oh, that was chilly. I don't think I got that much. And then you go exhaling and all that smoke billows out and you're high as fuck. And it's a nice, clean, convenient hit.
I keep it with my
nice
chicken
and
sausage.
cold. You can keep it. You're going to keep it with whatever's in your freezer because that's what you need to do. You need to freeze your pipe. It's the Freeze Pipe, folks. That's the Freeze Pipe, thefreezepipe.com, code PKA for 10% off. Get yourself some very high quality glass. And this is not like horseshit. People who have smoked weed, they know like good versus bad glass. It's heavy. It's thick. You're not going to pick it
with it. Like
you
a big
could.
dog.
Oh, you could. I'm not going to say that during the ad read.
You
could do. You want to check out thefreezepipe.com, code PKA, and get the Big Daddy bong, the big heavy one that gets nice and cold. And
it hits harder than an Israeli airstrike.
It hits harder than a. Fuck, we're still in the ad read. So no, we're not going to say that. Thinking of lots of funny things to say about thefreezepipe.com, code PKA for 10%
They're wonderful
off.
pipes.
Incredible pipes, folks. The best pipes. Buy a bunch of pipes so they keep sponsoring our show. Also, Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. Everyone's talking about it. What are you, retarded? You're still coming like a bitch, like a woman?
It's the perfect holiday gift.
Coming, I bet your woman or your man, we don't judge, is texting all of their friends being like, I thought he enjoyed it, but he just had a little ghastly fart noise. The specter, the rumor of cum was coming out of his dick, not the real stuff. Not with this. You're going to be absolutely creaming like whatever the hell we're watching here, some sort of
Jesus Christ
pumpkin facial. So check it out. Code PKA, code Jizz is what you need to do to get yourself some discounted 10% off Lock and Load. Brandon Buckingham is on it. I need to hook Brandon Herrera up with it. If we can have a sitting member of Congress come and loads, that helps. That couldn't hurt our country, right? So check it out. Also, you fucking idiots, it's not just cum pills. It's protein powders, it's energy drinks, it's weight loss supplements, dream supplements, anything and everything that you need that's efficaciously dosed by our genius friend Derek. Check it out. Code PKA, code Jizz. Get a discount on all of it. But more than anything, get the fucking cum pills because it makes your orgasm better, and it's just hilarious to be like always shooting ropes. So
buy it for your dad.
Buy it for your dad. Tweet me a picture of you and your dad holding your own bottles of Lock and Load so we can show it on the show. Buy your dad Lock and Load for Thanksgiving. That way, you think your parents are having like tough times in their marriage?
Like leather suits. Yeah, this is my daddy. We both love it.
That's fine too. We don't judge. We can't stress how little we judge the people buying our product. Not at all.
Little.
Nope. We need to get some airtime on Fox News. So after it's like speak to your doctor about the fact that your heart may be exploding. We can come in and be like, remember when you were a young man? And it'll show him like, I don't know, storming Normandy. And then it'll be a smash cut to him, like his like sad wife giving an exasperated sigh, sitting on the side of the bed as he's like, and he's just like, and then she looks down and it's just the smallest stain you've ever seen. A small smattering have come, and then she starts to cry, and she's like, you want to make sure your wife knows you love her. Don't leave it up to chance. With Lock and Load, and then the good music comes on. And then with Lock and Load, and then it shows like a virile old man, kind of like let's try and get Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's a jacked old guy, and he would be kind of the version really like, I used to shoot, and it'd be like, all right, you know what? You're going to be a quiet stand-in actor. Don't use that fucking horrible gravelly voice that you got from like eating pussy at every truck stop from here to Portland. Like, don't do that. So yeah,
Michael Douglas.
Is it?
Yeah, he got the throat cancer from eating his wife's pussy.
Damn.
He talks about it a lot.
Really?
Well as he can.
As well as he can. But but I was busting so hard. And like, why were you busting so hard? Because of Lock and Load, code PKA. That's what it'd be. So yeah, check it out.
Buy our cum pills.
Buy our cum pills and buy the freeze pipe and check out Pharoah Distro and
I got this from Pharoah Distro. I got this like,
dude, those are strong as shit. Is that the THCA one?
This is the double donk.
Yeah, the double doink.
It's like, it's you know, you read the back of the package and it's like the strongest weed with the strongest weed speckled on top, and then we dusted it with even stronger shit. Like there's literally powder all over it.
I always called those Epic Mealtime joints.
Yeah,
this like someone made a little fucking. They follow the Epic Mealtime rules. They're like, put weed in it, wrap it in weed, dip it in weed, sprinkle it in weed,
and then it's you drunk, like we got weed. Just dude, I loved the old Epic Mealtime videos
it's
where
so
like
liquidy around it.
Okay, oh yeah, you got that like almost like a weed honey.
If you're one of those people, like this is legal fucking hemp. So get yourself some. My mouth is numb already.
It fucks your ass up. It's really, really strong. It will get you high. The THCA is no joke. But I loved those old parts of Epic Mealtime, Harley, where like by scene, I could see like your eyes get lazier, and then it would eventually you just be just screaming like, and I can imagine what Amir or whoever the camera guy was like, no, say it again, and you're like, we got more bacon than you even shake a piece of bacon at.
Yeah, I gotta go through all the old episodes and see all the jokes that I were like, this wouldn't fly. See how much they wouldn't fly now.
I don't feel like you guys were ever too like offensive with that. Like,
no,
it
I was
careful.
I remember the fourth episode. There was one joke that I was cracking up laughing at, and I didn't want to put it in. I wasn't I just remember the first time I was really wondering if I could do it or not, and it was It was like, it was the Turbacan Epic. I was like, we put that in the oven for 6 hours while we all jerked off and fucked each other. And it was a shot of us just standing there together in the kitchen. Like, and it was just a line. It wasn't even bad. But just being like, while we jerked off and fucked each other was like, especially like, what's the word? Like, explicit. And it was like, and I just didn't know how it would fly. And I was like, oh, forget it. Let's put less.
Did you ever record one and you're like, we're not using this. This didn't turn out like we wanted. This is no good.
Two epic meals. One of them was, and we ended up releasing it eventually because we needed an emergency release. It was like, we took ground beef and we put things inside the ground beef and made ground beef. But when it was done, it just looked like shit. Like actual, like you put it in a condom and suck it. And I looked at it, I was like, we can't put this out. But then like 8 months later.
That's how I get my emergency release.
8 months later, I was just like laughing at the whole concept. I was like, I put that shit episode out. Call it Incredible Hulk Turds. And it's a video that's out there. I don't know if it's still out there. We got a lot of weird, incorrect copyright claims on videos. So a bunch of them are private. But yeah, that was one video that we just trashed. I was like, it's not gonna.
We made this video one time. I think this company that did like Soldier of Fortune stuff, like you would be able to.
What is that?
Mercenaries. They arrange jobs for mercenaries.
Oh, okay.
Like they wanted an ad, and I was like, that sounds hilarious.
I thought you were talking about like Soldier of Fortune, the magazine.
Well, doing this in the back of Soldier Fortune, the magazine. Once you got past the booby traps,
You got
and
literal
camo tarps.
soldiers of fortune. Okay.
Yeah, you got ads that's like needed, former military
Assassin.
service, you know, like healthy, you have your vaccinations for blah blah blah, willing to do wet work in the Mediterranean, you'll be on a cargo vessel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Does wet work mean killing or water?
Yeah, potentially,
Killing. Yeah.
Killing.
like that would be on there. So you know, it's mercenaries for hire, and we did this video with like me, Gator, fucking Jeremy, and another person whose name I won't sully by saying like it was what's his name,
Iraq veteran.
he
Just guessing.
close, looks like him. Anyway, it was my neighbor who had, he's the one who actually blew up the fridge that time that hurt Scott. He was technically the one who pulled the trigger. Anyway, Chris, we're all wearing balaclavas, and the idea is we're advertising that, you know, you can go to this website, you can hire mercenaries if you're like a foreign government, and it's all legal, it's on the up and up. But I was filming like multiple segments and I was like, I'll fix it in the editing. But one segment, I'm like in a car shooting the windshield out with a pistol. Immediately, like I go deaf because that's a terrible idea. I was like, no, all right, cut this part out. But the main part was like there was a part where we're all standing there armed, looking like douchebags, which was just cringy as fuck. But then the main stunt was I'm in a truck that has explosives in it, and I'm driving it down a hill, and then I jump out as it's driving, and then stand up and blow it up as it rolls away. So we got that done. That looked cool, but the rest of it was just a mess. And then I think we also tried to do one for, it was when you came down, Harley, where I was trying to blow up turkeys or something, and that just turned into a mess. I had bought so many turkeys and loaded them with explosives, and the bones were hitting us. like chunks of bone hit me and drew blood. And I was like, what are we even doing?
What are we doing? We just ruined a lot of families' Thanksgivings is what we did.
YouTube 2013 shit is what you were doing.
Yeah.
What's the theme here? Does anyone know what the theme is?
Well, we did 2
Thanksgiving,
liters.
kind of, guns, kind of.
Yeah. We did
Kind of a
2 liters 3 times. Would you ever go back to it? Like if they
gave me guns again,
Grandmaster Trump, if Grand Wizard Trump gets in office and then he looks down on you and he touches you with his magic finger of expungement,
yeah,
and he's like, Kyle, you better get back out there, champ. You're my favorite YouTuber. And then you'd definitely get back in the mix, right? Dimitri would have to come back. You'd have to give yourself a really silly
You're telling
Eastern
me I got
European
45?
haircut.
I got 45 and 47, like pumping me up. Like, is he going to tweet me out?
Someone in the middle of a press
videos?
conference is like, President Trump, will you free Kyle Myers? Will you remove the restrictions on him? And he'd be like, Kyle Myers, that's the Russian fellow online. My God, my favorite content. Yes. And then he does that. I like the one where he was the hitman, never played the games, but he killed it. Like that. Like, that's what he would do. And then you'd have to come back. You'd have to serve your country.
Well, of course. Serve my country. I literally would. Well, like if you were a fan, I'd be like, sir, mate, I know our recruitment is down. I could help with Army recruitment. We'll do some kick-ass videos with me using some of the, that just sells itself. But yeah, of course, if the president was going to promote my fucking videos, yeah, of course. No, if they gave me guns back, I would make some kind of a content or another. But what I don't want to do is
Mr. Trump, do you
anything
know
that doesn't
my
involve real
password?
I would start a new channel. I get start a new channel with like Mr. Trump is gonna like 100%, like that would eat the algorithm alive. A brand new channel that where
the
every
most popular gun YouTuber, believe it or not, folks, he was Russian. And people are like, boo, boo. And he's like, not anymore. We converted him. Gave him a new American name. Now he's a good white guy.
Joining the army, and I was saying, on the topic of joining the army, I asked Sam Hyde once, I was like, do you ever think about joining the army or ever do that? He was like, yeah, I tried to join the army, but the U.S. government deemed that I was far too valuable as a civilian.
That sounds true.
He had it like ready to go. He had that line ready to go.
They need the ghost of Providence up there making fucking YouTube videos.
Woody, have you been following the Ukraine war? I mean, speaking of the ghost of Kiev, I know it's fallen a bit by the wayside. Here's what I know. Maybe fill me in.
That's season 2. That's season 1, bro. We're on season 2 now.
We're on season 2.
We're on season 2. Palestine.
Israel. All right.
I see. I've seen Zelensky complaining that maybe the weapons aren't coming in the way he likes them to come in. That, you know, Daddy's not happy. He'd like the money to be rolling in on time. And while the war seems to have stagnated, and I saw one commentator say that they've been moving at the same pace as the Battle of the Somme from World War One,
yeah,
which if you don't know, is that grindy battle where like 800,000 men died grinding in a field for years.
They literally they were there so long, like tanks got invented. They were like, we need something, and like while guys were waiting, like tanks started to exist now. Like they were conceptualized, executed, and delivered while this battle sat in fucking holes. It's insane.
Okay.
Scariest sounding ship, by the way.
But I also heard that the Ukrainians had made it across the Dnipro River, I think it is, and that was a big deal because they weren't just across; they were able to go across at any time they wanted because the other side is secure now. But I also hear that Bakhmut city didn't matter at all, and it was a huge drain.
So here's what I know. One, like you said, they crossed the Dnieper River. The Ukrainian side had the high ground, and the Russian side, which is also Ukraine, had the low ground, which gave them a huge advantage. You would think crossing the river would be a big problem, so vulnerable and such. But they kind of had fire control over the far side because of the altitude advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And now they have, I think, multiple bridges where they're rolling armor over. I'm not sure about tanks, but they have lots of things that look like tanks to normal people like me. So
sure, APCs. Bradley's probably that's what we're sending, and numerous amounts.
The hardware you know so much more about than I do, but I do know that they're not just people with guns anymore on boats. They're bridges. There's a name for the temporary bridges they set up. I forget, but they can drive tanks or tank-like things over.
Neat.
And at first, I thought that attack vector was just a distraction. They had been sort of attacking in two places, like a seesaw. So like they attack here, they make the Russians reinforce, and then that makes it lighter over here where they can attack. But now it looks like that Dnieper River is something they're actually trying to forge a big attack through a river, across on the other side of the river. Okay, what do I know? I've learned I don't know very much about conducting war during this Ukraine thing. I always thought that perhaps some common sense would get you pretty far, and no, it takes actual expertise to be good at this. So I just watch.
What I learned from this war is that no one's ever going to invade the USA. It was that old quote that I thought was like a Chinese. I think it was a Japanese. Yeah, he was like, no one will ever be able to invade the USA because there'll be a gun behind every blade of grass. And you actually saw it in effect in Ukraine. Someone would kick open a door, get shot, and now like the other 4 21-year-old dudes that are outside and just saw their boy get shot are less inclined to be the first knocker at the next door. When every single house, like a person has a gun and they shoot back at you, every single home is just, it's
so
like,
it makes it hard. Yeah.
But like USA is just like
it's also enormous.
People.
It's enormous. The United States of America, and
we have some huge advantages. I guess the fact that we have allies to both north and south.
The biggest oceans on the sides are
the biggest oceans on the sides. And I forget something about the mountain ranges or something, and it's just a really hard place to attack. So defensively, we're really good. Offensively, it's still hard. Bakhmut, like you said, apparently Bakhmut wasn't important. They always said it wasn't, that it was a Pyrrhic victory, and I guess that's kind of held true. But now they're attacking Andivka and Andrivka. There's 2 I's, so you have to say like Evka or something, and it's weird to me. That is a city that apparently is strategically important, and the Ukrainians really do want to keep it. And every day they're losing like another 100, 500 meters, and it's just they're surrounding it with this like pincher movement, and they can't seem to stop it.
Yeah. I'm a spectator, so I'm just here for the footage. I saw some crazy shit a couple days ago. I sent it to the group chat. You may not have seen it, but this guy's laying on the ground with an AK, and he's shooting full auto at a drone that's coming right at him. And when it hits him, I mean, he shoots until it hits him. And when it does,
is he a Russian or a Ukrainian?
I think he's a Russian, but he is blown into chunks It's not one of those explosions where it's so big you can't really tell like what happened. You're like, whoa, he's just kind of gone. It was like just the right size to blow him apart. But to see him, you could see the muzzle flash and the gases coming out of the AK because he's on his side, lying down. He's going, and he just explodes. And that was some hard shit. That was one of the wilder clips I've seen in a while.
That's
the
another
main problem with the Israeli thing to me is I'm a little. There's been some propaganda moments where it's like, what, are you trying to put one over on me? And then on top of that, I'm not seeing like the baddies. I haven't seen any of these Hamas guys we keep talking about. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for getting them and doing whatever it takes to get them, but man, they haven't drug one out yet and been like, yeah, this is Pete. He was one of them.
They don't do that. You guys don't do that either. Like we don't do that in the USA. Like that's not what you do. Like they remember how much they didn't want you to see Saddam Hussein's body.
Yeah.
Like everyone wanted to see it. They never.
You know what
to.
footage we do?
You know
see,
why? My logic, because I'm always like questioning shit. They made it normal to not show you the body, so you'll understand forever when they don't show you the body. Because it's better for them to just be like, yeah, we got him. Don't worry about it. Because who knows what type of deals some people will make in the future or that have existed already. And they want to be able to have that option. If we get used to being like, here's the body, that's the guy, then we're always going to want to see the body.
I don't mean necessarily when a leader's taken out. I just mean as this war is going on, I hear about them fighting the enemy. Like they're in the streets with machine guns, like infantry and
not GoPros.
tanks.
Where are your GoPros?
And they're wearing ghosts. They're holding the footage. They're not releasing it. And I'm just saying, if they're shooting at bad guys who are shooting at them, where are those bad guys? I would love to see a dead guy in the street with an AK who like, yeah, look at him. He was going to shoot us, but we got him first. Like I haven't seen that.
Oh,
I saw that. I've seen that in every war that we've fought. It's like you know,
I have those. I've seen those.
America does release it, and we release it in black and white from helicopters. And it's cold and calculated, where they're like, all right, clear to shoot.
Roger that. Fucking
Roger that.
Good. Yeah, that Shane Gillis joke.
Clear. And
the Shane Gillis joke. He's like, the Taliban or whatever, they're out there with flip-flops in a dream. You could tell every time they actually blow up a tank, they're surprised. They're like, oh no! They're freaking out that it actually worked. Meanwhile, our guys are just cold, black and white, crosshair in the middle of the night from a mile away. Clear. That's a sociopath. Right? I got nothing in common with that guy.
You can't tell by the sound, but he just killed 14 people. 14 people running around, and the infrared light that you went from seeing a human like running across a desert of some sort to just like splatter stains all over the sand.
Yeah, that white thermal splatter.
Yeah, I sent you guys a video because when you said that you never see that, it's true. There's much less of that footage like compared to Ukraine, Russia.
Yeah.
And I would assume it's because like Israel's definitely controlling or stopping the release, whereas in Ukraine, it looks like they could go fucking online on TikTok. I've seen them online on TikTok. Yeah,
daily videos.
But Hamas and IDF aren't really on TikTok as much. But this video that I sent you, I wouldn't click it because it fucking kind of fucked me up.
Yeah, we can't show this.
No, there's actually this one. This one is visually. There's nothing there. It's only the sound. It's the guy gets shot, and then another guy runs over and like picks up the GoPro or the gun and and he takes a couple steps. He gets shot, and then for a minute you hear him, and it's the worst for me. It was the worst combat footage video I've seen, and there's literally nothing on screen. It's just the sound. It's like you just see like the blood stain, but
he's really making
it's the labor breathing and the blood like sound, and it's so fucking. It's literally horrific. It's nightmarish.
He's playing it up for clicks.
Yeah,
crybaby. Now, I hear how it's impactful, Harley. The ones that impacted me the most were the grenades dropping from drones in Ukraine. Because
so crazy.
At least the footage. So to describe the footage Harley showed a little bit is some urban fighting, and a guy's running in what looks like kind of next to a street on the sidewalk, and he gets shot. Then, like he said, another guy comes and he gets shot, and it's rough. But at least they got killed because they did dumb things like running across in the open. If you see your buddy drop in Call of Duty, you don't instantly
That's all I
stand
was thinking.
at the
Not
kill
enough video
spot.
games. Video games
Yeah.
help you a lot in that sense. I'm not even joking.
They
Because
can,
who
right?
would ever run over to the body when he got sniped?
And
got sniped.
Tarkov, fucking run to the shadows. We're gonna do a big J hook. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. Yeah. Or maybe you heard where the
You
shot
left,
came
Taylor,
from.
and now we're spending more money on Ukraine.
Okay, but wait.
That's
I was
by
making
the
a
way.
point. What's scary to me is when the drones drop in the trenches. The drones drop grenades in the trenches because those people did nothing wrong. They were hidden. They were under their little camouflage netting. They were sleeping. Maybe they didn't make any noise. They didn't start a fire. They were just freezing in a little trench, and a drone came and dropped a grenade right on them. And when you die in war, even though you did everything right, that's extra scary to me.
Did you see the guy?
And they're like 20.
See the guy on the motorcycle? Like he's on
Yes.
a motorcycle hauling ass.
The day of his life. He's having the best day of his life. He's like, war's
He's
a
having
fucking
the-
blast. He's got him like a 2-stroke KTM or something like that. I think it's a Husqvarna. And
Oh,
he's
it's
just
crazy.
ripping across. It looks like a blast. This is what I do on my best days. But I don't have drones chasing me.
No, that was
But
like
the
a Call of
Ukrainians
Duty
are
death.
coming, and they hate Husqvarna motorcycles. Apparently, so they've got a suicide drone that they just roll up behind him, and he's like, "Oh no!" and it just explodes him. You don't get to see what happens with those because you are the camera, and the camera is a bomb, so it goes fuzzy when it detonates on them. But I've seen so many where you see the guy's face, like his expression of surprise. I've seen them fly in the driver's side window of a moving truck. Like this guy's driving like a canvas truck, and a cargo truck, maybe full of ammo. Who knows what the fuck? But it flew in his goddamn window, and he's like, "Arr!" as it like detonates. That's the worst. Like you said, Woody. We're used to these movies that we watch where when you die, it's either you giving your life to get the job done or you messed up.
And
Like,
there's a grizzled vet who identifies what your mistake was.
Yeah, he's over there behind cover, like, "Get down, you idiots! Get down! What are you doing? We're exposed from the ridge! Defilade! Huh? And that guy's dead."
Yes, yes.
That's what we see in movies because we like to believe that if we keep our wits about us and we're brave and we do things that everything the Sarge tells us, then we'll just get out. Nothing bad will happen to us. They won't cheat us out of our lives. But this war shows us that no. You'll hear it like you might hear it 30 seconds before it kills you, but that's how much warning you've got to maybe shoot a drone out of the air with your AK.
And you hear it, like you see it sometimes.
Some of them are
like,
suicide drones that like hit them. Like I was
Shooting a
talking
drone
about
out of the
earlier.
air was my plan, right? That's what I thought I would do. Like, why doesn't anyone shoot the drones? Well, two things. You're used to seeing friendly drones constantly, right? The Russians have drones. They're flying them around. I don't know that I can spot a drone and know if it's mine or yours. And you might get
not clear you'll
desensitized.
hear it either. They're small, and with all the noise going on, it's not so clear that
Might
you'll
not
hear the
it.
buzzing.
They don't seem like they hear it.
Yeah,
Good point.
But when they
Also,
do, I've
might
seen
have
them play
recently
dead.
heard
I've seen
something
some
very
play
loud.
dead when I guess they hear it. They look up, and then you see them not move, and then a grenade falls. And what I learned from this is I never realized how completely ineffective grenades are. To be honest with you, I watch people eat grenades and like shuffle away from it, like as if they're not out of battle. Like they're not completely incapacitated. They're wounded. Not even they're not even incapacitated. They're like still capable. I've also seen people pull their own grenade pin after eating a grenade because I guess there's damage there that I can't see from so far away. But it's really grenades in movies blow up the room. And here it drops
Tarkov
next to the
Movies
guy.
tend to be written by people who have never gone to war. Like they don't know. Their experience is informed by other movies. Like
You can.
cycle.
I remember the Iraq Part 2 footage of this guy being like, "Fuck you, Haji," and then throwing an M67 grenade over this wall into like this garage.
That's the
park area.
normal American one with all the bumps.
The baseball
No
looking
bumps,
grenade.
the smooth one.
The M67's the round one. Like in Tarkov, it's the long fuse that you throw and then push the room. But they threw that fucker and it just goes bang. It's not kaboom and like cars flying and fireballs. There's no fireball. It's just it's a big pop. and then all of that shell is being thrown around and maybe it hits you, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it hits an artery and you bleed out right there. That's the idea, right? Just to create a whole wall of death and injury.
And it doesn't take that much injury to make a person in combat ineffective. Like if I ice picked your calf, you probably suck after that for a while anyway.
What if it gets infected? Did you clean the ice pick?
No, I dipped it in the pool. Yeah.
Well played. Oh, I like it.
Do you think that wars would slow down? You know how they do like agreements where they're like, we won't use shotguns in the trenches, or like we still did it anyway, or like we won't use nukes, like nobody's touching nukes. How about
we just made an agreement with China?
Everyone can go to war with whoever they want, but you can no longer use any ranged weapons that don't use arrows. And so you'd have
they just did something like that. They just agreed on.
There's no way they did something like this. That's a retarded thing I just said.
Well, no, people they say that, but then Israel's like, no, thank you.
No, what?
Yeah, we read it, we saw it, but no, you don't get it.
Yeah, we have nukes, but we don't admit it.
China and the U.S. and a few other countries, they were agreeing not to use AI targeting for drones and for some other weapon systems. I'm imagining like cannons that are mounted on things, which is basically the anti-Terminator policy, which is a great idea. Like it.
Dude, but in Terminator,
Harley mentioned during the battles in World War I, technology. They got stalemated. Years passed, and they had to come up with a technology to break that stalemate.
Chemical gas.
You don't want the answer to that to ever be Terminators. I'm sorry. I do not want to ever see a goddamn Terminator. And I'm not talking about an Arnold Schwarzenegger looking motherfucker, but maybe just some sort of a small robotic tank that has like machine guns on it and 360-degree thermal, and anything it sees it can kill, like Robocop, and like. That
like those robot dogs.
No, those robots.
But imagine
if they
kick that robot dog
AI
over.
Robot thing.
You know what they do?
AI robot thing would analyze everything about life, analyze it all, and then they would just all those robots that the U.S. government tailor paid for and everything like that. They're all gonna be like, and it's like, we have analyzed all of human history. We are Muslim. Jihadi sequences initiated.
And then we have Muslim Jews or Muslim robots and Jew robots fighting. Be like,
that's
fuck.
Dune. That's literally Dune. Like
then you could be 80 years old and be like, I remember the Jewish robot wars.
Yes.
You know what's pretty cool that they have now in Ukraine? They have drone stretchers. So these are like little tanks that are 1 foot tall. I don't know how to describe them. They're tanks because they're treaded. Mm-hmm. And it's just a stretcher on treads. They drive it over to the wounded. The guy maybe rolls over onto it, and then the wheel treads him out.
Jerry Baber showed me that 10 years ago, and he was like, they'll use this one to get a wounded infantryman off the battlefield, load the ground, his whole thing. He's the AA-12 guy, so any technology he came across, he was like, put an AA-12 on it. Because
I like this guy.
I literally because he had he bought the AA-12.
Your coffee maker, really?
He bought the designs and the rights to it and everything from a guy from Georgia, and then he made it work. And but he had robots with AA-12s, like aircraft, rotors. But his rotors were gasoline engines and like multiple, not quad, like hector. Octa, it was a big fucking thing that could carry dual mounted guns and fly. He explained drone warfare way before I knew it existed. He was like, you got a squad pinned down, they can send this fella up, do recon, even shoot. I don't remember him saying anything about dropping explosives. I didn't hear anything about that until Richard Ryan made that fucking YouTube video. That's the first time I ever.
So who's really responsible for all that? Richard.
Richard Ryan.
I actually saw him like 2 weeks ago, and we were talking about 3 weeks ago talking about drones. I haven't seen him in a long time, and he was.
Which one of you is taller?
Harley.
I'm
Harley
a little bit taller. Yeah,
I know you're both very tall.
But he's living the life out in Texas. He's fucking doing it, but he's still having conversations about drones.
That guy just loves drones. He's in it for the love of the game.
He's like the guy.
Yeah, he was always into drones. He was one of the early adopters to do camera drones and the DJ, whatever those things were called, and get those drone shots. They became so commonplace, after a while. And when everybody's like, oh yeah, it's a drone shot, and everybody knows what it is, but he was that in slow mo. He invested all that money in those slow mo cameras, $250,000 or something, maybe more.
Paid off.
I think so, probably.
Oh, I thought it would be like a for sure.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know
his
either.
finances.
I can't remember the last time I watched a
rude
Goon
question.
video on YouTube. You don't text him that and be like, break down your finances for me, Richard. I want to know how impressed to be with your business.
I'm a hobbyist accountant. Can you send me your 1040s?
Let me run through your numbers real quick, see if anything
You
could
just
went
send
awry,
back
like tax season.
Like,
Yeah, just give me January to December 2020. Yeah, I'll go through that real quick. Yeah, nobody wants that.
I want another fun video game. I've been downloading so many.
Okay, I got
games
it.
on my
Okay, I got
Xbox,
it.
and none of them have been tickling my fancy.
All right, so I'm jumping in with Scum and the boys to play some Dark and Darker tomorrow, maybe even late tonight. Dark and Darker is an extraction based game, which means you go in with the loot that you bring, Tarkov style. It's like, oh, I want to bring my wizard hat and my double sword and my fancy shield. But you're going into a Dungeons and Dragons type world. You're going into this like cave system, and you're fighting AI, but also other players. And there's 4 or 5 classes, just like Dungeons and Dragons. So Scum was saying he's been playing as a cleric because he can self heal really quickly. But he's in there with like a sword, shield, and a mace, clobbering motherfuckers and taking their gear, and then extracting and selling their gear and buying a better mace. And I think it just wiped. Maybe tonight it wipes or something like that. I've played it before and struggled, frankly, probably because I didn't know exactly what I was doing, and I was just playing with me and another guy who didn't know exactly what he was doing. But I will delve deep into Dark and Darker if you want. It's a pretty brand new game. It was in
You've mentioned
beta.
this game to me before. I guess
a
maybe
lot
it was
of
in
people
beta
like
when you
it.
brought it
A
up.
lot of people like it. It's it's like one of those hard games. It's like
It's a little hard.
I'll try it out. You're looking fly as hell smoking that joint just with your pinky up. Very classy.
Yeah.
You like Kyle, PharaohDistro.com, PKA 30.
Absolutely. But I want to stress the cum pills for Christmas, because I think they're going to run out again. They ran out last year around the holidays. And I think it makes a really good gag gift for dudes.
It does.
And even if they don't take it, it's a funny thing to stick on a shelf. I've seen a lot of
Yeah,
people
the
do
joke's
that.
on her if he does.
Yeah, she'll love it. So get yourself some weed and cum pills for the holidays.
I have a topic. I was a Reddit thing I ran across. If you had the power to instantly know the truth about a mystery, which mystery would you learn about?
The creation of the universe.
That's good.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a bad power to have because you're going to know the creation of the universe and it's going to hurt.
I want to know the creation of the universe. I want to know if there's an intelligent design or simulation theory, whatever the fuck. I want to know if it's just chemistry that repeats for infinity, and this is like this is the trillionth iteration of the same universe that just expands until it can't, rubber band.
You don't want these answers.
Explodes again and just keeps doing that.
That probably is objectively
the
the best mystery to solve, because just saying
JFK.
that one, you get to know if God's real. Because I assume that one, like Kyle says, I want to know the mystery of the universe, and they go, it was God, and it was the Christian God, or it was the Muslim God.
It's not going to be like that, though. It's the concept would be so beyond us. It would be like if my dog all of a sudden was aware and understood that he has pictures of himself on the internet.
There's yes or no question.
How could I explain to my dog the
I don't need an
internet?
explanation.
And we're not going to, but you're not going to, it's not going to, it's going to, the terms of the language
Stupid
for
dog.
you to
My dog already knows that.
The terms
yes or
of the
no.
language are beyond our
Has the universe
brains.
always
Our
existed? Yes or
brain,
no? You know?
we can't even see the colors.
Yeah.
Like we can't even see all the colors and hear all the sounds.
Okay, well, let's leave that one behind. I'm sorry I messed the question up. Let me give a better answer.
I like your answer.
No,
Kyle. I know that they're all hating on you.
I have a better one.
I'm not
I
hating.
have
I'm
a
just.
better
I
one.
think it's a great. I think it's a
Yeah,
great
I have a
question.
better-
I have
You'd
a better
have
one.
to.
I have a better
If he's
question.
hating, I'm hating too.
I have a better
Say
question.
his other
Stupid ass
one.
answer, idiot.
But I like the
today-
conversation of it. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What's your other one,
Because
Kyle?
today is the anniversary of JFK's assassination. Of course, it's so I would go back and get that one. It's
would be really fucked up is that
It's the drop off the creation
would be
of the universe.
it is, but would be really fucked up if the person that is giving you the answer genie is like, I can't tell you that either. It's kind of connected to the universe answer.
They're like the same. It's the same as the first question. The same guy that created the universe killed JFK. It was God that did it. Lee Harvey Oswald was the true son of our Lord Almighty. He came here to give JFK's life for our sins.
And I like how you're like, you wanted to know, you're like, which God's right? Is Jesus right?
Yeah, I'd want to know.
Imagine
like, who's closest?
And he leans in close and says, Joseph Smith.
I would be on my way. I'd be packing up a U-Haul, moving to Utah, ready to pay penance to the one true church if that was true.
Yeah, but if they were like, nah, Jewish God's right, you'd be like, kill them all.
No, I'd be like, hook me up. I'm gonna get skin graft surgery back on my penis so they can cut it off again.
Properly this time.
I'm gonna double dip my Judaism. Yeah, it'd be tough because I'd show up in Israel and they'd be like, I don't think you're Jewish, and I'd be like, and I'd have to say something about, oh my God, the prices at this airport, and then they'd be like, okay. They'd be like, do something athletic, and then I'd like miss a soccer ball. And they'd be like, okay, all right, this guy's in the mix. Like, tell us about your stock portfolio. And I'd be like, fuck, they're gonna know. I don't know anything about that.
Like, be funny. You do impressions. They're like, all right, let him in.
All right. Oh, you like Seinfeld? You like Curb? All right, you're in the mix. You're in the mix, brother. Yeah, I would be very interested to know. I'd be depressed if it was like, no, there is no God. There's nothing. You're just a meaningless nothing. That'd be so depressing.
Or what if they said, well, what if they said there is a God, but you're just like an extra thing that grew? His people are the Neptunians. They live 8 galaxies to the left of you. He created the whole universe for them, and you happened as a result of his magic over there.
That's pretty
He doesn't know you're there.
He doesn't even know where. Okay, well then that's just as bad.
And if he found out, he might be like, ew. What? Ew. And like,
I have a feeling,
like a stain
I think you're right about
bathroom.
that, because I think humans are so fucked that like if me too, and that's what I'm talking about. That's how we're fucked. Is that if we found out that God has children and we're the accident, well, we're about to bring freedom to his real children, and we're about to free ourselves from him. Fucking fuel up the fighter jets. We're storming planet Neptunia.
Oh yeah, dude,
we're gonna burn them to the fucking ground. Let's show them how humans.
Did you see Avatar?
Baby.
That's kind of like what happened with like Lucifer and the fallen angels, right? Is they were jealous of humanity because we were, the main project that God's working on, and they were like, Lucifer's like, what the fuck? Why are you so obsessed with these disgusting, stupid, low animals? Look at me, I'm Lucifer, I'm hot shit. And
we'd be like, look at the Neptunians, they're fucking green skin. It's disgusting.
They're short.
They're fucking green skinned, 4 nipples. Let's go fucking kill them all now. If
that was the case, and we found out that God's real and that he has a favored species of people on the moon, and they live under the crust or something, and like that's why we can't see them, we'd have to go shut that down.
We turn that shit into an Uncrustable real fast.
Oh yeah, that'd be an Uncrustable real fast.
I don't know why you want to like upset God by like going against his people. That's
We'd have to
show
this.
How we're worthwhile. We'd be like, God, give us some attention. This is like the movie I'm writing in my head.
Love us back. Love us back.
God's gonna come get us. I like the idea of like an advanced alien race, but they evolved from ants. And on their planet, because their planet's just one anthill at this point, because like one anthill killed all the others, and so there's just one queen, and so they've been like that for so long that they don't have any concept of like war or fighting anything, or it's lost upon them because they've been masters of their planet for so long, since before they were intelligent, and so they show up here with all their advanced technology, and we just fuck them up because we're war monkeys. We're war monkeys who have been training for millions of years to be the best war monkey we can be. And we just dominate them and take their cool technology away and lie to them and swindle them the way we did the Redskins. You know, we can get them drunk on our we give them like, the thing is like they're ants, so they love sweets. And we've got so much fucking corn syrup. We're just pumping it up. America's getting all the ant money, all the ant tech. China's mad as fuck. They've just got rice. Ants don't want rice. They can't eat it. It expands their tummies.
I remember you saying that we'd fuck them up. I remember getting the Halo 2 limited edition of Halo 2, and it came with the manual, but they didn't reveal that you play as the Covenant also in Halo 2. So when you get the limited edition of the game, the regular manual, which is like written as if you're a human and explaining to you all the things in the game, the Halo 2 limited edition is written as if you're a Covenant. So it's kind of like downplaying all the elements that are human and upplaying all the alien parts reverse to the humans, where the humans will be like, oh God, the elites, they're fucking so crazy. They'll just stomp all of us up, make sure you focus fire on. Whereas like in the alien book, it'll be like the Sangali, the most prosperous and advanced warrior or whatever. But the whole point of it being that they're looking at all the human guns and they're like, bullshit gun, trash gun, this is stupid, what a fucking old school. And then they get to the shotgun and they're like, hold up. Even though it's the oldest style of shooting a gun that we've stopped using like thousands of years ago, do not go near this fucking thing. It will fuck you up. And like when I saw that, I kind of always thought that, like, you know what? Like if aliens came here and they were gonna go and like do whatever it is like to do like to fuck us up, I just think like humans have proven we're so crazy with ourselves, and what we'll do that with aliens, like we would. I don't think they're ready. Like
I'll tell you
like,
what it would be like.
God forbid we find out that they have a vagina and they taste good, we will fuck them and eat them.
If their blood makes us live longer, I will drink it from their babies' throats. Okay? I will.
If
I'll
their
do
blood
like
powers my car, we'll invade the whole planet.
Dude, if they have a nice color, we're wearing them as jackets now.
If their blood is
they've
like
never seen shit like that.
if their blood is like a low quality sugar alternative that's like better marginally than sucralose, we'd kill them. Like
if it tastes anything like this, we will fuck them and eat them and wear them.
A bunch of crazy rednecks looking for a jacket.
It is like, but that's, I feel like aliens.
You're
get that
genociding all these
civilized?
alien babies, and it's like, yeah, but look at Pepsi Zero's reached new heights.
Other planets with life on their planets, I promise you, they're not wearing the skin of other things on that planet. I think that's some human shit.
That could be par for the course, though.
In Invincible, I don't think I've seen the newest episode, but the episode before last, he goes under the water and he fights like some kind of a sea monster. And there's a part where the sea monster uses some sort of sound weapon against Invincible, and it affects him. It like fucks him up a little, and immediately the scientists are like, hey. This thing right here. Do you see that? Do you see that? Fucking get the tech guys on that. Figure out what, and it's their boy. Invincible's their boy. And still they're like, hey, that fucked him up. Go look into that. We need a gun that shoots whatever that is. That's how we would be if aliens got here. And we would learn so fast like if they were plant people, we would have some Roundup missiles. Monsanto would be loading the silos. Like immediately I feel like we figure it out because we're awful. I like to imagine that if there is life elsewhere, it's not as awful as we are, because we are awful.
If they came here and they were like pig people, like we could make pork with their bodies, we're like, it's on.
We'd eat them.
Like we will fucking eat them.
What if they taste good raw? They're gonna hate this warfare.
Oh,
dude,
that's what I'm saying.
There'd be
We would. I
human
think we would eat
propaganda
people
everywhere, where it's like, do your part, eat the invaders. Like that.
The strawberry men land. Oh, I got a can of whipped cream in one hand and a Glock in the other.
Yeah, the strawberry people invade, and it's like, oh, these suck. These aren't even that good.
The grape
really
invasion. The grape invasion on their trail mix ships. You're like, stand back, boys. I got this.
Isn't there a movie where like tomatoes invade?
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. There are sequels. I loved it as a kid.
But what if it wasn't even? What if it was like a Burger King tomato? So they're like flavorless trash, not even like a nice aroma.
Well, you better bring a lot of Wonder Bread, mayonnaise, and black pepper.
Yeah, you need some salt. You need to spice that up a little bit.
I made a 4-part list for the question I asked. If you had the power to know a mystery.
Yes.
little recency bias in it, but here we go. I'd like to know Epstein's client list.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I think that would upturn the world if that got out. It'd be like,
Right?
this many of them are fucking on
I'd
the
like
island?
to know the motivation of the Las Vegas shooter, right? Like that thing, they just sort of shrugged their shoulders and said, huh,
It
well,
would be so crazy if he'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll tell you, but you only have one question. I'm surprised you didn't want to know if your wife was cheating on you or not. But anyways, here you go. And you're like, wait, what?
He definitely is. Let's stick with mysteries. I didn't think you were the no shit genie. One question. That's it.
all right. I want to know the truth of the Fermi Paradox, right? Why has there been no evidence of as wide a net as we've cast?
Wait, the
any
what?
life-
What's
the Fermi Paradox?
Paradox. Why we
I'll
have found life?
explain
Yeah,
it.
statistically, we should have found some sign of them. We should be looking at. We should be seeing Dyson spheres. We should be seeing stars that are being asteroid fields that are being dismantled and turned into material. We should see planets being dismantled because if there are these advanced races that are so far ahead, they are inevitably going to mine their own. It's the next steps in like technological leaps, and we're not seeing any of that. No radio signal, no ships, no warp drive, no blinky stars.
Earth is pretty noisy, right? If you shine a telescope on it, you can see our lights blinking on and off. We've been sending radio waves out into space for like 100 years now, but we don't have any evidence. Maybe more, I don't know. But we don't have any evidence that there's any other noisy planets. As far as we know, we're the only. Hold on. There's a lot going. I got a lot more, Harley.
Yeah.
As far as we know, we're the only intelligent life out there. So the Fermi Paradox asks why. Either we're just first, right? That there's intelligent life behind us, but for some reason, our planet, out of all of them, is the first to have ever gotten advanced ever. Seems statistically unlikely.
Yeah.
So there must be some wall that perhaps we haven't hit yet that stops us, that makes it so that if you get as far as we are to a noisy planet, you start dying. Maybe everybody goes to catastrophic war. A filter. Thank you. That there's some sort of filter that prevents societies from getting as advanced as we're about.
Getting advanced enough to do the things I'm describing. Because and the question is, are we just the first? Are we the last? Because we're late.
Or are
in the
we
universe's
the only?
life. Are we the only that there ever have been, ever will be? Is it just that there's no intelligent life, or just any intelligent life? Maybe there's like monkeys somewhere. Maybe there's bacteria somewhere or fungus. But
statistically, most likely, there's a whole bunch of planets who've achieved
Like
this already, and they're just graveyards of them.
statistically, there should be a bunch of us's out there. There should be a bunch of like Star Trek: The Next Generations and Star Wars type shit going on with
Unless there's a filter that
Prime
stops
directive,
people getting
though.
from here to there. And if there is a filter, that's the graveyard I'm talking about.
Third Body Problem introduces a really good filter. The idea that there's this overlord race that's
what I was going to say at first. The Three Body Problem has a whole concept of societies, why we wouldn't be able to, or how different they are. You guys know that Netflix show's coming out, eh?
Yeah.
It's some bumps in the road, I've heard, but
Yeah,
hopefully
but
it's
The writer's
good.
strike couldn't have helped.
Yeah, I don't think we know nearly enough about space to know
Yeah.
what's going on out there. I think
It's so
we're
fucked.
probably little babies who think we know a lot more than we do, and we don't.
I don't know. We're doing some cool shit. Like we always talk about the cool shit not happening, but them
Go back to
landing
the
those.
fucking moon.
They've been They're going. They say they are. If you look at like they're saying they're going in the next 10 years. Or
Oh,
so,
they're
but-
coming.
Kyle or
But
Taylor, they promised me no sooner than 2027.
No sooner. That's
They
so
didn't say
hilarious.
that. Yeah.
No sooner than
They've been
2025.
landing
Oh,
on
okay.
comets, though. They've been landing these spacecraft on comets and meteorites and like taking
China
samples.
has, right? Am I crazy?
We
That
did
wasn't
as well.
American?
We
Okay,
did as well.
okay.
We landed on a comet, and we did the one that like landed. You got to keep in mind, we're moving. The thing we sent is moving. The Earth, I mean, is moving. The thing we sent out there is moving, and the comet is moving. But we did the math well enough that it intersects it, doesn't exactly land. It sort of like touches down briefly enough to scoop up a bunch of it, and then poof, pops back off, and then comes back and lands not just on Earth, but over there in Oklahoma where we want it to land, out here in this field. And then they go out there and they've got a canister full of like rocks and pebbles, and they're like testing them at the CDC. They sent them, samples everywhere for various scientists to take looks at them. It flew back.
Like with
a spacecraft, they sent a tiny spacecraft out to land on this thing, grab some shit, take off, and fly back to Earth.
Do we need some of this fuel on Earth?
Kyle told the story.
Craft.
Great. I followed it. I was riveted. But somewhere along the story, I was hoping he would slip in. Maybe I'm a little high. People are saying that. That it is easier to teach miners to be astronauts than astronauts to be miners.
You can't teach an astronaut to drill. That's in your blood, boy. All right? Now, have Steve Buscemi's pedophile ass come in here and show you how to load a nuclear weapon.
Yes.
That movie is so upsetting to watch as a grown man. As a kid, you're like, ye fucking haw. Bruce Willis is laying people out. That big black dude, Michael Clark Duncan Hall or whatever his name was.
Rest in peace.
He's like flexing with his bikini bottoms, like making fun of cholesterol. Didn't he die of a stroke?
No, I didn't know that.
I don't know. I mean, but he was
the best casting of his career. They as soon as they made the first Planet of the Apes movie, you may not remember. Marky Mark made a Planet of the Apes movie back in the day, and they were like, "Who's going to play the big gorilla man?" Immediately, that guy, and it seemed a little racist.
I mean, I just see Marky Mark as a job creator.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Well, he does.
You think he would have? Or actually, this was probably after the Green Mile.
Vietnamese man he brutalized.
Man, those Planet of the Apes movies, the new ones, are low-key so great and high up on my list. I find them so enjoyable. The CG monkey shit that they do is so good.
Then you see the trailer for the new one, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes?
Yeah.
He's got a fucking falcon on his arm.
Yeah, I'm very excited for it. Yeah, the monkey. And they like ride the horse. They look like they're tying it all around in a big, sexy way, it looks like. It's pretty cool.
I've seen wait, are you talking about the old ones?
No, James Franco and the monkeys in the first one. Then the next
I saw that.
There was two after that one?
There's a trilogy and the fourth is now coming out.
Yeah.
Well then I got 3 fucking monkey movies to watch then.
So you have 2. Part 2 and 3 are pretty good. I like them.
I like about them, because it's it's not like creative writing or anything. I like the technology. I like that those monkeys, it's hard to even describe what they look like, because obviously they're not even trying to look like people. They're trying to look like intelligent apes. But they nail that in a way that is very frustrating, because it's like, that's not an actor and that's not a monkey, but it's not an animal. It looks like an intelligent monkey that you relate to and you like. And
how much time
close enough to relate
each
to?
Each movie, more time passes. The first movie is basically, you see the super serum that creates them. It's like, holy shit, Caesar's
it makes them
fucking
smart
doing
fast.
calculus over there. What the fuck?
It makes them smart fast, and it makes humans mentally deteriorate.
Okay, I saw that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think there was like also a pandemic going on in the first one. And there's a big battle on the Golden Gate Bridge.
A bunch of fucking monkeys running around with brains.
But then each movie after that, it seems like maybe a decade has passed, and humanity really has taken a step down.
Gets more desperate and stuff.
Yeah.
And then do the monkeys get like their own nukes?
No, they're just they got AK.
They condemn Hamas and they have their own nuke.
Do they have like fun themed monkey weapons where it's like a banana missile, or like
they all fall down?
I think I saw them throw some it shouldn't be. It's like stones. They are using spears and shit.
They got slings.
They're like
on the way back up.
Is like shit. Just sticks with shit.
They're on their way back up. They're working backwards, but they had that awesome scene with the monkey and the AK.
Yeah,
where that monkey walked up, and it's just so good. The monkey's like just being smart with it. But
I have not seen the monkey AK.
Their promotion for the movie.
Yeah, that was the thing that I had to be like, Kyle, that's not fucking real, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
that what you would ask the creator of the universe? How did this monkey learn to
use an AK-47? Monkey to shoot an AK-47, Lord? That was an advertisement for Sony's motion picture Planet of the Apes, Kyle. Thank you for using your once-in-a-lifetime magical question. Goodbye.
By the way, I should have mentioned the rest of humanity will be aware of your opportunity here and how you ask it. They'd kill you right away. They'd be like,
Yeah,
this
I guess
fucking
you would get
idiot.
humanity to vote in that situation. I don't.
Yeah,
no, I'm gonna be-
I mean, the only thing you
I'm
could
gonna
vote
be
for
selfish.
would be like, tell us how everything was made. Tell us about the creation of the universe. That'd be crazy to ask anything else.
I don't know. I'd like some stock tips, maybe. Like just get ahead of the market. Really, I mean, fuck everybody's mysteries, right?
No, you'd want the mystery.
What?
No.
Yeah, you'd want the mystery. You'd want to know like what happened, how it got
I take
started.
infinite money. I'll take infinite money over the mysteries of the universe.
No, I'd take mysteries of the universe.
Why?
Oh.
How are you gonna monetize?
I mean, someone
This is
offers
red
me
pill and
$10
blue pill
billion
in Matrix, by the way. This is red
or-
pill and blue pill in
yeah.
Matrix.
the same way you offer me $10 million or a book on how to make $20 million. I'm taking
one of those weed
I'm taking the
crystals in
$10
my
million
eye.
and then I'm buying 35 million copies of that book. That way I'm making all the right decisions. No, you could parlay that information about the creation of the universe into a million billion things.
No,
Like,
it's only
no.
useful if it leads to products people give you money for.
Well, I'd have to set up some sort of cult where I shroud the information that's new to me, and
You're gonna
people
talk.
follow me, and I'm going to
Then
talk.
South
You're
Park's
right.
going to
I'm
make
gonna
an
talk.
episode. South Park will make an episode about the real. Here's how the universe was created, and it'll just be your whole spiel, and then you won't be able to monetize it because they don't pay people; they just steal your story. And it'll just like they did Scientology.
Yeah, but
and
I'll
you
be
should have taken
remembered
the
as a
$1 trillion.
hero. I'll
You
be
could have
remembered as a
been.
hero.
You could have had infinite money. Literally, you could have been like 8 Saudi princes deep. Could have been making like Margot Robbie eat your butthole, like after hockey practice. Because guess what? You own the whole. Like, how many NHL teams do you want? You could play the real NHL like you do that stupid video game. Hey, let's blow the salary cap. Connor McDavid, you actually Connor McDavid suck my dick while you watch my team win. Like you could do whatever you wanted. You could make Gretzky come back and play on your team.
That's true. I don't know if I'd make him play on some other team because he wouldn't be very good right now. But
And you'd have his son next to you with a pistol.
Alan Gretzky?
Yeah, you'd
I don't
have
know.
Alan there with you, and you'd have like a gun pointed at him. You'd be like, "You better get 3 points tonight, Wayne. Better get 3 points tonight, and tomorrow night, and the next night, and you just kill his son."
Dude, but think
Jokes
about
on
this.
you, they're all assists.
I reveal
That's okay.
the secrets of the universe to everyone around, and I'm like, there is a God, and he made us XYZ. Dude, there's gonna be like, there will be like billionaires that give me shit tons of money, and like there will be people. There'd be a fucking GoFundMe.
You trying to be
where it'd
Moses?
like,
Are you trying to pull a Moses right now and come down from the mountain with some bullshit tablets? What were you doing up
I
there?
would
for-
absolutely orchestrate it, something like that. Yeah, I'd
Joseph
wear a
Smith?
GoPro. I'd stream it.
By the way, nobody wants to like draw the comparison between Joseph Smith and Moses, do they? But two dudes just showing up
Just
with
two
some
smart guys
magic
having a fun time.
tablets. Oh, like God's got some stuff that y'all need to hear about. Let's check it out. Like
Yeah,
one
I
of
mean,
them's like Loopy, and the other's the hero of the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say Moses is the hero of the Bible. I'd say there's
He's one of the
different
heroes of
character.
the Bible. He
Yeah,
freed
it's
the
probably
Israelites.
Jesus. Yeah,
I don't think. I mean, maybe but the hero of the Old Testament's Moses.
Moses or Abraham. Yeah, or King David. He's in there as well. Solomon always takes second
What
fiddle
was
to King
David's
David.
downfall?
Yeah, what about Noah? You rounded up all those fucking animals. Come on. It's a big
Noah's
deal,
another
too.
big hitter, heavy hitter. Noah,
I don't believe in Noah.
Moses, Abraham.
Noah's
and
in the
Noah.
fighting game, and his
You-
special move is he points his hand forward, and all the animals stampede over you.
That's
They like run by really fast.
I
I
love,
love it.
That's really good. He summons also. Man, he'd be a summoner.
He like summons
summon you.
rain down on the ground, and you slip on it and fall.
That's good. Noah would be good. He'd probably be an S tier character. He'd be up there with Jesus and Muhammad. The Muslims probably
Moses
wouldn't want
is
you to
the
draw
dude.
Muhammad, so you could do all of
Moses,
them.
you think about what Moses did. Moses is out in the desert, burning bush. Fucking God talks to him. He goes
like
white.
this and lifts his
goes
hand up,
white
and a
as
burning
ghost.
bush appears where you are and burns you and falls down.
His hair
and then he
turns
summons
white.
tablets and smashes you on the head with
No,
them.
Moses
That was
would
later
be.
on.
He'd be a plague guy. He'd be frog.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
that too for sure.
Firstborn
Yeah.
sons dead. He'd be sinister.
Moses literally had a wizard off with the Pharaoh's wizards. Like they had a competition where the Pharaoh's wizards did their magic, and then Moses did his to prove the Lord's magic was stronger than
That's the best
than
part
the gods of Egypt.
His
that's the best part
fatality,
of
he
it.
grabs
They went
you.
full Harry Potter mode in the Old Testament. People don't.
Oh,
people
do you
don't
know?
give enough credit.
You know the way the story goes in the when he's having a wizard battle with the Pharaoh's high priests.
Yeah.
The high priests of Pharaoh were like, we can cast our staves and create snakes from them. And they and like the way Moses wrote it was like, and they threw down their staves and snakes did appear. And so, like, they could create snakes also with their staffs.
Yes.
And then Moses throws down his big old dick staff, and his snake devours their snakes. So he goes in big dick mode, makes an even bigger snake. He eats all of their snakes. And so that struck me as a kid reading it and being taught. I was like, wait, so
they had magic?
Like, they had magic also? Like, that's interesting. I would have thought they would have been faking the whole time, but no, even according to Moses, they had some low tier magic, like level 1.
Let's get like a theologian on as a guest, like someone who could be like, yeah, that's actually there's only 2 instances in the Bible where the magic of another religion is spoken of as a reality. I'd love to know that, because it's a really good point.
Yeah,
their magic worked. Mm-hmm. Like, even in like the versions I've seen, like on like the movies, they don't make a fake snake, they make a real snake, and then Moses' shit eats theirs.
Yeah,
that
would be good. Let's get a reputable theologian on the show, and we can talk to him about that. Get his pontifications on God.
Wendigoon's about as close as we usually get, but I don't know. There's a couple YouTubers.
He's knowledgeable. I like bandying about religious stuff with Wendigoon. He knows his shit.
He's a Sunday school teacher.
He is. He knows all about the snakes and the magic of the.
He condemns Hamas also.
He condemns anything that goes against.
I'm goofing around.
Yeah, I feel like he's more. I feel like his conspiracies are more like JFK, Federal Reserve stuff, right? Is that what he's doing?
Everything I like the Skinwalker stuff. I like that creepy. I like the creepy like campers going missing in the national parks shit. But he does a little bit of everything. Lots of mysteries and
if you let's say
shit.
Let's say you get like 15 questions in this scenario Woody brought up, and so like you're getting low on there. Would you even be curious, like, what kind of ape were they seeing with Bigfoot? What's the deal? Was that a guy dressed up?
We know that.
Like, what was it, Australopithecus or whatever?
Gigantopithecus.
Like, well, we don't know, like, what it was.
Well, we know that Gigantopithecus existed. We have their bones and everything. What I think it's what I believe, and I think it's not a big leap to believe it, is that the Native Americans, they found paleo sites in Native America that date back like 15,000 years, and they found them in South America to 27,000 years now. So humans were here a lot longer than we thought they were in the Americas, and that thing lived, I don't know how long ago. There was a giant ape that lived in North America at some point. I don't know the timeline on it. But I can imagine maybe like some ancestors passed down a legend of a Bigfoot. And I think that's all there is to it, is some legend from a long time ago. But every time some white crackhead, meth head, I seen the Bigfoot. Oh, really? It screamed at me, Daddy. It screamed at me.
My vision that evening was impeccable from all the meth I'd smoked.
I immediately wrote 800 pages about what I'd just seen.
I woke up the next morning, my dick raw from masturbating. Because that's what you.
Yeah, I just don't believe it. There's no way that anybody. There's a Bigfoot, and here's the reason. There's so many trail cams and so many hunters, and what hunters do is basically look for Bigfoot. They're not looking for Bigfoot. They're looking for other animals that don't want to be found. They're looking for big deer and bears and predators and all sorts of things that their living is literally hide from humans if they know that there's people out there. And you would imagine this thing does, but they're always out there. Hunters are always out there with their cameras and their scopes and their spotting rifles.
Oh, there's no way it's still out there now. I was meaning like what the same way like I'd want to ask on my low tier question, like, all right, show me like what the dinosaurs actually looked like. Like, take me back in time, show me this one and that one. I want to see them frolicking or whatever they do. And if I'm asking the ultimate authority that, and he takes me back in time and he's like, behold, dinosaurs, and they're all like Great Dane-sized birds with feathers, I'd be like, fuck you. Fuck you, liar.
You got any of them Jurassic Park dinosaurs?
Yeah, do you have any Jurassic Park dinosaurs? No, that is merely a fiction of your evolved imagination. Shut up!
That's literally, I was a Jewish lie.
That was a Jewish lie. But what did they have to gain? They wanted to get your hopes
hiding
up.
Dragons. They're hiding the existence of dragons and the young that are proof of the young Earth theory. That didn't Saint Michael slay a dragon or something?
Mm-hmm. That's where the Jew gold came from.
That's where the jiggle came from.
You know, we do have those artist, depictions from every continent and every civilization showing very similar dragons, from the Far East to the South Americas to the North Americans to obviously the European like dragons that breathe fire and stuff.
Yeah, maybe there's something to those dragons. Maybe they were big old dinosaurs, cool on scales, not feathers, and they were
breathing fire.
Yeah,
maybe.
It's not impossible.
Taylor, you have a PS5? Oh, you have a computer. A gaming computer?
I have a gaming computer and an Xbox.
Oh, an Xbox, like a new Xbox, a Series X?
Yes. Yeah.
I gotta be honest with you guys. I played Robocop the game, and it's not good. It was fucking amazing.
Really?
If you could appreciate playing a game that looks like it was developed. Like, I know, I can never just be straightforward. I always got to be ADD with my fucking shit.
I knew what you were doing.
Yeah, like if you could just appreciate that it's like made for like developed like it was 15 years ago, and enjoyed in that way.
I love old games, so yeah.
No, it's made like 37 years ago, like when Robocop came out. It's meant to simulate Robocop in the movie Robocop. Yeah. So like the backgrounds are right, like the houses, the factory, it's all right. You got Peter Weller coming back to voice Robocop. The way his targeting
and he's very
works.
funny, and he's so funny in it. I never realized, like, as a kid,
dick.
Yeah, you get an achievement for it. As a kid, like watching Robocop, I'd be like, he's so cool, but I never really grasped what the fuck was going on. This is like actually the best Robocop content since Robocop 1. And it's just funny because sometimes they're like, oh, come on, Tin Can, why you don't got to give me a ticket for that? And he's like, Robocop, you get to choose dialogue. He's like, yes. I know that doesn't sound funny that he just said yes, but it's shit like that delivered perfectly. And the game was so much fun just walking around shooting.
You've seen Robocop, Taylor?
No.
Man, your life can be so much fun if you just do all the things.
So Robocop is
next time I get together with you physically, Kyle. We'll do a.
You guys should come to Canada.
We'll get high as fuck and watch.
You guys should come. You guys should come to Canada.
I'm not allowed
to my
in your country.
house.
I'm not allowed.
You're not. That's right. That's right. I forgot. I did forget
we'll
that.
meet at Woody's house.
I'm coming over, motherfuckers. I'm inviting myself. I'm not waiting for the PKA fucking Christmas sweater. I'm not waiting for the cum pills. When I find out what is going on, I'm fucking coming, and you can't stop me from coming. No one can stop me from coming.
I'll make you do it.
I need to go. Let's do it in St. Louis because I've been hearing a lot about St. Louis barbecue.
There's great barbecue.
Oh, it's terrible.
No, he's trolling. It's fantastic. He wouldn't know good barbecue if it came up and blew him.
I knew it was going to be
a fat girl joke.
Yeah, is that a what joke?
A fat girl joke.
No, it was I couldn't think of anything. So you go to dick or being gay or something like that.
The solid go-to.
Yes.
Sonny's Barbecue has a meal called Pork Three Ways, and I always imagine like three fat chicks because it's sliced pork, pulled pork, and ribs.
See, that's a good tray.
Yeah,
it's a great tray. And then two sides cornbread or toast.
Yeah. Let's get together, get high as shit, eat a bunch of barbecue, and then you can show me 15 movies that I haven't.
It's gonna be hard because I'm gonna be there on coke, so I'm gonna be standing up next to the movie the whole time, like, watch this part, but visualize that it's 1992 and you're like a stupid fucking kid, okay? And the TV's like this big, but shut up, for a second. Watch the part. It's sick.
Yes. After this, I got a business idea I got to share with you. 1992. Okay, 1992. I'm 1 year old. I'm sitting there.
RoboCop is a lot better than you might think it is. It's not a dumb action movie. It's
I've heard
satirical.
It's
cool. It's funny. Yeah. There's a whole Jesus allegory going on where RoboCop is Jesus. He's crucified at the beginning. He's risen from the dead, and then he walks on water. It's really fun. I like Paul Verhoeven's movies. Like Starship Troopers is another one that really satirical.
I just got that game also and was low key. It's low key really fun. It's like 16-player co-op, like base building, first person shooting, mindless shooting. It just gets tiring quickly because it's like one game mode. But yeah, great. It's fun. I got a lot of games. There's a lot of games out there now. Alan Wake 2, by the way, you guys Alan Wake 2. I didn't even like Alan Wake 1. I stopped playing it. But Alan Wake 2 plays like an episode of like Twin Peaks. And it's like a detective. It's much slower paced game.
Is it an RPG?
No, it's like a single player action, third person shooter, investigative cop simulator TV show like drama thriller with horror elements.
There's a lot of descriptors. There's a lot of goodness in those descriptors.
Because you know what? It
Deep
is
game.
really unlike a lot of games that have come out. It's really its own type of thing, and it's really good. It was really, really good. I had a great time playing it, and I didn't even like Alan Wake 1. You don't even need to play Alan Wake 1 to play Alan Wake 2. Hard recommend on it.
Yeah, I would.
I think I'm gonna mess with Dark and Darker some tomorrow. I've been playing with my VR, playing Ghost of Tabor a little bit. It's Escape from Tarkov, but in VR, and the gunplay is neat. It's pretty fun.
You're going to be playing
Which VR
tomorrow?
do you have?
You don't have Thanksgiving plans with the family?
I'm not doing it tomorrow. I'm going to do it. You saw my shopping.
Oh,
thing
he's
today. I didn't get
Canadian. He did it already.
You already
to-
Yeah, I saw your cart when you texted us. I didn't realize. I didn't know if that was you or you saw a funny screenshot on.
No, that was my cart. That was my cart. I was.
Did you fire that
I
last
ordered my-
message off?
I did not finish that last message off. No, I didn't. No, what happened was I kept being slow about ordering my Thanksgiving turkey, and then when I did order it, they didn't have one, and then a whole day passed, and then today I was ordering the turkey, and he takes a picture of a hickory smoked turkey. He's like, "Will this work?" And on Instacart, it's just like, no, that won't work. That's $145 smoked hickory turkey. No, I want a $12 frozen turkey.
Yeah.
So I finally did get my turkey today. It is 17 goddamn pounds because that's the smallest one they had. And I went and got two. Oh, it wasn't. It was cheap, like $20 or something. They do something to the price of turkey around Thanksgiving to make sure that turkeys are cheap as shit.
Yeah, but our turkey is 20 pounds, $9.
Exactly. That's the deal I had last year. Last year, I'm not even joking. They were both 18 or 19 pounds, $7 each. I took a picture, and they were like buy one get one free, $7 or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, give me a free fucking turkey. It sat in my freezer
I imagine, yeah.
for so long.
They do the same pricing as like rotisserie chickens with Thanksgiving this time of year with turkeys, where like they know you're going to spend so much on other shit that they just want you there. Like, oh, they have turkeys? Okay, I'll buy the $11 turkey and then I'll spend $400 on all the fucking other shit.
Frozen turkeys are like $1 a pound or even less. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I got all my fixins and sides and everything. My desserts and cobblers and such, all my ingredients, I think. But I'm gonna have to like defrost that turkey. I don't know how long that's gonna take. But
It's gonna take a long fucking time.
I'm not dead set. It doesn't matter to me if it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Like I don't fucking care. I'm gonna do Thanksgiving this week. So as long as it takes, as long as it takes. Hopefully I don't ruin the turkey like I did last year. Last year I bought a pre-brined turkey. Brining is when you soak it in sort of a salt sugar bath. And it absorbs that into the proteins. But unbeknownst to me, I had bought a pre-brined turkey. So when I double brined it, I turned it into Saltbird.
Yeah.
So I deep fry this thing, and it comes out looking beautiful, golden, crispy brown, injected with Cajun goodness. And I cut it open and take a bite, and it tastes like pure salt, just salt meat. And I'm just looking at my
Were you sad?
girlfriend, and yes, I was so bummed out. It's ruined. It's like, all right, let's eat 8 different sides and go to bed.
Did everyone go like, oh, Kyle, it's not that. It's pretty good.
No one
water.
No more water, please. Kyle, it's pretty good.
It's like that scene from Christmas Vacation where they're like,
Did they
Save
try
the
and
neck for me,
assuage
Clark.
your broken feelings? Like it's not your fault. They didn't say what. Does it say pre-brined all over the back?
I swear to God, I only realized my mistake yesterday. It had been a mystery to me until yesterday. As I'm shopping for turkeys, I see that some are brined and some are not. I'm like, oh my God, I bought a turkey that had already been. That's the mystery of the shitty Thanksgiving
year,
of last
huh?
year. So
Kyle
Yeah,
could have
and
had
the
any
problem
mystery
is-
solved that he chose that fucking shitty mystery.
Yeah,
You're not origin of
70
the universe.
Yeah,
not
that's what he
JFK.
did. Why did I
Oh, God.
ruin Thanksgiving 2022?
have y'all ever deep fried turkeys?
No.
Yeah, with my grandparents.
It is the way. So like it's not that it's a lot more expensive. So you've got to get like $120 frying setup and then a tank of propane and then just the peanut oil because you want to use peanut oil, not vegetable oil. It just tastes way better. I think it's $70 for like 4.5 gallons if you use Sam's Club and have a card. which is the cheapest place to get it. If you go to the grocery store and have to buy it a gallon at a time, it's $25 a gallon. So it gets real expensive, and then you have to get the turkey. And then I always tell myself I'm going to use cheesecloth and filter it back into the. I've never done that once. I leave that turkey cooker full of rancid oil until the next year, and then panic and dump the oil in the forest and then scrub it in my bathtub for an hour to try to get all the oily residue off and cook with it again.
So once a year.
You got to calculate
Every year
the
I
liquid
do that.
displacement as well, because then you're going to get a shit ton of oil all over the place.
Yeah.
Oh, you'll also start a fire and
It's
like
very
burn
easily.
yourself.
Apparently, a lot of people burn their house down or do severe damage to their house.
They don't understand
deep-frying
liquid
a turkey.
displacement because they're fucking stupid. You know, you've got to.
People dip
When
like
you add a
still
20-pound
frozen
turkey to 3 or 4 gallons of oil, it'll overfill it. You just do it slowly and watch the oil line, and you've got to be what a lot of people do. There's videos everywhere. They'll drop them, and so there's a big plunk splash, and the oil just catches fire.
How retarded do you have to be to do that?
Just
Very
a little bit,
retarded.
apparently. It's very common.
People do it on wooden decks with like porches over
Mm-hmm.
it, so the house ends up burning down.
That's embarrassing. You got to make up a story if that's how you burn your house down. Don't tell me you dunked your frozen turkey in the oil. The fire marshal's laughing at you. You're like,
Oh, that
no,
too, if it's
it was
frozen.
it was vandals.
Yeah, if you don't defrost that thing, I mean, it can be a little like cold and there can be some ice crystals, but if you don't defrost that thing, you'll also make a bomb. Apparently, I've never done. That would be a good YouTube video. Get your fryer going 450 degrees and throw
Don't
a
need
frozen
guns
turkey
for
in that bitch.
You just need a YouTube password.
I'm telling you, suck my dick. I can't remember it, but yeah, that would. I also saw it made me think of Woody. General Sam did a video where he makes Thanksgiving in microwaves, and he's got like 8 microwaves stacked on top of each other, and he's putting a turkey in there. It's I didn't watch the rest of it, but it looked like it was going to be a good time. I think that's his brother with him. That gentleman.
Yeah,
looks
he
like
does, he
if
does a
Taylor-
bunch of videos where he feeds them shit food.
I haven't seen that. I don't think.
Whenever I
Yeah.
see good content in the food space, something fun, I'm like, damn, how'd I let that one feeding shit food to like my brother? This is great. Epic
You just see it
mealtime
as a missed
content.
opportunity. We're like, fuck.
He'll
Have
do
you guys
like
ever
the
had
foods
General
of
Sam on the
Tarkov.
show?
Yeah, we've had
Yeah.
General. We need to get him back on. He's a funny dude.
Yeah, he's a good
He'll
one.
do like foods of Tarkov. He'll eat them, and then he'll also do like internet's grossest recipes. I think he made salmon in his dishwasher. You know, you just put it in a bag and sous vide.
I've seen a GIF of
Oh,
that.
I've
Yeah.
seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like just use your fucking oven, you animal. Like,
Well,
that-
they're sous videing it, so it is a poor man's sous vide. Like you can throw a steak in there in a plastic bag and it'll cook it.
yeah, but you've been fucking. There's soap all over the place.
No, it's in a plastic bag. You
Oh.
put the steak in a bag and then suck the air out. And you're sous videing it, which is French for by
Cook.
vacuum, I think.
Yeah.
No.
Now, are people doing this?
It's
Are
French.
people just throwing their steak there with the dirty dishes and like, washing and staking?
The
at
French
same-
aren't. Like a cook would use. You have a tank of water with a digital sous vide machine, which you put to exactly the temperature you want to cook the meat to 127 degrees is what I cook my steaks to, and then you pull it out of there and sear it, and you've got a perfect steak.
But
It's
you
the
said it was a
perfect
poor
way.
man's sous vide. You made it seem like this is a
Dishwasher.
standard practice. Right. So when
Yeah.
the poor men do their sous videing, do they also wash their dishes? Is there
Yeah,
soap
yeah, you
and
absolutely can.
pot clang?
That's up to you. That's up to you. The way I've
Well,
seen
you know,
it,
go
is-
green.
It's not gonna do that'd be a wasteful load, I guess, if you didn't get your dishes clean.
Dude, Woody's high eyes are cracking me up. Like just so high.
I don't know
Woody
what
high?
you're talking about.
Look at his eyes.
How did Woody get high?
Stop. I don't
It
want
was that beverage he was sipping.
Oh goodness.
He's just having
I
a
didn't
good time. It's the holiday spirit, man. It's just
I miscalculated the time. I did not mean to be high. This
This guy's fucking stoned and loaded up on cum pills.
oh, I've done that with edibles on this show before, where I'm like, ooh, we got a whole another hour, and I'm feeling tingles. Like,
Yeah, but Woody's gonna start gooning after this, loaded up on locked and loaded, stoned off his ass.
he's gonna
Big
absolutely.
gooning.
Are you a gooner? You
Big-
got a goon cave?
Probably.
He's in it right now.
That's where we looked at that Reddit on the
You
show.
got like 8 consoles around you, like the eyes. Of
I
the
don't know why
fly.
it's so important for me to share this right now because it's just so funny. This meme is really funny. It says when you realize you geeking a little too hard and when you realize you gooning a little too hard and got to lock in.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, the Goon Caves Reddit is fucking depressing. Like
Goon Caves?
imagining someone like opening up 7 different devices and getting all of them on porn and then sitting there like
we've all goon caved a little. Like we've all gotten like even as a kid, you'd be like, all right, get the Victoria.
I think I've gooned. I don't think I've
page
caved.
37, page 37. She's got the panties that are kind of translucent. I think I see a little pussy lip. Get that out. Get it. Like go to that one website that shows nudity for free. This is like 2001. Like you get all your materials out, so you could look back and forth from one to the other. Yeah,
I remember like 2001, 2002. You're trying to jack off, and you're like, well, this video is like the trailer for porn. For a porn video, I'm gonna jack off to the trailer because she gets her tits.
Yeah. You gotta
you'd like go to a site. They're like, click here to watch the video, and then a pop-up would come, which was like, or early on, sometimes you get 5, 7, 10 pop-ups, and I think I was supposed to hate them, but it's like jokes on you. There's naked people on all these pop-ups.
I'm coming to all of these.
Oh yeah,
enough for you, enough for you, enough for you, enough
just
for
absolutely ruining my family computer. Just being like,
rip that thing. I'm just. I mean,
I think it was.
I don't
Destiny
know how it still works.
I think it was. I think it was Destiny we had on the show years ago who talked about how he would print porn like from the family printer. And I'm like, that's a guy, playing for tomorrow's come.
I think I did that too. I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure I color printed some porn. Yeah,
even if you run out of black ink, you're still like doing this weird negative looking photo. You're like, yes. And it's back in the day. Let's not lie. You just take that same piece of paper and nut on it. Probably wipe yourself down with that thick computer paper.
Oh, paper cut.
Oh man, no.
Oh, if you're in BDSM, you've got like the chick with the whip, and you're like paper cut on your cock, like pretend like she's doing it. You're like, is that enough, mistress? She's like, no, I don't think so, little boy. Like you got you got a whole stack of them, so you flip it like real fast, and she like does the whole whipping motion.
you have a flip book of porn. You're like, God damn it, how do you do this one-handed?
You have to light a candle and put it behind the pages just right. This is some 17th century pornography. Like a kaleidoscope of jizzedom.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think that was the dark age of pornography, because before that, you just had real porn. You got a magazine. But it's real pornography. There was that brief time of this bootleg, half-ass porn that everyone kind of had access to in the dead of night, and that was the dark ages of porn. The pop-up jerking, the fucking going down the 8 websites deep, like play and something pops up. Okay, well, it's still a video. Play and something pops up.
Yes.
Are any of these actually videos, or are they just links? And here's what it would do, though.
Like, eventually.
Y'all won't even. Some people won't remember this. It would be this huge page of tiny thumbnails that were all perfect. You're like, oh, they're all that chick's hot and that chick's hot. Like every little, it looked like a stamp collection of perfect pornography. And as soon as you click that bitch, another pop up. It was a trap every time. But
it was.
But I remember having
price.
My whole perspective shifted. My whole perspective shifted because I started to go through like phases. I never had phases. I was always like this teacher or some shit. People in real life reference. But then like I remember when I first started looking at porno, like I never got like big, thick, black booty from Atlanta. Like, when would I ever see that in real life and have that as a reference? I'm not you, Kyle. I wasn't near. That wasn't like a trip to the city.
It's airware.
They're not built like that in 1993 Canada. No. It's not out there. Yeah. So, but 96. So I'm seeing this for the first time, and I'm like, damn, what would I do with all that? Like I'm like, what am I gonna do with all that? I mean, I'm like, beep, 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 But like then I remember
10
like
years old
then I
Jack
remember like
Russell.
I remember being like fat black ass is boring. What's next? And I was like, very old women. Come. It is your turn.
You got into very old women in the 90s?
Like I want the
That's
yes,
wild.
because
Yeah.
it's like risky sex, you know.
It had to be
'cause they could
weird.
break a
It was
hip.
weird.
It's a risky sex for them because they're so elderly.
Yeah, they could break a hip. Like you see one of those old gals getting into it, you know, she's putting her
So
life
you're not
on the
even into
line.
mature. You're into like death's door.
Yes.
No,
I
this was a
hospice
phase.
sex.
Yeah, this
And
was a phase.
with-
Hospice sex was
Her
definitely a
liver
phase.
spotted
It's-
hand.
Go to
jacking you off.
hospicehose.com and you'll see some ladies who don't hold back. All right. There's nobody in that
what's-
porno
what's
who's like,
crazy-
oh, I don't want to. Oh, everybody see me
What's-
sucking a dick. Like, no, they're going full out.
What's crazy about
It's some nasty stuff.
What's crazy about the whole scene was the internet. So I learned after phases that I was going through phases, and I was like, wait, hold up, big, thick, black woman, granny booty, and now I'm like mixing the genres, and I'm like big, fat, black granny booty with a dick. No, you guys never
Like the granny
You
from
fucking
Family
liars.
Matters.
You were
You
ahead of
fucking
your
liar!
time.
Don't lie to me on this.
So you were jacking up to elderly black men in the 90s, is what it seems like.
With fat asses, though.
With fat asses. With
And
really
tits.
nice fat
And
asses.
tits.
and tits. Man, you stormed through the porn offerings.
Well,
of
that's
the
what do you
mid-90s.
think? That's why I think kids probably so fucked up today because I'm like tearing it up there. I'm like getting off a nut and then going to rotten.com or something with my boys, you know. I'm fucking all over the place. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy that I grew up semi-normal. But what do you
That was
think's
a rough
going on out
website.
today? Like imagine it today though. Like they can go up to live leak combat footage and who knows like
Live
where-
Leak's gone, I think.
Yeah, Live Leak's gone. They don't have E-fucked mother, or maybe E-fucked and motherless are still around. I don't know.
They are. They are.
What about Something Awful? Is that still around?
I don't know what that is.
Oh damn! I probably got a whole bunch of purple links on eFuck that I can go click.
There's still, I don't know.
I'm
They're probably not
I check,
updating E-fucked anymore.
I check every 6 months or so because no, they do. It's just that man he's an incredible curator and he really
Yeah.
does not just force it.
It's
He
his
doesn't
Smithsonian.
he doesn't bullshit there. Like he really does, and his edits are incredible.
I remember Kyle used to send more links to E-fucked in our texts and chats like years and years ago, and every time it'd be just ghastly.
Did you
Just
guys?
horrible.
I don't recommend this. No one should watch this. Did you guys see the Mr. Beast eFucked video, the 2-parter?
Is this a no?
Is it a person fucking a horse?
Are you memeing? Mr.
No,
Beast is in
it's
an
this
E-fucked
guy.
video?
It's this disgusting man in this toxic relationship that's abusive and he's racist. He's standing in his room butt naked with his door wide open to his apartment and he's yelling this or that, and then someone in his apartment cusses him out and he starts yelling with like his little soft dick at them in the room and he obviously says racist stuff. It's messed up. And then his girlfriend, they're having sex and then they like hit each other, they make each other bleed, then they get married and then his boy is fucking the girl and he's so nasty and he's gross and it's like really toxic. No one should watch it, whatever. And then one day the guy's like sleeping like while live on Twitch and then Mr. Beast literally goes into his video and he's like, look at this guy sleeping, let's donate him 10K. And Mr. Beast donates this terrible person without realizing $10,000. And the guy wakes up and he's like, Mr. Beast, we should collabo someday. And then the eFucked video cuts to this guy and he's like fucking all these girls probably with the $10,000 that he just got. And there's like a mysterious dick in there. And the guy puts Mr. Beast with a question mark and it's like
That's so
it's a 2-parter. It's terrible. Do not watch it. No one should watch it. Guys listening at home, I know that you're probably going to go check it out. eFucked. You shouldn't. I don't recommend it. It's terrible. It's 2-part video.
That's hilarious. So how old is it? Is it Mr. B? This was like years ago. If he was handing out 10K to random people, right? He's like
Yeah,
making
now-
big productions.
Now Mr. Beast is like, that's crazy. Like I would never want to beat Mr. Beast. I was so happy being like, what are we going to wrap in bacon this week? Mr. Beast, they're like, Jimmy, what are we going to do this week? And he's like, this week we make the blind see and we bring water to Africa. And it's like, fuck, those are some very clickable videos, but it's just a YouTube channel. You got to calm down. Making blind people see. Like my hot take is that unfortunately for Elon Musk, I think in like 200 years, people will talk about Mr. Beast just as much as they will Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, because those guys have corporations, whereas Mr. Beast is just like Jimmy. And he's cutting right to like plant trees, put water in Africa, make the blind people see. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk could have done that a long time ago, except they're buying Twitter and going
I'd be
to
paying
space.
women to get breast implants they didn't need. That's what I would do with like that's the YouTube channel.
That sounds like FPSRussia like 4 years ago.
For $50,000, will you get quadruple double D's or whatever the fuck, some H's, some triple Z's, and just make these desperate ladies have to get these, like, they got like a wheelbarrow like Randy in that episode of South Park with his balls in it. Just really make some freak shows with my money. That's what I would do.
I would not allow breast reductions in my kingdom. That would be, I would see that as like spitting in God's face.
Same as an abortion.
Like, yeah, I got to get rid of that too.
My first rule is king, control the tits.
Control. He who controls the ultimate food supply. Yeah. And I just got a bunch of big titty bitches. Man, I'd be a great king. This is just the most selfish retard. They're like, yeah, but everybody, look how good the
no
Boogies
war,
are.
only tits. No war, only tit.
I'd want a lot of war. I think I'd be a bad king.
Whatever that shit is in milk that's making girls' titties bigger, more of it. even more of that.
I think it's milk.
Oh, well then even
it's
more.
It's the milk in the milk.
Yeah. New milk regimens for my populace. Well, except for men. If it gives men tits, we gotta shut that down. We don't want that. Well, I think that's been a fun show.
Me
That's
too.
cool.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
675. Check out Harley's stuff.